Inner suburbs, England, 28th of December, 2006. I know this date because it was the day before my 16th birthday. A close friend of mine had invited me to a house party that evening and said I could stay at his parents' place after. Around 8ish, we headed over to the party. I didn't know the girl whose house it was, but I knew a few people there. It was a fun party. We drank a few beers and laughed like the goofy teens that we were, and probably around 1 in the morning, and now, technically my birthday, my friend and I headed back to turn in for the night. We got to his place, and he showed me through the back of their house on the ground floor, where his mom had made a sofa bed for me in their conservatory. I had assumed I'd be crashing on his bedroom floor like I had done in the past, so this was a win. He went upstairs to hit the hay, and I settled in. Shortly after, his cat, whose name I forget, jumped up onto the bed for some fuss. I stroked the cat and soon fell asleep. An unknown amount of time later, I awoke suddenly because the cat had been sleeping next to me and had jumped off the bed violently and sprinted out the room. As I opened my eyes, there was an intense, bright white light beaming through the glass and perspex roof of the conservatory, seemingly shining directly at me. I could still perceive darkness in my periphery, which told me it was still night. And then, it was morning. I was laying in the bed on my back, looking up at the sky. This was extremely disorientating. What was that light? When did I see it? Was that just now? It can't have been. The strangest thing was that I was very aware of the fact that I hadn't gone through the process of waking up. I was just there, fully awake. I think the best way to describe this is like cutting out a segment of film and stitching the ends together, or like skipping a scene while watching a movie. My phone said it was around 9 in the morning, and I could hear someone in the kitchen making breakfast, so I got dressed and carried on with my day. I labelled the event as weird and stored it away in the back of my mind. I'll add here that if the roles were reversed and it was someone telling me this story, I'd be pretty skeptical. First of all, any time I hear a story involving someone in bed asleep, I always think that a vivid or weird dream is the culprit. And secondly, when it comes to the bright light and then being awake, anyone will be justified in thinking, yeah, genius, that's called waking up. But the point I want to emphasize here is that we've all woken up thousands of times before, if you're old like me. And some of those times can be quite disorientating, but this was a completely different experience to waking up. So there it is. It's been just over 14 years since this happened, and I've never breathed a word to anyone about it, not even my wife. There is the obvious abduction implication to this story, but I'm not sure exactly where I stand on that subject, and taken at face value, this experience doesn't actually include aliens or spacecraft, etc. I've often wondered if hypnotic regression would shed any light on this, but I'm actually afraid of what it might bring up. Also, is the fact that it was my 16th birthday somehow significant? To date, it's the only really weird experience I've ever had. I'd love to hear suggestions, or if anyone has had a similar experience. When I was around 12, my younger brother was 6. We went on a family holiday to France and stayed in an old monk's monastery that had been converted into a holiday cottage. Downstairs was a lounge and a kitchen, all with the original stone walls and flooring. To the right, there was a large spiral wooden staircase, leading upstairs to 2 large bedrooms and a bathroom. On the first day we got there, my parents were tired from the drive. My brother and I were sharing a large room with 2 single beds. The only other piece of furniture was a massive wooden closet that was intricately carved. I can only compare it to the wardrobe from The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. My brother's bed was next to it, and mine was at the opposite side of the room. Being kids, we weren't tired. We each laid on our separate beds facing away from each other, playing on our Nintendo DS Lites until we got too tired and then each tried to nap. For a short while, my brother makes a noise. I ignore it and carry on. He shouts to me, For God's sake, stop breathing down my neck. I snapped back at him, being argumentative siblings, explaining that I didn't. I thought he was winding me up, so I ignored it. Shortly after, he jumped up to face me and again shouted, "All I can hear you is breathing down my neck. I'm telling Mum." After that, it's needless to say I was so scared that I ran straight to my parents' room in terror, past the wardrobe that made a loud creak as I did so. It still gives me chills to this day, thinking about it. The next night, we all slept in my parents' room in their bed. We were all terrified. During the night, you could hear what I could only describe as heavy footsteps walking up the spiral wooden staircase that connected the hallway outside of their room to the downstairs lounge. During the course of the holiday, we got used to this, to be honest, as we just summed it up to maybe other people next door being loud. Although it's worth remembering it here, as we didn't know if we had neighbours on that side or not. My younger brother grew increasingly nervous around bedtime each night, scared of what may happen. To give him a change of scenery and ease his mind, as he hated my parents' room, we went and all slept in what was to be our original room with 2 single beds. I slept with my mum and my brother with my dad. I don't know what time we heard an almighty crash. My dad doesn't believe in the paranormal, but he thought maybe someone broke in, so he got up to go and look. He didn't look for long and came back and said everything was fine. The next morning, my mum and I went into the parents' room to give it a clean, and the bedside lamp was on the floor, smashed. I was really scared being young, but my parents tried to rationalise it again to strong winds, though no windows were open, especially as my dad checked that night. My dad said he didn't see the lamp on the floor as it was dark when he was looking around, and it was behind the bed. We were meant to be staying in the conversion for 7 days, but after this, we left early. On day 5, I was upstairs with my mum in the bathroom. I needed a shower, but the shower was an old silver one that was connected through the stone. It was really stiff, and my mum couldn't twist it to turn it on properly. My dad and brother were out on a walk. We decided to brush our teeth, and then my mum tried again. For this to happen, my mum had to put her whole arm into the shower to get to the back, where the nozzle was located. After a few tries, my mum gave in. She started walking back to the door where I stood, as I was super scared of being in any room in that place. As she walked to me, the shower turned itself on. We both screamed and ran downstairs to wait for my brother and dad. I like to have explanations for things that happen, as I'm a 70-30 skeptic myself. But honestly, I don't have one for this day. It was unpredictable and unexplainable, and I'll never forget it. Our next door neighbours on the left were French, but through broken English and French, they told us that cans in their kitchen moved every night, as when they woke up in the morning, they were in a different location. Each night, we heard footsteps, and although I don't remember it myself, perhaps I was too young, my mum said the one thing that scared her the most was the sounds of moaning and deep groaning at night. After the shower incident, we just felt scared and uneasy in the home and made the sad decision to leave 2 days early. We drove up to the owner's house and said we wanted to leave early. We gave no information about what happened. He began to apologise and gave us our full deposit back and refunded us for the 2 nights lost. This leads me to believe we aren't the first to have done it. I had a dream where I was at my friend's house and was walking to their garage where we'd smoke weed. Now that I think about it, that garage didn't exist. It was a fabricated smoking room in my dream. Also, none of my friends were there. Anyways, I open the door and I'm immediately paralysed by this thing sitting and staring at me with white, piercing, bright eyes with pupils, legs crossed on their futon. Its eyes looked human, but like he put in white eye contacts. His head was huge. Well, he was huge. You could tell he was imposing even though he was sitting down. Standing up, he'd be well over 7 feet. He had a goat head, but his horns were pointed down around his head, and they were massive. They reached around the side of his face, almost touching his chin. He had a goat face but flatter and wider, with a black snout and bright red skin in other places across his face, almost as if by design. Very similar to Darth Maul or the demon from Insidious, but it was his skin, not face paint. He was wearing a black robe which covered most of his body, except his hooves. He has hooves like a goat and they were huge. I can't remember his fur colour, either brown, black or red. I don't remember what his hands looked like. He wasn't very expressive with them. He was calm and still when he spoke and didn't move much, which brings me to the next part. I was paralysed at first until he started talking. He spoke with 2 voices, much like in exorcism movies, and boy was he charming. The most charming and charismatic being I've ever spoken to. As soon as he started talking, I was immediately calmed down. Everything I'd say, he'd have a witty and charming response. He was so easy to speak with, I didn't even care that he resembled something else of Dante's Inferno, with a voice that was incredibly disturbing and unworldly. None of that mattered. He was chill as fuck. I don't remember what our conversation was about, but I know we shot the shit for what felt like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I left the room. I remember leaving on good terms with him. It felt like talking to an interesting friend. And then I woke up. I felt confused waking up. On one hand, I had just spoken with a demon. On the other hand, he was cool, interesting, and I didn't get on his bad side. Fast forward to 8 months. I'm dating a Native American girl. I've always been fascinated with the paranormal, and natives tend to be very open about that stuff, so I tell her about my dream. As I'm describing the thing I spoke with, her eyes lit up. She eagerly tells me to finish my story before she lets me know everything. After I'm done, she's like, "Holy shit, you spoke with Hoofman." She then tells me her cousin recently had a dream where she was visited by him and described him in the exact same way. Darth Maul skin, robes, etc. And this was before I knew him, much less her cousin. Apparently, Hoofman appears in your dreams and either just talks to you or asks you for something, and if you say no, something terrible happens to you. I don't think he asked me for anything. I never got the feeling of having to give up anything during my dream. I think we just kicked it. Weird for me to dream about him, as I'm not native, like, at all. Thank you, 23andMe. And I had no idea he existed. This could totally be me making up this figure in my head, being influenced by the demon's design on Insidious or something. But at that point, I haven't seen that movie for 8 years and I've only seen it once. I've also heard your mind can't make up faces in your dreams. Not sure how true that is, but this thing definitely had a unique facial structure I've never seen before, and it could emote like a human. I moved about 4 hours away from my hometown for college and stayed here to date. Every time I want to visit my parents, I will leave on a Friday night after work. Make sure I reach them at late night. At least I have the full Saturday with them before I drive back to the city on Sunday evening. Unfortunately, it gets pretty tiring driving after week-long work. One day, I was just too tired to drive. I know I shouldn't rush and should get some rest before continuing driving. Despite multiple stops to get some shut-eye, drank coffees and energy drinks, I'm just too tired to continue. Until I come to a point I'm about 1.5 hours away from my hometown. I stopped at a petrol station, drove to the side where there was less lighting, and tried to get some good sleep before continuing driving. This place had less lighting because it was close to a forest along the highway. There, I had this weird dream. I was actually still sleeping on my chair in the dream, but it was inside a bus and the person sitting next to me woke up to talk with me. We were talking about normal stuff for a short while. Then comes the weird part. He wanted to show me some photos. While going through the photos, there was one photo of me sleeping inside my car. The photo was taken from the passenger seat. I asked him how he got the photo. His smiling face turned very angry. Like, very angry. The dream reverted back to my car by now. I'm seated in the driver's seat, the person in the passenger seat from where the photo was taken. Now, I asked him what he was doing in my car. He asked me back, I'm asking you the same. What are you doing in my place? This time, I woke up to reality. I didn't say a single word. Wide awake now, just drove back to my hometown without a single stop. My fastest 1-hour drive ever on that road. After a few years, I was telling my close friend about this weird dream. When he asked me where it was, I told him, remember when we were driving last time? You had a leg cramp and swerved your car 180 and hit the divider? About 50 meters from there. My friend's face now turned pale and he said, my leg wasn't cramped that day. I saw something weird running across and tried to avoid it. I lied back then because when I look back, that thing wasn't there. I was scared, confused, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Around 2009 or 10, me and my friends decided we would ghost hunt. So my buddy found out about an old burnt down house in the country. The backstory behind this haunting is that a woman lived in that property and was into the occult activities. She had brought some local children to the house and they were never seen again. This angered the locals and they burnt her house down with her in it. I can't verify the accuracy of that story, it's just what I was told. Anyway, we go there in the middle of the night with our cell phones trying to each catch EVPs or something. We're there for a while and we catch something that sounded like a voice but otherworldly. I can't remember exactly what was said. Anyway, we decided to leave. So we rushed to the vehicle after hearing the recording. The person trailing behind all of us claims she felt a breath on her neck so she rushed faster. We go home, no problem. I live in this house at the time that always creeps me out. I would see shadow people periodically walking through my room at night. My dog hated the room. He wouldn't even go in there. My dog used to do random things like stare at the ceiling or into the closet and growl or bark aggressively. Anyways, I say all that to outline the fact that I've already had multiple paranormal experiences before this one that spooked me the most. So post ghost hunt, I go home. I'm already creeped out by the house and my room, so I set my TV to sleep every night a few hours after I fall asleep. I set the TV up like normal and passed out. An hour or so later, I wake up and look at the TV and it's on white noise. It shouldn't have been like that because my mum had satellite TV with premium channels. I had left it on a premium channel, so I was tripping out on it being on the white noise and grainy. Then I start hearing muffled moaning. Think covering someone's face with a pillow and them struggling to yell or something. So I look into the mirror directly across from my bed and I see what looks like a pale woman with long greasy hair and a dirty dress crawling down my wall directly towards me. At this point, I spaz out and my TV turns off. So it's dark and I frantically hit the light switch to see nothing. The weirder part is the next morning I woke up to take a shower, and as I'm walking towards the shower, I look in the mirror and notice scratches down the middle of the back. This was the first and last time I had seen anything manifest in that way. I think it was clearly something following me home. I wasn't really freaked until I went to bed that night. Everything was fine. I felt kind of creeped, but nothing unusual for an 11 or 12-year-old in a new house. I woke up in the middle of the night, no idea what time it was. I remember it so vividly, literally everything, even the way I was laying on the bed. I woke up with my head tilted, directly staring into the upper corner of the room, and I saw a young boy just sitting up there in the corner. He was wearing modern clothes though, nothing weird about his appearance, but of course I was startled as hell and jumped. After I startled, he disappeared. He didn't like to fade out or anything, literally just there 1 second and gone the next. I rolled over. The hall light was on, and I saw a man's shadow move across the floor. I don't remember much after that. Now, I know that seems like it could be a nightmare. Scared the hell out of me, but whatever. I begged to not have to sleep in that room, but nobody believed me, obviously. From that point on, as I was falling asleep, I'd hear a voice in my ear. Not a whisper or anything, but more like a distant shout or just a word. I don't remember any of what it was though. One night, I was falling asleep, and as I was about to close my eyes, I saw a black skirt beside me, as if someone was sitting very close to my head. Jumped up, and it was gone. Once, while I was in that room, my stepbrother came in, and when he left, he started crying. I didn't really care much because I figured he tripped or stepped on something, but my stepdad came in and shouted at me for throwing a plastic toy at him. I insisted that I didn't, because I didn't. Another thing about this room is there was always like a weird shadow coming from it. It could have been the architecture of the house, but I swear it was foreboding. I have one more clear memory of weird shit going down in that bedroom. From my account at least. I'm not a religious person, not anymore at least. But at the time I was, so I thought maybe bringing a Bible into the room would help. And as I sat reading it, I swear to fuck, there was breathing in the wall behind me. Raspy breathing. I ran out of there and outright refused to be in there anymore, and started sleeping on the couch or at relatives' houses. I'm guessing it wasn't an indicator that the Bible was significant. My guess is that whatever it was playing with me, letting me know that the Bible wasn't a safety net. One night when I was gone, my mom and stepdad got into a fight, and he ended up sleeping in my room. He stopped getting mad that I wouldn't sleep in there, and I got to move to a different room. One night, we were alone together, and I asked why I got to move rooms. I want to say that this was a horrible man, an abuser, someone who was awful to me. And he started crying. He said that when he slept in there, he saw a shadow across the wall of the room, holding a rifle or shotgun or something like that, and a man's voice. He wasn't sure if the man was talking to him or not, but he said the voice was talking about having to protect the children. He wouldn't tell me anything else, but he was straight up crying and I was stunned. No one went in that room anymore. My mom started to get freaked by the room when my infant sister's blankets ended up in the closet in the room somehow. I guess I wanted to post this to see what people thought, because although what I mostly experienced were 2 children, there was also a man. And I felt terror in that room. Demons? Spirits? I don't know. I'm not very well versed in paranormal terminology. I suppose I just wanted some opinions. This occurred in a medium-sized town in Oklahoma, if that's relevant. I've had people try to say the classic Native American spirits or whatever, but as I said, the children I saw were wearing modern clothes. ETA that my step-grandma told me some weird shit about the house too, but not just the room. She said she'd be babysitting and hear little footsteps down the hall. Get up and check and see that both kids were asleep. The kid that had my room before I did would complain about scratching in the wall, but that could have been rodents. He moved out of the room because my stepdad lost custody, so every other weekend they stayed over. They just slept in the living room with my stepdad. She said that my stepdad's ex would come home to the kitchen cabinets being open, but thought it was just my stepdad messing with her. Two years ago,
I was sent to Utah to help build a large warehouse in Jordan, which is one of the many smaller cities surrounding Salt Lake City. I was happy to get out of my home state, Arizona, and get into the lovely fall weather and mountain cool air that SLC is known for, as well as getting all the incentives the company was offering for out-of-state work. My crew had about 4 days off the entire month of October, so we took every opportunity to explore the city and experience nature. I looked into all the local hiking trails and was able to find Donut Falls on a hiking list. The falls looked impressive in the photos online. It ran through a cave and fell into a creek that went down the mountain. Just the type of scenic nature I miss out on in Phoenix. That Saturday, we were working along another shift. It was a beautiful cloudy day with fluffy, humid snow showers. We got out just after noon, and I invited my 2 co-worker buddies to come along. I returned to my hotel, did a quick change into casual winter wear, canvas shoes, jeans, sweater with layers, and met my co-workers downstairs where we all piled into my car. My heater had just gone out that week, but I wasn't concerned about it as the fan still worked, and we were dressed plenty warm for the mild evening chill. The snow was still quite light, so we hadn't planned for any intense weather on the trip. Plus, working in 0 degrees weather overnights had accumulated us to the cold conditions. We drove the short distance from South Jordan to Big Cottonwood Canyon and made our way up the winding road, taking in all the woodland ambience that surrounded us. The road eventually passed a small parking area that opened up to the Donut Falls trailhead. We parked and prepared for our trek up the trail. The snow had started to pick up and was now making larger flakes, but we brushed it off because a little inclement weather wasn't about to stop our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see some amazing wilderness. The hike was pleasant. We had a snowball fight, shared a flask, and told stories about skinwalkers and our cultural folklore. The trail was mildly challenging. It followed a creek up the canyon, crossed it several times, and even wove through trees and light brush. We passed what I believe was a small ranger cabin about halfway up the trail, and the forest began to become more dense around us as we progressed. Just before dusk, we reached the falls, where we had to maneuver over the creek and around a little pond that formed in the valley between boulders below the falls. Everything was covered in snow and water, which rewarded each of us with wet shoes and photos of the scenery. While I was balancing on a boulder, trying not to slip into freezing water for a photo, 2 distinct figures poked up across the pond/creek that we had to shimmy our way around to reach the falls. They were quite a distance away from us, about 100 plus feet, so I wasn't able to take in all the intricate details of their facial features, but I was able to discern a middle-aged man and woman. She held onto the man's arms while his other arm extended above and held a black umbrella over them both. What made them notable was the fact that they were wearing completely black outfits. Black trench coats, black pants, black boots, black gloves, and black hats. This was out of the ordinary from all the hikers we passed on the way up, all who wore standard hiking attire, windbreakers, snow jackets, hiking boots, etc. I pointed them out to my co-workers, and we continued to take photos of each other while the snow continued to weigh heavier, and the clouds quickly began to lose their luminescence. The couple stood atop the trail at the beginning of the pond, took in the view for a few minutes, then turned and disappeared down the trail faster than they had appeared. Seeing that the couple didn't even take the time to get close to the falls, we realised that we had to head back down the trail if we wanted to make it back, before we got snowed in or it became completely dark. We quickly made our way around the pond and creek back to where the couple was, trying to see if we could catch up closer to them so our groups would be a little closer. I assumed they were locals and knew the trail better. We caught up to where they were standing, but to our surprise, there was no sign of anyone being in the area. Not a single print. A playful panic began to rise as we started to jog back down the creek, looking for signs of the couple or the trail. While we rushed down, we came into a fork in the creek. We weren't sure which way led back to the trailhead, but I was able to convince my co-workers to trust my intuition and take the left fork despite their desire to take the other. We continued along the creek and found the ranger cabin, which indicated to us that we were in the clear. Soon enough, we had reached my car. Then after clearing the 2 inches of snow that had accumulated and some fancy ice driving in the dark, we were back in Salt Lake City. The image of that mysterious couple we encountered that year stuck with me. I have no idea who they were, what they were doing up there, where they came from, or where they went. We found no signs of anybody being on the trail on our way down. I looked at the trail on satellite images and found no alternative locations or trails they could have gone to. In hindsight, it was foolish to be on the trail that late in such conditions. I briefly looked into local legends, but never found anything similar to the couple we saw. Utah has an interesting history with religion and colonization. It's Ted Bundy country after all. I have no doubt that SLC attracts dark paranormal entities, but since I haven't found any resemblance in local legends, I simply identify them as Death and his companion, Misery. The day I heard the knocking, a sister-in-law texted me in the morning at 8:46 to ask if I had knocked on her and Jay's room. I texted back no, and that her text had woken me up. Elle was still in his room talking to his girlfriends. Once I got up and went to the living room, she explained that literally 5 minutes before she texted me, she was falling back asleep when she clearly heard someone knocking on her door. She got up to answer, and no one was there. Elle then started saying how 2 weeks prior, our dad had told him to lock the front door before he went to sleep. He agreed, said he would do it, and went back to what he was doing. Elle accidentally fell asleep, and he said someone whispered the front door right next to his ear. He first thought he imagined it, but Kovu was in his room also sleeping, and he also raised his head and looked around the room, like he heard the whisper too. Eventually, he did get up to lock the door. Elle and I joked around that there was a ghost, and sister-in-law, who's never experienced anything paranormal, got kind of spooked but tried to play it off by jokingly saying she would use her rosary for protection. Elle explained to sister-in-law that every house we've ever lived in was coincidentally haunted, and something always happened. I rebutted with, the houses were our family. Fast forward to my family deciding to go bowling that night, and I stayed behind to take care of the puppies. My family left around 5 or 6 p.m, and I decided to just chill in my room and use my computer. I made sure all the puppies were inside, my cats were inside, and I made sure all the doors were locked even though the sun was still out. I was pretty much comfortable in my room. Daisy and Kovu were sleeping on the floor, Lola and Chico were on my bed. The cats were in their tower, and the puppies were knocked out after running around in the backyard with their parents all day. It was quiet. I was listening to music, and then I noticed that the dogs were moving. It's like one of those moments where you're so focused on what you're doing, and then notice something isn't right. Kovu and Daisy were walking in and out of my room, and Chico and Lola had their heads raised, quite confused. I removed my headphones, and just very slightly, I could hear soft knocking. I thought I was imagining it at first. Normally when someone's on our property, the dogs go crazy and start barking. Even the puppies were picking up their parents' habits and would start barking too. But they were quiet, still sleeping in the laundry room, and the older dogs, they were hearing it, but they looked just as confused. I instantly went to check, thinking it was our elderly neighbour who was living by herself, thinking maybe she needed help. The knocking was coming from the front door, and our neighbour always made sure to knock on the sliding door. It took me a minute to register that she wasn't knocking, and I was already standing in our kitchen, looking out the window, looking at no one. Here's the kicker. Both the front door and the back door have an exterior metal door, and I heard someone knocking on the interior door, which is wood. I then remembered that I had knocked with both doors, so the knocking should have been on the exterior door. My brain immediately went to coyotes, as we live in the lower desert in an agricultural city, and my parents have chickens in the back. So I let the dogs outside, thinking they would go running to the back to chase the coyote. They didn't. Then I remembered that it was knocking, not scratching, so I immediately thought someone was trying to break into the house, since there were no cars in the driveway. I waited for the dogs to start running to the backyard, but all they did was look in the direction of the sliding door, completely quiet and still confused. All four of them. I looked to the back too and realised the lights were off and I couldn't see anything. I still wasn't sure what was going on, but I was starting to get an inkling that it wasn't a living person who knocked on the door. I went back inside to put on my sandals and get my phone, closing the exterior door behind me, thinking the dogs would start barking at any moment. Once I had everything I needed, I went to check on the dogs again. They still hadn't moved away from where they were and were still looking toward the sliding door. As soon as I was going into the laundry room to turn the lights from the backyard, my parents were entering our driveway, and that's when the dogs started barking in excitement. This happened on the first day of October. Nothing else happened after that. I told my brother what happened, but waited a couple days to tell sister-in-law, since I didn't want to scare her more. But yeah, our house ghost knocked on my door 10 minutes before my parents and siblings came back from bowling.
So roughly 10 years ago, I went on a 3-week holiday with my girlfriend. We booked a beautiful private villa in a town called Canggu. It had a double bedroom, a big lounge and a swimming pool with a view over the rice paddies. To get to the entrance of the villa, we had to walk through an alley, and on the left of that was a big fenced off house. I always take notice of my surroundings when I'm in a new place, and it looked to me that this place was occupied by locals. Their cars were behind the fence, and I saw a dog walking around on the property. On the second night, that dog started barking. My family has owned dogs since I was little, so I know it's normal for a dog to bark out of fear occasionally, so I let it be. But I was checking out that place with a bit more attention. I'm curious about nature, and now inclined to start asking around if anyone knew something about the situation. The Balinese boy who came to manage the pool didn't speak English too well, so I asked the cleaning lady. She was very nice and told me that the residents were still living there, but were out of town for some reason. I also asked if she knew if the dog was getting any attention from the owners, and she replied that the residents came in every day around noon to manage things. So now it's the 4th night and the dog is still barking at night. It starts as soon as it gets dark, and I'm beginning to worry about the 4-legged furball. I tried to calm it a couple times by calling it to the fence, but it was just too frightened to come near. So the next day, I'm out on post at noon, and indeed I see someone at the house. I walked up and said hi, but not speaking English, so I started making barking sounds and pointing to their fence. Didn't make sense to the guy. I guess he was in a hurry. All of a sudden he walked out with a forced smile. Then the 5th morning. I'm looking in the bathroom mirror and I got bags under my eyes. So does my girlfriend, but she's more capable of zoning out the noise of the dog and falling asleep anyway. I'm calling the owner of our villa now, and since they're Dutchies too, it makes it pretty easy to explain what's happening. They told me they were out of town and wouldn't be back until after the weekend. I told them about the neighbour dog barking me out of my sleep for 4 days straight, and they comforted me saying they will compensate us for it. Just visit us after the weekend and we'll sort things out. 5th night. We fell asleep around midnight, but it woke me up again. Dog was in terror and I decided to check it out again. This wasn't normal and I was getting more frustrated and agitated, thinking how I could shut that dog's trap. I know it's not the dog's fault,
but I needed a quick solution to shut it up and get some sleep after 4 nights. So in the dead of night, I got a bucket and filled it with water, sneaked up stealth mode and threw it over the fence. I couldn't see the dog, but I knew it was a hit because it gave a single surprised bark and then it stopped. I stayed there for a little bit to see if anything weird was going on, and I just got this weird vibe around me. One I recognised and gave me goosebumps. I rushed back to bed and fell into a deep, deep sleep. Now it starts to get weird. In my dream that same night, I'm aware I'm dreaming and something is attacking me. I get pinned down and I'm not able to move anymore. I know I'm dreaming and I force myself to wake up, but I can't. While I'm fighting this thing off in my dream, I wake up and realise I'm still fighting it. It takes quite some force to release the weight off me, and I'm making sounds as if I'm weightlifting far above my strength. I literally feel my stomach being pushed down to the max, and I'm in survival mode, struggling to push it off as it slowly floats away. The transition from dream to wake states was so weird. I'm screaming at it in my dream, putting up the fight. I wake up and I'm roaring and still fighting while an intense force is crushing my stomach and chest. When finally I come to my senses, I'm sitting straight up in bed next to my girl who slept through it all. I had to meditate a bit and fell asleep again and told my girl the story when we woke up. Weird thing is that after that night, the dog stopped barking and everything turned normal. After the weekend, I got in touch with the owners and they told me the neighbours got in a family fight. The cleaning lady was familiar with the neighbours and she told me eventually that voodoo was used in the family affair. It turned so bad for the neighbours that they had to flee their house and were living with their family. They left that dog to protect the property, poor dog, and only were brave enough to visit the place during the day. The owner we rented the place for gave us that first week for free. My girlfriend wanted to visit the hospital in KCMO that had abandoned since 2001, built in 1906, so we went with her parents. In the beginning, we couldn't find the entrance, and as we walked around the building, I began to feel somewhat sick to my stomach, almost as if I had to use the restroom and couldn't hold it. We finally found a side entrance double door that had been sealed off with wood stapled down the middle. We had ripped it apart and were able to pull the doors open to go inside, then shut the doors behind us to avoid others coming in and possibly scaring us. It has a total of 6 floors, with a basement included and an elevator that no longer functions. As we began walking, I still had that very ill sensation, as if I couldn't bear to hold what was inside me. We started exploring and it just got worse. We ended up exploring the entire building, from the basement where the morgue was to the 6th floor. Had some spirits where there were needles, used fluid bags and other prior hospital utilities that should have definitely been thrown away before closing out. Finally, 2 hours and 10 minutes later, we left the building and I overall felt a sense of relief. The very next day, in my house, around 12:51 a.m, I remembered something in my garage, right next to me as my room is by the basement, made a loud noise, and my first reaction was that my husky was inside, and I texted my sister, she's 19, to come downstairs. I was gaming at the time and didn't think much of it. She asked what I wanted, and I asked if Sophie, our husky, was inside, and she said no, so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I heard a loud noise in the garage. And she was hesitant about looking, but finally did. She noticed this plastic container had been knocked down. It had all 4 wheels, nothing on top. It just went about a foot away from the cage it was next to. We were kind of like, oh, okay. We didn't know what exactly could have caused it. Definitely not wind, as there is none. We haven't had mice in over a year at this point. Used to have a bad mice issue. And even if we did, the force in which it was knocked. There's no way something as small as a mouse could do that. First incident. The next, about 3 to 5 days later, My sister is upstairs in our living room that's closer to our backyard, up at 1 a.m. messaging her friend. As she's replying with a voice message we actually have saved, she heard a loud thump/ball noise, almost as if a ping pong ball had bounced off something, but a bit louder. Just random noise coming from a section of the room where she claims nothing fell to have made a noise. Third incident, my mom tells me a few days later she was up at 5 a.m. and heard loud thump noises from my room. She claimed it sounded like I was going up the stairs. I was not even home that morning or night she heard it, as I stayed at my girlfriend's house. So I'm starting to think, is there some kind of ghost or something that makes this stuff happen? Or what's going on? Because I remembered this started happening the day after the hospital visit. Fourth incident. I was upstairs in my sister's room with my cat and I was just playing with him. And out of nowhere, something behind me, a window ledge that you place on top as a decor for looks, had slid and fell back. It's approximately 6 to 7 feet tall and it was placed against the wall. And my sister claims the way it was placed, no way it could have fell without it getting pushed. As it had about a 65 to 70 degree angle towards the wall, gravity definitely would keep it stable from falling back. So at this point I'm like, okay, what's going on? Nope, not done yet. Fifth incident. I'm at my girlfriend's house and my sister is texting me at 12:30 a.m. or some super late time. She sends me a video of my kitten being super weird and staring off into a certain part of the living room. Same one she heard the noise. She sends another video, and this is where it gets spooky. Asher lays down, and as soon as he starts looking away, the noise is heard again. And even Asher heard it, as it scared him and made him look toward the direction of the ceiling, or corner of the wall where it seemed to have come from. So now, I'm like, okay, something weird is up. The last incident that happened probably about a month ago, I was laying sleeping in bed, and above me there's this Joker wooden framed picture that's placed directly center of my bed, about 6 to 10 inches above my head, and 2 or 3 inches away from where my head rests. I woke up the next day with the picture, which is roughly 1.5 feet in width and 2 feet in height, was directly next to my bed in between the cat tower I have and the bed, and it was upside down. Since then, nothing unusual has happened besides the garage item falling again. But something was placed above it, and we think it had something to do with it, unlike last time. My kitten also acts crazy around 12 to 1 a.m, but it's normal from what Google says. But these incidents are freaky, and I have the sound recordings for both and the videos as well of my kitten. December 18th, 2021. My sister was recording my kitten acting very weird and sketched out around 10:30 p.m. as I was showering. She recorded another thump/ball falling kind of noise right around Asher looking up at the ceiling, towards the same direction we caught him in the second video. My sister did not even realise the noise until I pointed it out, as it made me actually say, what the fuck? Then she started freaking out too, as she claimed she didn't recognise hearing that as she recorded. This is kind of becoming a bit weird for me, but I'll still believe it can be scientifically proven. Just odd. My house, after living for 18 to 19 years in it, never made noises before, and before claiming temperatures drop can cause pipes to make noises, keep in mind it's December, yet somehow the weather here is still somewhat warm. Last week, we had 70-degree Fahrenheit weather, and 50 tornadoes touched down across a few states at the same time. I haven't really spoken to anyone about this, other than my boyfriend and his brother. His brother gave off the impression he thought I was crazy and laughed it off, so I've not said anything to anyone since. It's been driving me crazy ever since I saw it. This happened in March 2021. Where I live in England, there's a lot of countryside. At the time it happened, I was driving down a small country road that was parallel to a main road. Just a large field, and bush on the other side next to the main road to separate them. I was talking to my boyfriend and I noticed this very tall human-like figure at the side of the road. It was extremely skinny, like it was skin on bones and nothing else. Didn't appear to have clothes on, pale skin. It looked really unhealthy. I don't really see its face, but from the quick glance I got it looked like it had an indistinguishable facial features, like it was blurred on a Photoshop app. It crossed the road into the field in front of me extremely quickly, and then disappeared into an open field. I slowed right down and looked back into the field. It was mid-evening, so it was getting dark, but enough that you could still see. There was nothing it could have hid behind. The grass was too short to hide in, and there was no way any human could have ran the entire length of that field to the bush on the other side in such a short amount of time. It was just vanished into thin air. My boyfriend told me to stop the car, but I was terrified and everything in me told me to continue driving, so I never stopped to check it out. Not sure whether that was a mistake or not. I don't know why it's terrified me so much. I can't stop thinking about it and it's driving me crazy. I'm searching for an explanation. I know it may be unlikely, but has anyone else seen something like this? If so, any ideas what it was? My only explanation is something paranormal. If it were human, how did it just vanish like that? I really hope this is allowed. I'm really sorry if it isn't. We often go to the Cottonwood Disc Golf Course to eat and play, as it's been a very comfortable, convenient place to do so. But within the past month or so, we've experienced a lot of weird and scary things that make us not want to go back alone. The first thing we both experienced was honestly the most terrifying night of my life. We went to some park to eat some calzones and relax. However, the area, although lit normally, seemed darker than usual and 100% silent. My partner then felt very, very odd and watched, and locked the doors without saying a word. Eventually, they spotted some kind of fabric in the right mirror outside the car, flapping around. Feeling immediately unsettled, they tried to focus on other things. I was oblivious to the entirety of this until I saw the same piece of fabric flapping outside as well, and having a wave of intense dread and unease washed over me. Without questioning a thing, we drove away as fast as we could. The feeling didn't leave until the next morning though, and we drove for multiple hours to try and avoid it, even driving close to downtown, which was the only thing that made it feel even slightly better, until we left the area again. We felt watched within our bedroom the entire night afterwards. Eventually, while thinking about the experience, they got what they described as a flash of the creature's life, and were too frightened to describe it. A couple weeks later, after calming down from the adventure, I had seen a very tall, pale yet dark-skinned creature, almost as if it were oily. It had long arms and looked somehow rough. It's difficult to explain. I too got a flash of its face while driving away, which was highly unsettling, but my partner didn't seem to notice. So I kept quiet about the whole thing, and just tonight, while disc golfing, they saw some sort of long-armed humanoid watching us from the darkness of the woods surrounding us. A pale face with dark eyes, a wide mouth that could be understood as smiling, with bits of skin connecting the top and bottom lips, and a rough but oily complexion. We're mostly posting this to find out information on it, as nothing we've seen has matched our description exactly, and we want to know if anyone else has seen something at this park, or has had similar experiences. So, I guess it started to begin sometime back in June, right before graduation. As most people are, I was happily awaiting the day I'd finally be out of school. I was eager and excited. But I guess something seemed that and lashed onto me. It was the week before graduation when I started to feel an extremely negative energy coming directly from a specific corner of my closet. My closet is one of the types where it's two white folding doors that you slide open. I was just up watching YouTube that night when it just felt like kind of like I was being watched. It didn't take long for me to realize where this feeling was coming from. The corner of my closet with a vent. Now, I'm no idiot. I know we sometimes feel like we're being watched even though there's nothing there. But this felt absolutely different. You know the scenes in that film Insidious where Dalton falls off the ladder in the dark attic and stares at the furnace? Or the scene where Elise is staring at the corner of the ceiling at the demon and no one else can see it? That's what it felt like. It wasn't just the occasional feeling of being watched. It was the feeling of, if I look away, something is going to pounce from that corner and eat me alive. The presence felt threatening. So I took some sage and smudged my room. But even then, I didn't feel safe enough to sleep until the sun rose. But I had an even worse experience the next day. I typically kept my closet open, and because it made me feel more comfortable, but that changed after this. It was around 2 p.m. when I was just watching a movie our teacher had on in Zoom, when I sensed movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw what looked like an old woman crawling along the top shelf of my closet. The apparition lasted only for a split second, but it scared the living shit out of me. It wasn't like how they say in those type of stories. She wasn't transparent. She wasn't a shadow. She looked like a living, real and breathing person crawling at an impossible speed. But despite the fact that it felt like my soul left and was halfway to hell already after seeing that, I'm willing to admit that it could have just been from my exhaustion from school and the 1 hour sleep. But ever since graduation, I felt like something is watching me at night. I can feel its eyes on me as I sleep. And like always, it's never just the feeling of being watched. It always feels directly threatening. Not a night has gone by once then in my room where I don't feel someone or something is standing right above me as I sleep, watching me, threatening me. For the longest time, that's all it was. But I kept feeling like I was going insane. But I know I'm not. I sleep alone at my mom's house, and I'm perfectly fine. I feel alone. But it started to get worse when it felt like something started to touch me when I tried to sleep. It starts with the feeling of being gazed upon like prey. Then as I start to ignore it, it feels like hands slowly gliding down my blanket. The first time it happened, I jumped out of bed thinking someone broke in, only to find my room completely empty. Then it started vocalizing, I think. The first time I heard it was back in August when it sounded like an older man sighed at the foot of my bed. I didn't dare go back to sleep. The second time it sounded like a woman gasping, and the third time it sounded like an old man imitating a puppy's yip right in my ear. I also feel like I could hear rummaging in my room at night. Occasionally it sounds like a bag is being moved or something. I've dreaded going to sleep every night, so I started bringing my dog Bugsy to bed with me, and it seemed to make activity disappear for about a week. I distinctly remember cuddling up to Bugsy one night, but I couldn't fall asleep because I felt Bugsy pitter-patter on the foot of my bed. It started imitating my dog. That was its new thing for a while, the feeling of dog feet walking around my legs. Then I would start hearing Bugsy bark in the rooms he wasn't in. Same for my dog Shadow. And it was around this time when Shadow died in his sleep from a random heart attack completely out of nowhere. And I'm terrified that it was a direct threat to me, killing my precious angel for no reason but to threaten me. Then it started to threaten Bugsy. Every night starting after Shadow's death in October, he'd growl at the closet. This happened for about 2 weeks, until it evolved into Bugsy full-on snarling at the closet like it was taunting them. The most recent activity was tonight. That's why I'm writing this. I felt the eyes, the threatening purpose. I felt the satanic was running down my back and up my neck all night. I need help. I need to know what this is and how to get rid of it. Or I fear what I'm doing with my dog Bugsy and me. This happened to me a couple years ago, but at dinner last night my parents and I talked about it again. Growing up, our house felt dark. Because of the placement of the windows, not much sun would shine in. Other than that, it was a normal home. There were little things here and there that were odd though. There was a room at the end of the hall that my best friend and I would have our sleepovers in, like a second family room that was connected to the kitchen. We would be up giggling late at night, and we would hear what sounded like the cupboard shutting. Since that family room didn't have a door and it was closer to the kitchen, I always made her sleep closest to it. Terrible, I know, lol. Also, in the middle of the night, I would hear what sounded like someone running alongside the length of our roof. My mother also heard this. I always told myself that someone was doing parkour in our neighbourhood, and that would put me at ease enough to forget about the noise and fall asleep. Once, my younger sister said she woke up one night and there was a little girl with a scary face in her doorway. We didn't believe her much. When I was 19, I moved into that room at the end of the kitchen. More independence as it was far away from the other side of the house with all the bedrooms. Sleeping in that room, I would feel like something was in the corner sometimes, in the shadows, watching me. Since it didn't have a door, I used to use those wooden room splitters that people change behind. One night, I'm on my phone under the covers in the dark, and I hear what sounds like someone throw themselves to the floor. I sat straight up in the dark and called out to my sister, assuming it might have been her. We had no dogs or pets, and even though it was out of character for my sister to do something like that, this was my first and only assumption as to what made that noise. As I sat in bed, my eyes adjusting to the dark, I heard that thing start crawling on the carpet and go under my bed, hitting my shoeboxes underneath. When I tell you I leaped out of bed and ran to go get my dad, he came to my room all half asleep, laid on my bed, told me there was nothing there and went back to his room. I sat on my desk across the room from my bed, staring at the space underneath my bed. Even at 19, there was no way I was looking under there. And what? Be confronted with a monster so hideous and so traumatizing? Growing up on paranormal and horror films, my imagination really was my own enemy at this point. After what felt like hours, I told myself I had managed the whole thing. And knowing I had to get up for school in 2 hours, I laid back down in bed. As I got comfortable on my back, my bed began to breathe. The mattress beneath me rose a bit and sank a little bit. Rose and sank. I just stared at the ceiling in the dark, trying to calm my breathing and keep my heart from exploding out my ears. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up the next morning feeling fine. I never felt that watchful feeling again. It's as if that thing crawled back home from a portal underneath my bed. After a couple of days, I finally lifted my bed up to check underneath, and all my shoeboxes were perfectly aligned how I left them. I told my parents what happened, and they said I had dreamed the whole thing. It was a very short dream, about a week ago, but it stuck with me since because of how vivid and real it was. I dreamed I was building a wall in Germany. Right before I woke up, I saw the word Wehrmacht written on the side of a truck. I was building a wall or structure thing I'd never seen before. Then, I was hit by artillery and died quickly. I was pouring cement into a mould to make a weird block-looking thing. Normally, I wouldn't really think twice about this, but it was so vivid I figured, I'll look into it. I didn't know this before the dream and wasn't familiar with it before. Maybe I saw it on the History Channel or something in the past, but never something I studied or researched in the slightest. I just thought they were called Nazis, the German army, Axis powers, etc. I didn't know they were specifically called the Wehrmacht. Here's where it gets weird. When I was researching this, I found something called the Siegfried line. This is such a small detail that I'm almost positive I'd never heard of it before. So, I had a dream I was in the German army I'd never heard of called the Wehrmacht, working on a very specific defense mission for the German army, before getting hit with a shell and dying on the spot. I'm a very skeptical person and still trying to wrap my head around this. It sounds ridiculous, but it was like seeing a part of my past life. I think we're reincarnated, or consciousness, in a sense, gets recycled, and we are born from multiple consciousnesses from multiple people. Like we're a mix of several past lives or something. Again, I'd never even consider this unless it had happened to me and been so profound. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my sisters and I used to share a room. Most nights my older sister and I would see two distinct figures. She would see a lady in white standing in the doorway directly in front of my bed. I would see a man with red eyes, or at least I thought it was a man, as all I could see were red eyes. Though my sister could see the lady, she said she never spoke to her. She just stood there getting closer every night. While I, on the other hand, would see a pair of bright red eyes staring at me from the closet. A disembodied masculine voice would whisper, "JJ, come to the closet and play," over and over. Sometimes my older sister and I would jump in each other's beds and hide under the blankets until morning. This was going on for months, until my dad decided to get the house blessed again. We never saw them after that. I'm 24 now, and my wife and I recently had a baby. I've been having weird dreams recently. They would always start with me standing in my son's room, staring at the closet, and the familiar set of red eyes would stare back at me. My most recent dream, he actually spoke, his voice a lot deeper and booming than I remember. "You didn't come play with me, but your son may be the one to play," he said before I woke up. I called my dad and told him about the whole thing. He told me he remembers me telling him about that man years before, but just then, he went silent for about 5 minutes. When he spoke again, he recounted seeing the same figure as a child. He also told me he remembered having the same dream after I was born. I've blessed my house twice already, but I can only protect my son so much. I really, really hope that he doesn't go play in the closet. I may never see him again. When I was 27, my mom and I got into a car accident. I remember the moment of impact and the dreaming of my mom walking away from me. I ran to catch up with her, and she turned and said, "No, don't follow me," and kept walking. After a moment's pause, I started to follow again, and she turned around again and said, "Ian, don't follow me. Your daughter needs you." I was confused because I had no children and asked her what she meant. But she just continued to walk away. I wanted to follow her. I felt like I was being pulled towards her, but I stayed where I was. My next memory is of waking up in the hospital. Apparently, I'd been seriously injured. My heart had stopped in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and no one knew if I was going to pull through for several days. I asked if my mom was okay, and was told she died almost instantly upon impact. I chose not to tell anyone about my dream, but I did have a nagging feeling about what my mom had said about my daughter, so I asked my girlfriend, now my wife, to take a pregnancy test, which was positive. My daughter is 6 years old now. Her middle name is my mom's name. Since she was a baby, it seemed like she was seeing someone who wasn't there. She would look over my shoulder and her eyes would fixate on something. She'd react as if someone was interacting with her, reaching out to them, smiling or giggling at them, crawling towards them. We thought it was normal baby stuff until our son came along and didn't do anything like that. She learned the word nana despite none of us remembering teaching it to her, as my wife's mom is grandma, not Nana. Recently, I was going through a family photo album my dad had given me to scan the photos, and she pointed to a photo of my mom and said, "That's Nana." I started telling her about my mom and mentioned she'd never met her, but my daughter disagreed. She'd said she'd talked to her Nana, but couldn't remember when. She did remember that her Nana told her a funny story about how I fell into a river when I was 9, and recounted it in the same way my mom used to tell the story. I know all of these things can somewhat be explained away rationally. Brains can do some wacky things during traumatic experiences and after head injuries. It's possible I'd subconsciously noticed my wife's pregnancy symptoms and that came out in my dream. Kids have vivid imaginations. Maybe someone told my daughter the story and forgot about it. But I like to think my mom really did save me from dying that day and is watching over us. I like to think that at least my daughter didn't miss out on meeting my mom. It's comforting, feeling like maybe she's still out there. My dad told me he was going back to his country for a month. He had some business stuff to do, and then he'll be back. I mean, it was pretty normal of him to do this. He'd go every few years or so to handle business matters with his family. He called me on the way to the airport and said he will call after he lands there. I had been struggling mentally due to the pandemic and losing my job. He knew this, and so he was calling about once a week or so to check in on me. After a couple of weeks of him being away, he tried calling me non-stop for a few days in a row. I didn't answer. I was super depressed and just didn't want to talk to anyone. Then, a week or so passes, and I get a message from my uncle that my dad has COVID, so he can't board his flight that was the following week. At this point, we were getting videos, pictures, and messages from my uncle of his condition. I've never seen my dad in a hospital before. And here he was in a hospital gown. About 2.5 more weeks passed. They were updating us the entire time about his condition. It got worse, then got better. Then they said they were releasing him home because he was a lot better. I was skeptical, but okay nonetheless. I was happy. But about a week before he was released home, something I couldn't shake. I had a premonition. I'd gotten a phone call, a man's voice telling me my dad passed and a woman screaming in the background, and I was just in shock. So now, going back to the parts when he came home and we got the news that he was getting better, I thought, oh, it's just your anxiety again. He's not going to die. The premonition was a lie. But 2 days passed, and guess what? I got the phone call, with the man's voice saying your dad has passed away. It was my cousin. I heard the screams in the background. It was my aunt. Just exactly how I had imagined or daydreamed of. I mean, I was awake when I had the premonition. That's kind of what it felt like. A daydream. And my cousin and aunt weren't the people who were in the house with him. They lived about 30 miles away. My relatives in the house had been trying to call me but couldn't get through. So they told my cousin to call me and give me the news. He passed away tragically at the age of 25, due to a drunk driver hitting us almost 4 years ago. He gives me messages that I know it's him. This is one example. I was having such a hard time with his death and everything in my life last year during the beginning of COVID. I tried to join a giveaway for a reading from a medium online and was so desperate to have that reading so I could communicate with him, but I didn't win. I was so bummed, and that made me go into a deeper depression. I was so mad that I couldn't communicate with him that way. Later on that week, I ordered a tuna Subway sandwich and a breakfast sub with veggies and eggs. I ate half of each and went to take a nap. I woke up, got up to use the restroom, and turned on the TV. then was about to eat the other half of both sandwiches. I kid you not, they were both still whole, like I had never touched them or eaten them. I jumped and took them out of the wrap and turned on every light, lamp in my apartment, even my closet lights. I knew I ate half of both of them. I mean, my stomach was still kind of full. I only took a 2-hour nap and woke back up to eat the rest. No one else was in the apartment. I lived alone with my toddler and she was away with her grandma for a few days. So just me, and I had no visitors for weeks, maybe months at this point. It was like he was telling me that he was there and I didn't need to contact a psychic to talk to him. He's been there all along. It was comforting and freaky and hilarious all at once. Oh, and how did I know it was him and not someone else's ghost? He passed away in front of a subway. In my early childhood, my family and I lived in an old 2-story farmhouse in rural Illinois. The first time I saw it, I remember getting up early to watch Saturday morning cartoons. As I started down the stairs, a dark silhouette that was vaguely man-shaped passed by the bottom of the stairs. It had the look of oily, blackish grey smoke. No eyes or features, just the loose shape of a man. Frightened, I ran back to my room and hid under my covers until I fell back asleep. When I awoke, I tried going downstairs again. This time, it was on the stairs coming up. Again, I ran and hid in my bed. This time, it followed me into my room. I remember that to look at it was like being drawn into it and just froze in terror. I must have passed out. I don't remember what happened after it came into my room, and I got a good look at it. Not a pleasant experience. I wouldn't recommend it. I can't imagine not having told my parents about the black ghost, but they must have not believed me. At no point in any of this did any adult do anything about it, or acknowledge it. Because years later, when I was in my 30s, I asked Mom if she remembers me talking about it, and she didn't. It went on from that first encounter when I was maybe 5 or 6, up until we moved out of the house when I was 9. I do wonder how someone could miss the fact that their kid is spooked the fuck out all the time though. For years, if I was out in the yard playing by myself, there was a good chance the shadow was going to fuck my day up. It would just be behind me. If I turned around and looked behind me, it would be there. It would not often wander into my field of vision. I had to look at it. It did things to get my attention, like throwing sand or making noise. Sometimes it spoke, but not with a voice. I just kind of knew what it was saying. I would speak to it when I knew it was behind me. I stopped doing that when I asked who it was. The shadow told me it was me. I didn't like that at the time. All but once these incidents happened in broad daylight. Once, I was looking out the window and saw it come out of the barn at night. The only other thing of note is that I once lost a whole year when I was looking at the stars one night. I'll tell that another time. All the shadow incidents stopped when we moved from that house. I sometimes consider going back and trying to contact it, just to see what the hell it wanted. One of the first things I've noticed is the thing's ability to mimic voices and other sounds. The best example that comes to mind is an incident that took place once when I was home alone. I went to my office to get some paper when I started hearing footsteps and banging cabinets in the kitchen, down the hall. It was so distinct and loud that I actually thought someone broke in, and I grabbed a letter opener to defend myself. When I investigated, no one was in the kitchen. However, I thought I saw a black figure standing on my stair landing as I walked by, peering around the banister at me. A similar incident took place a few months ago. I was trying to go to sleep in my bedroom downstairs when I suddenly heard the doors upstairs slamming open and shut. My room seems to be especially active. The TV in the room often turns on and off on its own, and the picture frames I have hanging on the wall occasionally rock back and forth in the night. The thing often mimics my daughter's voices. As I was getting ready one morning, I heard a voice that sounded like my eldest coming from my closet, saying, "Hey Mom." This is just one of several incidents. I also tend to hear scratching and breathing noises coming from the closet at night. The thing in the house also moves things around when I'm not looking. I heard a crash coming from my office one night, and when my daughter and I walked in to investigate, we saw that a few books had been tossed off by a shelf, landing farther away than they would have if they'd simply fallen. I also had my metronome moved quietly off of my piano and onto the floor several feet away. Finally, there was one especially jarring incident where I thought I saw the thing in the house. I was outside grilling dinner in the yard, and I decided to turn around and glance through my downstairs window. Something in me just told me to look. I swear that in the window, I saw this emaciated, skeletal-looking entity. It couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, but it was looking out the window, right back at me. Honestly, I'm at a loss. I have no idea what the thing in my house is. I know some of the information must sound contrived and ridiculous, but I swear it's all true. My 2 young adult daughters, who are both skeptics, also believe something is in the house. They both have told me that they hear the mimicked voices and crashing sounds too. I live in a super rural area and walk my dog outside in the dark every night. Tonight, I was walking her later than usual, and things felt very off. First, we went outside and I walked no more than 2 feet away from the door and felt something wet under my foot. I checked my shoes and there was a slug. It didn't look like a normal slug, but I don't know what else to call it, just in the middle of my shoe. I have no clue how it got there because I knew it wasn't there when I put them on. As I'm trying to figure out what the hell is in my shoes, my dog starts freaking out and growling at the house across the street. She doesn't do this somewhat commonly because they have dogs that attacked her once, so I didn't think much of it and went inside to get her another pair of shoes. I walked back outside and was immediately struck with the feeling that something was wrong. The first time I was out, I heard weird, quiet music, but just thought the neighbours were playing something. This time, the music was gone, but there was this incessant, high-pitched shriek periodically. Me and my dog literally stopped. I just stopped and stood for like a minute listening. There was this periodic shriek and then this other sound, like a high-pitched bark. Definitely not a fox. I know that sound, and none of the dogs in the area bark like that. Every now and again. The worst part is that everything was silent. If you live in the country, you know it's never silent, not even in the winter. I took a recording on my phone of the noises, but they weren't super loud, so it didn't pick them up very well. So I'm feeling a little weird, but I get scared easily. So I tried to brush it off and let my dog go at the bathroom. As soon as I stop the recording, my dog starts flipping out, hackles raised, growling, barking, and jumping at something behind us in the yard. She didn't have to tell me twice, so we ran to the door and inside my house. I shut the door behind us and immediately felt relief. I felt like I was being chased trying to get to the door. My dog ran around the house and did a check out of the windows to make sure everything was clear, I guess, and went to bed. I don't know what happened, but it scared the shit out of me. I'm just hoping I'm being paranoid. My father was friends with a man who owned a house that was built close to a rock cliff. I used to go with him to visit beginning at age 8 or 9, and of course would inevitably go near the cliff and stare down and across. It was 77 feet from the top of the cliff to a rock floor that a large pond lay about 30 feet beyond. If you stood at the top of the cliff looking directly across, there was another cliff of equal height and equal distance from the bottom, 70 to 77 feet. Except at the bottom of that cliff was just the large pond, no rock floor. For added effect, a 2-man metal gondola connected to a steel cable and pulley system was installed to allow crossing to the other cliff, with the pond 70-some feet below. I wanted to cross it, but both Dad's friend and Dad said it hadn't been used or maintained in years, and most likely wasn't safe. At age 18, I revisited the spots with a female acquaintance I'd known for some time. Snow was everywhere, and the pond was moving slowly, filled with ice chunks. Scenic. The remnants of the gondola were gone. A decision at some point to remove it. We sat down near the edge of the cliff, and I began to tell the gondola story, pointing, gesturing, and trying to be clever. While talking, I looked to my right and saw a long, thick piece of metal protruding from the cliffside with a 5-foot piece of cable still attached, left over from the gondola. It had been an anchor bolt driven 5 feet deep into the solid rock cliff. I knew why it was still there, because I remember my dad and his friend attempting to remove it, or move it, and it wouldn't budge. I decided to demonstrate. I got up and got a firm grip. I yanked once, and the steel rod came out completely. Unfortunately, my weight was leaning backwards, and I went off the cliff. The moment my feet went airborne, my first thought was, I can't fall almost 80 feet and land on my back on a rock. Somehow, I was able to flip over in midair without touching anything, and was now facing forward, but had not yet dropped. But I then immediately did start to fall, which meant I defied gravity. The cliff wall was completely vertical. My feet came into contact with the cliff wall, and I ran. Not fell, but ran down the vertical rock, maintaining perfect posture and incredible speed. Again, gravity should have smashed me into the ground. It didn't. The ground was nearing quickly. Instead of my ankles breaking when coming in contact, I continued to run at the same speed off the cliff and onto the rock floor. Now looking horizontal, I couldn't slow down or stop. My legs felt like a detached machine that I couldn't stop still moving at an inhuman speed. I was headed straight toward the pond. I'd accepted it and said, so be it. With one foot in the grave left before the pond took over, my legs locked and stopped. My inertia, being what it was, didn't stop my upper torso, which leaned out over the water while my legs stayed locked into position. I slowly brought my upper torso in with my legs. I just stood there. I wasn't even out of breath, but my heart was pounding. I turned around and saw my friend looking down at me, unblinking and mouth agape. What I'd just done shouldn't have happened, but it did. The ride home was quiet for several seconds until I said, how did that happen? I laughed and said, wow. Pause. She said, you're a lucky guy. She didn't look over me. She didn't look at me when I took her home. She never looked at me again. I think she assigned what she witnessed me do as evil. Agreed, my body shouldn't have been able to defy gravity, but it did. I assign it as neither good nor evil, but whatever it was, it can't be medically detected. I spent my summers until 16 in Texas. I returned with my wife at age 24 for a visit with my family. I was anxious to share with her the different locations I'd grown up with. The year was 1979. After a full day of visiting old haunts, no pun intended, we exited a break in a wooded area and were greeted with the sight of the old Winston Hospital. I was familiar with it as it was the place that treated my foot laceration at age 9 and my broken ankle at age 14. Except it was obvious the hospital had long been closed. It hadn't been a new building the 2 times that I'd frequented it, but now it looked large, desolate, and creepy. I proceeded to fill my wife in on my time being there. It was approaching dusk. We had a Polaroid one-step camera. I started taking pics. About 4. 3 from the front, opposite side from us, and 1 from the back where we were facing. The photos developed and ejected within 70 seconds. But the camera operators of these instant photos were always instructed not to touch them other than along the neutral white borders, because the photo continued to develop for several minutes after ejection. We stood around for a while, talking, then bagged the completed developed photos and left. The photos were viewed about 1 month later with friends after arriving home. When the hospital photo was revealed, the 3 photos taken in front were perfect. The 1 photo at the back, surprising and creepy. The back of the hospital facing the woods we exited was 6 stories tall and not 1 pane of glass in any. The window openings were evenly spaced on every floor. In the photo, there were now semi-illuminated figures of people-shaped figures in the windows. 2 in some, 3 in a few, 1 in the majority. There was no mistaking their shape. With the exception of a few, all of the windows had an image in it. Floors 3 and 4 had the most. 4 through 6 as well, except all windows only showed a single figure. We were stunned. Our friends made ghost sounds and laughed, and the conversation continued as they rummaged through the remaining photos. My wife and I just looked at each other in stunned silence. After everyone left, we examined the photo again. It was unmistakable. We ruled out camera or lighting faults simply due to the figures. They varied in height and positioning, as people would do it if standing at a window. We'd gotten a ghost photo. My biggest regret? My wife asked me to burn it. Not tear it up and throw it away, but to burn it. She associated the image with evil. I didn't. She continued with her insistence throughout the week, and as she watched, I burnt the photo until it was ashes. Had it been 2021 and not 1979, I would have sent it to Reddit, Polaroid, TikTok, the internet, and all of the now too familiar paranormal shows on the tube. But it wasn't, and I couldn't. But I had it. The ghost photo extraordinaire, and it's gone by my own hand. I've always believed in ghosts, like my whole life. I don't think I've ever been afraid of anything weird or unexplainable happening around me, because I feared that it could be a ghost or whatever. But yesterday, I had the weirdest experience of my life, and it left me terrified. So I'd had a pretty rough day. It was the last day of my college term, and I had had someone follow me home. I was a bit spooked, so my boyfriend came round since I was home alone with my dog. Anyways, we're playing with my dog, and then I decide to work on my university application at the dining table. My boyfriend starts to say he's going to go upstairs and snoop around for his Christmas presents. So I push the chair out and run after him, just as a joke thing. My dog stood at the bottom of the stairs, he's not allowed upstairs unless it's bedtime, and waited for us. We start hearing him crying, which is really unusual, so we go downstairs immediately and comfort him. When we go back to the dining table, my heart drops. My living room is open plan. It's a living and dining space with a gap in between. In the gap, there's a big sideboard unit that has pictures of my relatives, some passed on, some still alive. And then I've just put one up on a baby scan of my niece or nephew. The room has a wood floor, and the chairs are pretty heavy. When I go back into the room, the chair I was sitting on is right up against the unit, placed as if someone was sitting on it and looking at the pictures. My boyfriend thought it could be when I stood up to take after him, but we tried it out and the chairs were so heavy, it barely moved. We thought it could have been my dog, but he's too small, and we would have heard the noise of the chair against the floor. We have no explanation for it, and it's so weird that it's against the one place that my relatives' pictures are on. It really creeped me out, and I'm kind of scared to be alone in the house again. It happened the last 2 nights, and I know it's nothing to do with my girlfriend whose home I'm currently at. The item in question is a bodhrán. For those who don't know what that is, it's an Irish drum. It was bought by her deceased grandfather before I met her and him. Location is the bedroom. It's situated next to a set of drawers opposite the bed and tucked down the right-hand side up against the wall. It's wedged in well, and on top of some old clothes that have supported it for many months. There is no open window causing a draft anywhere in the house, which could potentially move it either. It was moved the last 2 nights. I only told her this morning, so I know she's not moved it herself. Wednesday night, I was watching a YouTube video on my phone while she slept next to me. After I removed my headset, I heard it scraping against the drawers and rolling towards my side of the bed. There's junk on the floor, which, if it happened naturally, it wouldn't have gotten to my side of the bed. I also have my clothes dumped on the floor next to my side of the bed. It came to rest on top of my clothes, so it rolled up on top of them. It made quite a bit of noise as it made its way over. Thursday night, I was tired and fell asleep quickly, and slept through until this morning. When I woke up, I noticed it immediately. I called the girlfriend over to check it out. I didn't move it myself, and she would have seen me or even heard me move it out the bed, as it's not the quietest bed when you adjust your position. It was in the same place as the previous night. It's been placed behind the sofa today, and we're going to see if anything happens again tonight. She is certain that her grandfather is trying to get my attention with all this happening. It's certainly sudden, but confuses me. We never met, as he passed before I met her. I don't get any sinister vibes from this. Just shocked more than anything. I've lived in my apartment for a little over 6 months now, and I'm convinced that there is an entity, possibly poltergeist, living here with my roommate and I. I'll explain some of the more jarring incidents, but there's also been countless little things happen, like things moving, random noises, etc. One morning, I was getting ready for work, went to the bathroom and came back to my room minutes later. I have a storage tote by my bed that I use as a nightstand. Sitting on top of it were my keys, a folded shirt, and a rolling tray with baggies and rolling paper on that. When I entered my room, I saw the lid of the tote flipped over onto the ground, with everything that was on top of it underneath it, positioned exactly as it was when the lid was on the tote. Not as if the lid was lifted and everything fell off in the process and scattered onto the floor. I know the lid was on just minutes ago, because I woke up and grabbed my phone that was sitting on the tote. My roommate was in bed sleeping during this incident. This one freaked me out big time. I was sitting in my living room playing video games and saw a flash drive that was sitting on the TV stand just slowly move towards the edge and fall onto the ground. Roommate and I both saw that happen. That was significant because it was the first time we actually saw something move and didn't just hear it from another room. My mirror broke by falling over on its own while it was propped up against a wall in my room. I never got around to throwing it away though. A few months later, one of the glass shards that was still glued to the frame was removed and fell to the floor. I didn't see this happen, but heard it from outside my room. I've also gone into my room and randomly found small mirror shards on the ground near my bed, which is nowhere near where the mirror sits against the wall broken. I was hanging up clothes in my closet and felt something very cold come around my foot. It wasn't a solid touch, it just felt like energy, but also a very noticeably ice-cold sensation. It was very sudden and scared the fuck out of me. This one sent me running straight out of my room. There were no drafts, door and window were closed, and AC was off. The majority of the activity has happened in my room. I also suspect that this may be a poltergeist that is specifically attached to me, because ever since moving into this apartment, I've had a very unusual, frequent bad luck. Like just really out of the blue bad things happen to me on an almost daily basis. I've never experienced so much bad energy and negativity before in my life. It's not even that I'm unhappy or upset with all of this, but mostly just very perplexed. Me and my husband have always been believers in ghosts. And since moving into our new flat 14 months ago, he hasn't experienced any sleep paralysis or spooky feelings, like something in his room with him. Our old house, he kept having sleep paralysis and never felt alone. I luckily never experienced anything there. Last night, something very strange happened. I woke up to go to the toilet last night, and when I got back into bed, I tossed and turned a couple times. And when I finally got comfy, I was trying to drift off for maybe 5 minutes max. When I felt a little bit frightened, the feeling like someone was watching me, and I felt my arm hair stand up. Then it was like a blanket of cold air covered my body, starting from my legs, then to torso and head. I wasn't under the duvet. As the cold air got to my torso, I felt like quickly batting it with my arm, but I was frozen in fear. As this cold air got to my head, I heard this muffled sound in my right ear. I had earplugs in. It was sort of like a croaky gurgling noise, and then it was gone, and my body started to warm up. Then I opened my eyes as quick as I could, and as wide as I could, and thought, what the fuck was that? This experience lasted less than a minute. I then grabbed my husband and his arm cuddled me back, and he told me he couldn't sleep. I then said, "Do you feel weird?" And he said yes. I said, "Did you feel like something was in the room with us?" He said yes. This morning, I told him my experience, and I asked him did he feel cold, and he said he did, and all his hair stood up, and he had felt something in the room. I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm actually quite excited I experienced it. Is that normal? Recently, my friend and I were recalling unexplained and possibly paranormal experiences we've had in the past. And I remembered this one that I'd pushed out of my mind. Honestly, for good reason. Both of us are believers in the paranormal, but also try to find a scientific and logical answer of what we've experienced before jumping to a paranormal explanation. However, neither of us were able to reach a logical conclusion on what I'm about to describe. Firstly, a bit of backstory. The house I grew up in was in a neighbourhood almost completely surrounded by forest and greenery. While that sounds like it would be tranquil to be around, it was not. Myself and other friends of mine have felt very uneasy walking through those woods, even in the daytime. And not just the usual I feel like someone's following me feeling you sometimes get in forests or other areas like that. It felt like someone was watching you from the second you stepped into the woods. My house was on a street extremely close to the forest. It was about a 2-minute walk from my house to the main trail. Off the main trail, you were immediately met by thick forest. There were a few small clearings before the huge open field behind the forest itself, so it would take a long time to fight your way through the large forest before getting there. Very few people would make the trek out there, so I could almost guarantee that every time I went out there, I would be able to enjoy nature in serene isolation. In the warm months of the year, I like to spend my free time walking through the forest, especially in fall when the leaves had all turned orange and red, just before they would start to fall from the trees. This story takes place on one of those fall days. I had been walking through the forest, listening to music with my earbuds in, for at least a couple hours. The last time I had ran into anyone else was around an hour ago, as per usual for my walks. Even though I knew I was probably very alone, apart from various wildlife, I remember still not being able to shake the feeling that someone was very close to me. The sun was also setting, so any sane person would be heading home by now anyways. After walking for a while longer, I decided to eventually start heading back in the direction of the main trail. By this time, the sun was barely still out. It was getting dark pretty fast. I had almost made it to a pretty nice clearing, but there was no way in hell I was going to go there, only to have to walk home in the dark in the forest for hours, especially since I was already very unsettled. As I turned around to head back towards home, I heard a voice muffled by the music playing in my earbuds come from behind me. I had been in very deep thought for a few minutes, so I was a bit startled, but assumed I had accidentally spoken out loud to myself. Before I could even take a couple steps further, I heard someone speak again. Fully aware of my surroundings now, I froze dead in my tracks, my heart pounding as I took my right earbud out and sharply turned around to see who was behind me. I was horrified to see a person standing with their back towards me, looking off in the distance. Everything about them looked so familiar, and it took me a couple seconds to come to the horrifying realization that I was staring into the back of myself. It was wearing my dark navy and white plaid jacket, the black hood of the very hoodie I was wearing, resting on the collar of my jacket. Even my same short, blonde, unkempt hair, with its brassy undertones shining in the last bit of light left from the setting sun. And then it spoke again. It's not too far ahead now, in my voice. My exact voice, cadence, tone, everything. It took me a second to snap out of the paralyzing fear I was in and book it home. I didn't try to speak to whatever it was. I just ran as fast as I could to the main trail and out of the forest. As I ran, I could have sworn I had heard someone chasing me the whole way out of the forest, which might have just been a product of being hyper aware of my surroundings in my state of fear. But I didn't dare look behind me because I was terrified of what I might have seen when I looked behind my shoulder to check. After nearly tripping on fallen branches and stumps a million times, I tore out of the forest and onto the road adjacent to my street. I kept running until I was on the complete opposite side of the road from the edge of the forest. I turned around, and the only thing I saw were the bushes and branches I pushed through on my way out, springing back into their natural place. I stood there, staring at the forest for a minute, before heading home in fear whatever that was would pop out, but saw nothing. I didn't go back into the woods for some time after that, and almost every returning visit, I brought a friend with me. My friend told me she also had odd experiences in those woods, and so had her sister. They had both seen tall, dark figures standing in the woods when they took walks through the forest together. One of them would see the figure, say nothing about it to the other, and then book it out of the forest together. I'd seen similar figures, but had written it off as me seeing shadows from bigger trees, my mind playing tricks on me, etc. I'd blocked this out of my memory for a long time, until my friend had brought up her strange experiences in the forest, and how she constantly felt uneasy in it. Still to this day, years later, I cannot come up with a rational or scientific explanation for what I saw, and have had little luck looking online for answers too. By far, the craziest thing I've ever experienced. My question is why it's happening. I'm only 20 years old and I still live at home. My family built this house 15 years ago. The first and only family to live in it, so nobody has died within the physical house ever. We do live in the Midwest, so that may say something about the land that the house is built on, but I honestly couldn't say. Pretty much ever since I was a kid and we moved into the house, I've experienced strange occurrences that I can only attribute to being paranormal. My older brother recalls a couple experiences of his own, but we're the only two in the house that seriously believe that they are paranormal occurrences. The earliest I can remember was in the late 2000s, waking up in the middle of the night, seeing what looked like Aztec warriors doing some sort of dance at the end of my bed. I wouldn't say it was sleep paralysis, because I could sit up and move my arms and legs. This went on for about 15 to 20 seconds before I blinked, and they were suddenly gone. When I moved into another room on the ground floor, there were multiple times I would wake up in the middle of the night to hearing harmonica music coming from the living room. On one occasion, when I heard the music, I went out to see what it was and found every light in the house was turned on. On this occasion, my brother also remembers waking up face down on the floor in his room in a plank position, with the lights on, with no memory of getting down there. My latest encounter was when I was working on our computer in the downstairs living room. I was home alone at the time, the rest of the family was out of town. When I heard the door to our stairs go upstairs shut. It startled me, obviously, knowing I'm supposed to be alone, so I just called out, "Who did that?" After a couple seconds, a weird, airy voice that sounded like it was coming from all around me said, "I did." That was the first time I had actually had two-way contact with whatever was messing around in the house. And being alone that night, I went and stayed at a friend's house. A little while ago, I got a call from my brother, who was alone at the house, saying that he was laying in bed in his room watching TV, with the door just barely cracked open. He said that he heard tapping on the door and turned to see fingers tapping on the inside of the door, as if someone was hiding on the other side, grabbing the side of the door with their hand. When he got up to open the door to see who was doing it, the hand disappeared back outside of his room, and he couldn't find anyone or anything in the house. Other small things happen pretty often, like keys or wallets that you know were sitting on the end table, going missing for a half hour, then suddenly reappearing exactly where you left them. Well, honestly, it's a loss. Usually with stuff like this, there's a pattern to the behaviour, where it happens, but what we've witnessed just seems like the most random junk, and for absolutely no reason. I just want to start off by saying I'm 37 years old and I've never experienced anything like this in my life. And I hope to never experience it again. This happened 3 days ago. It was 11:30 at night and I was taking my dog out to go to the bathroom. My boyfriend and I live on about 4 acres of land. We have an overgrown field in the distance. It's somewhat near the house, but not super close. I was carrying one of those spotlight flashlights. It's so powerful that you can see the beam shoot through the night sky. My dog and I were getting close to the field, so I decided to scan it with the flashlight. What I saw next terrified me. I saw this creature walking through the field. It had a human-shaped head, but the eyes were nothing like I had ever seen. They were so big that it took up the majority of its face. They glowed in a way that I had never seen before. It was a piercing glow. I know that flashlights can create a certain type of reflective glow, but this was different. It was almost like the light was shooting out of its eyes. I live in a wooded area, so I have come into contact with many animals at night. This was not the eyes of any animal I've seen. It's weird, because I don't recall seeing a mouth, but that could be because I was so fixated on its abnormally large eyes that I wasn't paying attention to its lower face. Its eyes had this shocked but evil look to them. That expression really stood out to me because it was so eerie. Now let's get to the body. It was somewhat human-shaped, but it had abnormally long extremities. Even though the overgrown field covered some of its body, I could still tell the shape of it. The arms were too long for its body. I checked out how tall the overgrown grass was the next day, and I estimated that the creature was about 6 feet tall. The way it walked terrified me. It was facing me and walking sideways while staring at me. I have to admit, I got so scared that I lowered the flashlight to the ground, but then I got enough nerve to raise it back up after a few seconds. It had made its way down at the field a little bit more, but it was still walking sideways and staring at me with those terrifying eyes.
This happened back in 2019 when I went back to my hometown for summer vacation. One night, I dreamed about going on a road trip. In that dream, I was in a car looking outside the window. I saw a black figure behind the bush, appearing and disappearing as the car moved. We stopped by the gas station, but I could still see the black figure staring at me. The feeling was creepy, and it gave me chills down my spine. As the car started to move again, I turned around and saw the black figure right behind us. I was spooked. I suddenly woke up in cold sweats and my body was numb. As soon as I touched the blankets, I felt uneasy. I could feel eyes on me. I slowly looked down towards the bottom of the bed. The black figure I saw in my dream was on the foot of my bed. I tried to scream, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I was too scared, so I slowly pulled up the blanket over me while crying. I covered myself. I dared not move. After a while, I heard the footsteps. From the bottom of the bed, it slowly went towards the door. As soon as the footsteps left the door, I heard my brother call out my name. He asked where I was going. My mom probably woke up because he was shouting loudly. She asked what he was doing. He said, "I saw sister coming out of her room, slowly walking straight to the bathroom. I called her out, but she didn't answer." At this point, I was terrified and started crying loudly. My legs were all numb because I was on my bed, and what my brother saw was the black figure, and not me. My mom called out my name. I gathered all my strength, shut my eyes, and started running towards their bed. My brother started shaking and crying when he saw me. He told my mom that he clearly saw me entering the bathroom and me coming out of my bedroom was impossible. We both cried loudly. Dad went to check the bathroom, but nothing was there. To this day, we don't know what it was, but we remembered vividly what we saw that night. So when I was about 13 years old, my dad's British friend got himself a new girlfriend. We'll call her Crazy Ann. She was nuts and possibly on a couple of substances. Crazy Ann had 2 children and was living with my dad's friend, so they would constantly come over. Well, one day, when she comes over, she mentions that she works at our local canyon nature preserve and how there's a bunch of really old cabins back there, and she thinks they're haunted. I kind of thought she was full of it because she's pretty off a rocker, so I thought nothing of it. Then a couple of days later on the weekend, she offers to take me and her kids for a hike at the preserve. After a little ways into the hike, sure enough, there is a creepy, decrepit, abandoned farm sitting out there. She says she wants to take pictures to see if she can catch any ghosts. So while she's doing that, I'm looking at the front door of the farmhouse, which is cracked open. I look away for a second and look back, and there's a very angry-looking old man staring at me. I was a bit startled, so I looked away for a split second, and when I looked back, he was gone. I turned to look at Crazy Ann's daughter, who was sitting next to me, looking in the same direction, and before I could say anything, she went, "Did you see that old guy?" And I go, "What did the guy look like?" And I shit you not, she describes this guy to the T. By this point, I'm like, okay, maybe we should continue going on down the trail. So we call for her mom and continue with our hike. As we're going along, I start feeling little pebbles hitting my back, like someone's throwing them at me. I turn around in time to see what looks like a shadow figure duck behind a tree and then peek out at me. Keep in mind it's bright and sunny outside,
so I should know what the person looks like very clearly. Crazy Anne and kids are also in front of me. I decided to ignore the shadow figure and keep walking when I feel the pebbles hitting me again, and I turned around to see it again. About this time, Crazy Anne also stops and says, "Oh, I guess the ghosts are playing with you too." And I asked her what she meant, and she said she thinks there's a mischievous child spirit who likes to throw pebbles and play hide and seek with you on the trail. By this point, I'm like, no, and I start hurrying up on the trail. After that, nothing really happened, and we just headed back to my house. Now, I absolutely hate the cold, and I only take cool showers when I absolutely have to, because it helps my hair more than hot or warm water does. Because of this, I avoided the shower for a few days, but eventually my hair started to feel absolutely terrible, so I decided to suck it up and take a cold shower. Only the water stayed hot the whole time, more than 5 minutes, and I know this because I had music playing so I could better keep track of time. My shower took about 10 minutes because of how long I have to keep the conditioner in, and not once did it even show a sign of trying to turn cold. In fact, it was even a little too hot. I didn't think anything of it, figuring that my dad had probably fixed it the night or morning before that. I had my shower around noon. That was until after what I saw when I got out. See, when I got out and left the bathroom, it sounded like someone was still walking in the bathroom itself. And instead of just hearing my feet on the hardwood floor of my living room, I also heard feet on the tile of the bathroom. I turned around and saw a blue, humanish-shaped mist walking away from the shower and towards the door. It then turned into an orb and disappeared. At first, I didn't think anything of it, even with all the stuff that goes down in my house. Later that day, though, my parents also had a shower and reported the same thing. The water stayed hot the whole time, around 20 minutes. When my mom came out of the bathroom, she claimed demon magic, and I remembered the figure I had seen after my shower. You see, I'm a very supernatural person. At least I think that's the best way to explain it. I've been possessed before, and now I do believe that somehow I'm under the protection of whatever it is in my house that has been taken to me. When I told my friend about this, she suggested that I knew I was dreading a cold shower and decided to help keep it warm, and it just extended all the way to now. There is also the fact that I had the door wide open while showering to keep an ear out for my dog, as it was just me and Doggo in the house at that time, and sometimes she likes to get into trouble, so the steam wouldn't have had a chance to gather in the bathroom, so the blue mist couldn't have been the steam. Right now, the water is still warm when taking a shower for a long period of time, yet the water pressure is basically non-existent. Though my dad admitted that that was his fault from when he was screwing around with the pipes trying to fix it before he knew of my experience. My dad now believes that he knows what's wrong with it and is currently trying to fix it as I write this. My mum and I believe that my creature had something to do with the sudden hot water though, and my dad is indifferent. Yet with everything else in my house that would qualify it for a BuzzFeed Unsolved episode, I'm certain that it had to be my creature giving me, and by extension my family, a helping hand. So I live in a very old house and have my whole life. My mom claims that the paranormal have always been in the house, and my dad always said it was bullshit. And I only just started getting paranormal experiences a few years ago. I will put these in order of what I believe is the least to most spooky. First is classical music. My mom claimed that in her old bedroom every night in the early AM, she would hear classical music playing quietly. My house has been renovated and a bigger master bedroom has been built, so I'm now in the old master bedroom. Now as a high school student with sleep problems, I've been up all night a lot, and every time I am, at exactly 4 AM, I have heard classical music start playing quietly, and I always zone out afterwards, so I never notice when it stops. Second, are the shadow people. I've always seen random shadows move around out of the corner of my eye, but I always thought I was just seeing things. Until this one time I was hanging out in my room, and I saw a shadow of a tall man wearing a hat on my wall. I knew it wasn't just the shadow of my ceiling fan, because those shadows tend to stay on the ceiling, and my room light is very soft and dim. So all the shadows that cast in my room are usually very soft. But this shadow was intense and deep black. I also know that it couldn't be coming from outside because my blinds were shut, and they're blackouts. As soon as it seemed that the shadow noticed that I was watching it, it ran off. Thirdly, my family's Ouija board went missing. This is the type of Ouija board that I would call real, because my grandfather carved it. So it wasn't just one of the game ones you can get at Walmart. This happened just when I was planning to use the board to see if I could contact whatever is in my house. It was always kept under my parents' bed, but the day I planned to use it, it disappeared. My parents, my friend and I tore apart the house looking for it, but it was never to be seen again. My dad is actually making me a new one for my 17th birthday, and I will keep a close eye on this one. The last one solidified my belief in demons, because I believe what happened was the work of a demon. So a bit of backstory for this one. I was an edgy child and often said I wanted to die. Untrue. And all my friends were also edgy, so they would ask, "When do you want to die?" And every time I would say something along the lines of, "If I'm not dead by the time I'm 16, I want the devil to drag me down to hell." This happened the night of my 16th birthday in the early AM. I had randomly woken up around 3 AM, and I felt sick, so I stood up in case I was going to throw up. But as soon as I stood, I blacked out and came through about an hour later. I was still standing in the same spot, but I was wearing different clothes. A different pyjama set that I only used in the winter, and it was summer, and my room was a mess. My pillows and blankets had been thrown off the bed, my books and pop figures were all over the place, and my cross that I have up was taken down. This could have been something more logical, but I believe it was paranormal. Every day for almost a year since, I've woken up around 4 AM to the feeling of being watched.
After we'd moved into this house during the summer of 2007, my parents noted I'd undergone a significant personality change. I was suddenly nasty. I was aggressive. I was abusive to people who had never harmed me before, to my friends. Previously, I was just a goofy kid whom teachers didn't quite know how to talk to, but was otherwise considered very bright and pleasant to be around. I was no stranger to moving every other year, and this move had barely bothered me, so they knew it wasn't upset. It was late one night, my dad was away for work, and it was just me, my mother, little brother, and dog that week. For some reason, I couldn't help but feel like something was watching me, and sat up in bed to see a dark figure standing in the corner of my room, almost indiscernible at first glance. I didn't yell, didn't panic at first, because I thought I had to be dreaming. I wasn't special, and non-special people don't do cool things like see ghosts. I tried to fall back asleep, but it was tricky, and I felt like I was being watched the rest of the night. The next day, I asked to sleep in another room, slightly more fearful now, but thinking I just needed a change of pace. It was a fluke, and by sleeping elsewhere, my brain would reset and I'd be fine. I hadn't just seen a ghost, only special people saw ghosts. My mother thought I was acting up for attention, but figured it wasn't the hill to die on and let me sleep elsewhere. So I did. And the damn thing followed me. It waited at the foot of the bed all night, staring me down as I tried to sleep. I was so exhausted from the lack of sleep the previous night, I did manage to drift off, but it was a restless sleep. I tried to envision myself surrounded by white light like the Tolkien elves, hoping it might repel the darkness. The third day, I sat at a table with a few friends, and their mothers and my own family. We'd just had dinner and were doling out the cinnamon rolls when I suddenly felt my whole body get heavy, like somebody added a 50-pound weight to my skull. I couldn't stop it. I slumped forward in my chair despite my grabbing at the back to stay upright. My eyes just about rolled back into my skull. Someone asked if I was okay. I couldn't see. I couldn't see, and yet I could. I suddenly saw a flat plane stretched out before me, and everything was grey. The dark figure stood right in front of me. And then it rushed me. It ran at me so fast, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't do anything. I had to fight to pry my jaws apart, and I screamed. It was like the screaming released me, and I knocked my chair into the wall. I shot back so hard. I was sobbing and could hardly catch my breath, while everyone tried to figure out what was wrong. I told my mother what I saw. The thing was back and it tried to hurt me. I think this finally convinced her I wasn't crazy, that something was wrong, and I wasn't trying to get attention. I wasn't a crier. I hated being caught crying. After I was calmed down, she took her two friends upstairs with her to my room. She didn't tell me until several years later that her friends had seen it, had seen this dark presence in my room too, and could prove I wasn't lying, that I wasn't crazy. The dog often followed her around the house while she was doing chores, but he refused to go anywhere near my room. He growled at my room, hackles raised kind of growl. Even after we moved to a new house, my dog never wanted to stay long in my room again. I don't know if it was because he remembered the bad thing from before, or if something had been irreparably broken in me, or was now part of me. I couldn't walk into churches anymore without having sudden, unexplainable breakdowns. I would feel like hands were choking me. I'd struggle to breathe. I'd feel 100 emotions at once and start sobbing. Needless to say, I quit entering churches after more than a few bad experiences. We found a journal in my room a few months before I moved out for uni, full of crazy ramblings, written by something that said it was a monster, that my parents would kill me if they discovered I was no longer human, that it would have to hurt my family first to stay alive. I burned it immediately and tossed the remnants in the trash. The scariest part was that it was all in my handwriting, and I didn't remember writing any of it. My family still wonders to this day what it was. Germany is small, and so many new things get built on top of old things all the time. We lived close to Celtic tombs, had visited the old mounds and tall obelisks mounted on top of them. We lived next to a walled city. Buildings in the village could be dated back several centuries prior, and were still inhabited by people today. Was our home on top of someone's grave? The weirdest coincidence of all was that the people who lived there before us had developed a reputation of being quite nasty as well. Had they always been nasty? Or had the same thing that haunted me, changed them too? This happened in the winter of 2015. For context, I had just flown back home to Germany for winter break from uni in America, and naturally had plenty of jet lag, coupled with a natural inclination to not go to bed until 2 or 3 in the morning at the time, like an idiot. As was often my problem when flying, I sucked at fixing my jet lag and would often be on the wrong sleep schedule for about a week. Instead of combating this with melatonin, Benadryl, or hot milk, or literally any of the other thousands of methods to fall asleep, I decided listening to definitely not calm music would be the best way to lull myself to sleep. You know, like a fool. It was midnight and, like always, I was wide awake. I lay in the guest bed facing the wall, headphones in and my eyes closed, but otherwise coherent and nowhere close to drifting off. The door to the room was closed, but had enough of a gap beneath it. The bright light of the hallway light cast enough light to see where my suitcase was on the floor and so on. We kept it on for anyone at night who had unexpected bathroom needs, so I was used to it being lighter than average. While laying there, I felt a hard, bony finger jab my shoulder twice, like someone was trying to get my attention. Like a moron who was evidently way too comfortable in their own home. In the few seconds it took to roll over and face whoever needed me, not once did it occur to me that had one of my family entered the room to shake me awake, the door would not only be open, but the room well lit thanks to the hallway light being on instead of dim. As I turned, I saw a dark, humanoid silhouette standing over me, tall and thin and disproportionate. The kind of deep dark that stood out even in a poorly lit room. It loomed over the bed, and it felt like it was staring at me. Naturally, I yelled incoherently because I had no idea who or what it was. Just that something had gotten into the room without me knowing, and I had zero idea how much danger I was or was not in. I flung the blankets everywhere. I'm not sure if I was trying to hide or trying to get the figure tangled up instead, but it disappeared in my pinwheeling. I could barely sleep that night, too afraid of what it might do to me if it came back for me, and I was unable to react the next time. Come the morning, I told my family what had happened. My parents apologized and said, "Oh, sorry. Yeah, someone lives in that room. They always have. We're just not sure who. We didn't think they'd bother you, though." I was less than pleased by this revelation, but thankfully spent the rest of my winter break with no further visitors in the middle of the night. I would go on to see this same figure a few more times throughout my duration of uni, sticking its head in the door once while I was cuddling on the couch with my now ex, occasionally rummaging through my ex's and her roommates' backpacks, and kneeling beside my bed with its hands resting on the mattress, like it was praying for me. After a hasty move, I ended up living in the projects for a while bit, after moving as quickly as I could. Nothing was worse than the situation I was in. While I was living there, I met a girl. We hit it off and started dating. Before I knew it, we were in a serious relationship. Neither of us were a fan of where I lived, and one day she mentioned that her dad owned an apartment and a back house on the property was available. I made up a story for my landlord and was able to break the lease without penalty. This back house turned out to be a really nice 2-bedroom unit. It had everything included, like a washer, dryer hookups, and my own parking spot that had a gate that I could manually open and close and lock with a key. This place quickly felt like home. One day, I went to a friend's house. He had another friend there, and they were at his computer watching some Faces of Death shit. I didn't want to get involved, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I saw a few videos that I really hoped were fake. I wasn't there too long. It was a little too much, so I left. That night, I began having one of the strangest, kind of terrifying recurring dreams. This went on for weeks. I'll do my best to describe everything. It starts in a very dimly lit room from a distance. At least I think it is. I'm seeing everything in that dream from a third-person perspective. I'm starting to see shapes in darkness. I'm starting to hear Om, just like the mantra. It's extremely deep, has extreme bass, and I can feel it through my entire body as the volume increases. Visibility increases as the sound gets louder, and I can start to make something out. I'm extremely overwhelmed by the sound and the feeling, but I'm trying to focus. There's a woman that looks naked and flailing around. Everything is dark, but I can make out 2 figures. As I get closer and the sound gets even louder, it starts getting brighter, but only slightly. 2 figures become 4 as I'm able to see more, and I realize the woman is flailing because these beings each have a hold on one of her limbs. It looks like she's trying to free herself. She begins violently screaming, and the gets louder and heavier. It begins rattling my soul. I don't know how to describe it. A feeling I experienced in this dream and this dream alone. She begins screaming even louder. It's clear this is in a very strange ritualistic room, illuminated by several candles. As she screams, I start to drift closer. She's naked. She has what looks like mud all over her body. Something is wrong. She's not only trying to break free, but she's clearly in great pain. As I realize this, her stomach begins to grow like a sped up pregnancy. She kicks and tries to rip her arms away, screaming louder and louder as she grows. When it looks like she's straight up full term and ready to pop, I drift closer. The noise gets even louder, and I start noticing adult-sized fingers dragging and poking out from the inside. I realize the men are no longer holding her limbs, but instead have her bound by chains, each one holding a chain. She stops fighting and screams even louder. The scream is piercing. The sound of the is getting deeper and overwhelmingly loud, and then it happens. Two extremely dark grey hands tear through the woman's stomach, then quickly put its hand back in. I'm getting closer. A grey bald head starts rising out of the hole it just put in the woman's stomach, from the inside. This thing is rising out of her, its head cocked down. The is getting louder and darker, and I can't help to get the feeling that I'm in a lot of trouble. The figure rises. The woman stopped moving a long time ago, and this thing continues to slowly rise to the sound of the It's a grey figure, some kind of demon. I'm getting closer. I'm getting more terrified. When it's fully free, it's levitating over the body. I get pulled directly in front of this thing. Its eyes are closed, head cocked down. In an instant, it snaps its head up and opens its eyes. Its horrific, glowing yellow scares me so bad I wake up. This nightmare would keep me up for the next few weeks. My girlfriend started complaining of the feeling of cold hands on her feet at night, and something would pick on her at the night. Like she wasn't welcome. The day I proposed to her proved that she wasn't lying. I made plans to propose to my now wife. I asked permission and did everything old school. The day I planned to propose, everything was going wrong. My girlfriend's car suddenly had issues. It died on her 3 times in the same day. This put her in a bad mood. We got to our restaurant for dinner, and it turned out my reservation was booked for the exact time the damn place closes. I still hope someone got fired for that bullshit. Anyways, we leave, and I quickly find a decent place nearby on Yelp. When we got there, the food was good, but the place was cramped. There wasn't much space between chairs, so it was impossible for me to get down on one knee. Dinner's over. We get back to my place, and I can't wait another night. I'm proposing now. While we're not in the kitchen, I start telling her that I can no longer wait, give her a little speech and get on one knee. She says yes. We're hugging for a while, then everything in my cupboard proceeds to fly out, as if the supports from all the shelves broke at the same time. It looked like an avalanche. It was loud, thunderous, and a bitch to clean up. The night I proposed was also the same night I told her I think I'm being followed. She would stay the night and complain about cold hands on her feet all the time. She assumed that was me while I was getting ready for work. I would just say, "You're tripping," and left it at that. The next few weeks she would say this. I would only have that dream when she was gone. My fiance's jewellery started disappearing. She started getting scratches. Things got bizarre. Not long after, things escalated to what the fuck status. I'm at my house alone, sleeping. I'm having the same dream, but everything is somehow more vivid, more real, more intense. This woman is screaming and screaming, and I'm closer than I've ever been before. I see the hands in the stomach, and I see the grey head force and rip its way out of her stomach. I'm much closer now. I'm being forced to watch everything. I see her stomach open, and there's blood everywhere. We're inside a wiggling line of live worms. Then this grey thing rockets out of her stomach and opens its eyes, locking eyes with me. It scares me so bad I woke up, but I wasn't ready for what happened next. I wake up from this dream like a straight up jump scare. I wake up to blood curdling screaming. I mentioned before that I have my own parking spot. Like I said before, this was a back house and that parking lot was right next to the back house, so I had to. The property was fenced in. There was a metal gate that manually opened and closed. I was the only one with a key besides the landlord. The entrance to the spot was from an alley. At night, it was dark and spooky, and sometimes I would be lazy about locking the gate. I snap out of this dream, woken up by fear. Before I catch my breath, my heart skips a beat when I start hearing screaming. I mean screaming. It's extremely loud. I can hear the labour between each breath. I froze for a few seconds. The noise is coming from right outside my window on the alley side, but it doesn't sound like it's in the alley. It sounds like it's right outside my window, and it dawns on me that I didn't lock the door. I just gave some lunatic the perfect place to bring someone. I have a Wish app. I buy stupid shit like a machine that looks like a samurai sword. So what? I don't own a gun. This is all I have to protect myself, and hopefully it's enough for what I'm about to do. This screaming is loud. It's terrifying. Someone needs help. I'm on my way. I turn on the light in my room. My dog is looking out the window. She's going ballistic, but she's a chihuahua, so she has to sit this one out. I open my back door. The screaming continues. I turn the porch light on, and right when I'm about to jump off my porch, I look and there was nothing there. In fact, from where I'm standing, the scream is coming from my room. I'm like, what? And run inside. All of this screaming is really overwhelming and disorienting. I ran back to my room. The screams are still loud and piercing, and I don't know what to do. There's no one outside and no one inside. What is this? Where is this noise coming from? My dog is on my bed growling, but now she looks scared. She's not in attack mode. She's in I'm right where you've made me mode. Completely scared. In the next few seconds, I decide to try to follow the screams. As I get closer, I realise this is not coming from outside. It's not coming from the window. The sound is close to the wall, but also it's coming from underneath my bed. I'm not that scared, I'm more like, what? How? The floors in my room were tile. My bed was on a metal frame with wheels. I grab the bed and easily pull it away from the wall. The screaming intensified, but after another few seconds, it just stopped. All of this happened in maybe 30 seconds. After that, everything just stopped. As mysteriously as the thing arrived, it vanished. When I was around 8, my dad moved us from Carson to a house in San Pedro. We lived there for about 9 years. During the first few years, it was a normal house. Nothing crossed our mind as being haunted. Soon, things changed, and I think I know why. My parents divorced when I was 5 or 6. My mum left so fast she didn't even show to court when I came to custody. She disappeared for a while, then showed up again when I was 10. She found herself a rich husband and pretty much tried to buy our affection back. Anyways, she lived with this guy in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He had 4 kids. 3 were old enough to live on their own, and 1 still lived with him. After my mom came back into the picture for a while, my dad ended up trusting her and letting us, my older brother and I, fly out during Easter, winter, and summer break. It gave him a break and a chance for us to catch up with our mom. So the first year of this arrangement, we spent the time just getting to know our new stepdad and stepbrother. The second year, we all started opening up to each other. Our stepbrother enjoyed trying to spook us out all the time, telling us about La Llorona and other folklores. He spent a lot of time talking about hell and the devil. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to say right now that I'm in no way a religious person. I don't know what I am. I have a lot of questions. So after all this devil and ghost talk, We went to Target with my mom. All three of us. While we're there, our stepbrother finds a Ouija board and convinces my mom to buy it. She actually said, "Oh, we used to play with them when we were little." I didn't know exactly what it was at the time, but when I did question why the hell Target sold those, we get this thing back to my mom's house and wait until night to take it out. And when my stepbrother explains how it works, I'm not exactly thrilled. I was scared easily then. My brothers started messing with this thing. Not me, but I didn't leave either. I just sat and watched. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happened, but we ended up taking the thing back to California with us, where my brother and I would end up playing with it a few times. Still, nothing happened. We stashed it in a closet under a pile of stuff so our dad wouldn't find it because we knew he'd flip out. Then we kind of just forgot about it. Months go by and it's summer break and time to visit our mom again. When we left, our dad hadn't had our bedroom remodeled and he found the board. Instantly destroyed it, ripped it up and threw it away. He called our mom, gave her a ration of shit for buying it, then yelled at both of us for keeping it. A few weeks later, he started telling us that at night that he was clearly hearing footsteps going up and down the stairs. I didn't know what to think when I heard that. When summer was over, we came home and never heard of it ourselves. Then, one weekend, our cousins visit, Melissa and Paul. While they were here, they slept in the living room downstairs from us. The first night they're there, something strange happened. My dad was woken up by a woman in a white gown walking into his room. Her hair was dark, extremely long and covering her face. When she made it, she closed the door behind her, placed her hands under her long hair that was covering her face, just enough to see the floor as she started hunching over. She started scanning the floor as if she was looking for something. She made it around the room, around the side of the bed, and sat on his bed directly next to him. He said he sat up and said, "Who the fuck are you?" She didn't flinch, but instead got up and started strangely searching the floor again, then made her way out of the room. The second the door was closed, he thought of us and immediately darted for the door. He was a split second too late and it shut. He grabbed the handle to open the door, but it was locked, so it delayed him a few seconds from getting out. Our room was directly across from his, so he didn't hesitate and charged in, walking us up. He immediately turned on our lights, searched our room and the back room and our closet. Nothing was there. He told us to lock the door and not to open it until he hears us. He searches around and finds nothing, so he thinks it was our cousin Melissa playing a weird prank. He started to yell at her, but immediately realised that she wasn't wearing a gown. She was wearing raider sweats. The next day, a firework was lit in our house when it was empty. I ultimately got in trouble for it, but it wasn't me. As that school year continued, the demeanour of my brother changed, and he became so defiant with my dad. He couldn't take it anymore and let him go stay with our mom. Things immediately changed in the house. I'm home alone one Sunday watching football, and I start hearing shuffling coming from our computer from down the hall. The closet opening and closing, and things falling off of the desk. I went to check it out, thinking one of our dogs was stuck back there, reaching to grab the handle, and something pounded on the door. It was extremely loud, and felt like some kind of a sonic boom. A wave of complete coldness shot through my entire body, and next thing I know, I'm freezing. It was a hot, sunny day. As soon as that happened, I turned around and just walked away, and went back to watching football with the front door open. When my dad got home, he checked out the room, and it was perfectly untouched. That night, I'm laying in bed trying to sleep, and the room to my door just opens. My dad would randomly check on me from time to time, not every night, but sometimes he would just to let me know, "Hey, if you're up, I'm up, so don't be scared if you hear things." When it was him, I could see him and hear him. Not this time, pure darkness and silence. I'm staring at the door and it's cracked a few inches. Suddenly, it swings open to about a foot, as if someone was leaning in to check on me or look at me, but it's pure and utter darkness. I stare and stare, and I'm not getting out of bed in fear of what is there. I just cover my head and close my eyes, listening for movement until I finally go to sleep. This happens a few nights in a row until I lock the door. It stopped it from opening. The next few nights, I would see the doorknob slowly jiggling in the moonlight, like something is definitely trying to make its way in, but extremely quietly. I was able to get decent sleep for a few days. I had a Machiavelli CD in a CD player that I hardly used anymore. Don Illuminati, The 7-Day Theory. If you're familiar with the album, you'd know the song Blasphemy. It has an intro that's a slowed down speech from what sounds like Bible verses, and by slowing it down, it sounds devilishly evil. I woke up to that on my CD player at 3 a.m. on the dot. The volume was turned all the way up. This was one of those crazy Costco extreme bass systems. I wake up to this. It's so loud and so disorienting I can't see. I can't find the switch, and I'm fumbling trying to hit buttons on the CD player and nothing is working. I'm trying to turn the volume down, and while watching the volume go from 50 down to 25, then start spiking again. I couldn't turn it off. I ripped the cables out of the receiver and finally got it to stop, and the lights turned on in my room. I turn around, and my dad is staring at me, extremely angry, but doesn't have an expression. He just closes the door. The door was locked, and when I looked, it's still locked. That did just happen, right? I'm freaking out. I end up sleeping with my lights on for a while. It got worse. Soon, I could hear the footsteps on the stairs at night. After a while, I couldn't handle the lights on to sleep anymore, and I opted for a black light. Soon, I'm woken up by the doorknob jiggling again, then it stops. Then I hear a noise from my closet. It has no folding sliding doors. They were very stiff and needed force to open and close each side. When you open it, the right side was a doorway into what we called the secret room. The left side was nothing, but on the floor there was a 45-degree slant from the floor to the left wall. Stairs were underneath, so it needed room for that ceiling. Back to the closet. The doorknob stops, but when I start to calm down, the right closet door opens. Like I said, this is not easy to do. Once it opened, I sat and watched the rest of it slowly but surely slide open. Soon, the left side pops open. I'm at an angle where I can clearly see nothing is there. There's a window directly behind that walkway. I should have been able to see a silhouette if someone was there, but there wasn't, and I continued to watch the left door slowly open completely. I did what I always did, covered up and slept. Later, I got by tying the closet door shut. Things calmed down for a while. I decided to make the secret room my room and just sleep on the futon that's in there. I pinned the blindfold one closet doors so they would move around, and I continued to lock the door of my room at night. A few months go by, and I'm almost convinced this is over. I haven't heard or seen anything strange for a while. Then as soon as I'm comfortable, I wake up my doorknob jiggling again. My heart sank because I immediately realised that I didn't lock the door, so I jumped up and went into action. I moved slowly and silently to the door. My door has one of those lever handles. I'm watching this thing go up and down, and the more it rises, the more my heart sinks. With this new habit of locking my door, I locked myself out a few times and didn't do the right thing when I came to unlocking it. I was young and dumb. When the door's unlocked, if you lift the lever upward just about an inch, it will be plenty high enough to open my door. It's only like that when you lift it. As I'm thinking, please don't go any higher, it was like it read my mind and was using all of its energy to do just that, getting higher and higher. While it's doing this, I think I have to lock the door, but how? Well, from me locking myself out and getting in myself, that meant I had an unorthodox way of locking it from whatever damage I did. You have to lift up and twist right before it's about to open. I timed it and did just that. I grabbed the handle, lifted with it and twisted, leaned in to make sure it was closed, then stepped back. Violently jiggling and pounding continued for about 20 seconds. I screamed for my dad and nothing. I screamed and screamed and screamed. Nothing. He showed up way later, but somehow didn't hear anything. I lived like this for years. We eventually moved, and it stopped for a little bit. This was when I and my brother was gone. My dad was having the walls painted that led up to the stairs from me constantly dragging my hands from riding a skateboard deck down the stairs when he wasn't around. My dad's friend saw the job and the requires moving the handrail on the wall that ran the entire length of the stairs, around 20. So I'm leaving my room and I'm talking to my dad. He's in his room. I decide to sit at the top of the stairs, and when we're done talking, I gotta get up. The second my butt leaves the floor, I feel 2 hands push me in the back, and I went tumbling down. I'm doing front flips and I'm rapidly reaching the bottom. I didn't want to reach the bottom, so I reach out and grab the handrail that was luckily laying on the floor. I was fine. My dad saw me and wondered what I was thinking when I got up from sitting. I'm accusing him of pushing me, and my dad's friend is sitting there, baffled from what he just saw. I live in San Pedro, California. I've had several experiences in my life. The first time, actually the first few times, was at my grandma's house. In 1994, at the time, it was about a year after my parents divorced. I was around 6 years old, and my older brother was 8. My dad decided to start dating again, so that meant my brother and I were going to spend the night with our grandmas here and there. We loved going to her house. We had a lot of fun every time we visited. We just never stayed the night before this. Her house is up a hill near Bogdanovich Park. From the front of her house, it looked like a single-story home, but if you were in the back, you would see that there's a second level that goes down. When facing the front of the house, the front door would be on the front left corner of the house, which would be to your right. When you walk in, you could go straight to a set of stairs that led to her den. A nice room that was always off limits. Kind of like how the mom was in that movie Drop Dead Fred. It was important to her that this room was always clean and untouched. She would be angry if we even walked through to get to the kitchen. This house had a strange layout. So when you walked in and turned left, instead of going down those steps, you would enter a foyer that had a piano. When you entered this room, you could either turn right and go up another set of stairs leading to all of the bedrooms, or you could go straight, which would lead to a garage door or yet another set of stairs that led to the actual living room. Yes, 2 separate sets of stairs going down to the same level. Hopefully that makes sense. When my older brother and I were dropped off, it was a weekend. We had already eaten dinner. The sun was going down and my grandma was relaxing watching TV, so we joined her. At around 10, she decided it was our bedtime. She actually said, "Hey, it's 10. You guys should probably go to sleep. I'm going to stay up and watch Murder, She Wrote, a show that she was addicted to." Whenever we were at her house, we would race to the top of the house, running and pushing each other the entire race up the stairs. It wasn't much of a climb, but we were always trying to compete with each other, even though he won every time. This night would be different. When we were told to go to bed, we both turned and looked at each other with the same thing in our mind. Run. He was right next to the door that led to the stairs. I was across the room getting up from the couch. He was getting a little head start, so I decided the only way to win was to run and try to tackle or trip him while going up the stairs. I made an attempt. It didn't work. He tied up a little bit, but it didn't take much for him to push me off. When he broke free, he turned to run up the second set of stairs, but stopped abruptly. I pay no attention and keep my head down while I attempt to run past him. Something happened. I was pulled back by the collar of my shirt, almost violently. I'm on the ground and look up, and to my surprise, it was my brother. I didn't know why he did that. I just figured he accidentally got way too rough, brushed it off and did everything I could to get back on my feet to win the race. My brother screams, "No!" I look at him, then finally look up at the direction I was going. There was a very large man standing at the top of the stairs. It reminded me of the Grim Reaper. He had a dark hooded cloak, dark grey and very worn. He had long white braids or ties hanging down, each shoulder that went down past his waist. The cloak was hanging to the floor and his sleeves were hanging past his hands. He had his hood on, and all I could see was a brown face from the nose down. Anything above that was almost pitch black. As much as I couldn't see features any higher, I could see abnormally large eyes glaring at me. We locked eyes, and I froze for a few seconds until my brother pulled me away. We ran to my grandma. She didn't believe a word we said. She looked around herself without any fear, and nothing happened. The next morning, after we got home, we pleaded to our dad to not leave us there again. We told him what happened. I looked concerned but never questioned us and said okay. Maybe he thought we were making this up because he went on a date and wasn't ready for that. I don't know. He never tried to talk us out of it. About 2 years later, my brother made Little League All-Stars. They were so good, they had to travel somewhere to play. My dad decided it would be best for me to stay with my grandma for that weekend while they went and did their thing. I didn't argue and wasn't into baseball yet, so I was totally fine with it. For a while, I completely forgot what happened. It didn't come back to me until I was there, dropped off, no turning back. To my relief, nothing happened the first night, and I honestly started to question if I imagined the whole thing. My brother and I never spoke about it, but at the same time, my dad did what we asked and never left us there again, until this day. This time I'm alone, or feel that way without my older brother. The second night, I watched a Dodgers game with my grandma. She was an avid fan. This game went into extra innings, and once that clock hit 10, she did the same thing. Time for bed. I'll be up after the game. This time I begged to sleep in her room. We went back and forth about it, but she eventually gave in. Okay, go. I should be up there soon. I didn't want to go, but I knew I had no choice. I know she's not worried, and I know she would have said there's nothing there. I slowly go up the steps one by one, praying this thing wouldn't be there, and trying to convince myself that my mind made this whole thing up. Once I was up the first set of stairs, I inched my way to the corner and tried to peek, and thank God, nothing is there. Now I just have to make it up the stairs and go to the first door on the right, and I'll line up in her room. I cautiously climb and get 2 steps from the top, thinking I'm home free, but something compelled me to look left first, down the corner. The thought of it was dreadful, but something inside me was telling me you have to look. I have to look. He stood at the very end of the hallway, facing the open door of the room that my brother and I usually slept in. Fear took over my body, and I found myself frozen again. I can't move. I'm leaning around this corner, staring at every detail. Something was definitely different about him. Instead of being tall and built, he was very frail, and his posture was gone, and he was hunched over. So much his long hair was no longer resting on him. It was dangling all away from him, straight down, almost touching the ground from being hunched over so far. He seemed more interested in that room than me, and when I realised that I was able to control myself and get out of view before it noticed me if it didn't already, I thought to myself that if I can get in her room and close the door, I'll be safe from this thing. I speak one more time, and he's still facing the room. I step back one more time to mentally prepare for this. After a few seconds, I was like, no, now or never, and I went for it. But instead of rushing in like I wanted to, I tried to take one big step up before slowly tipping in. While I'm taking this big step, 2 stairs and as far as I can reach, I look down the hall one last time. It was facing me with a blank stare. I bolted. I ran to my grandma. She got annoyed, looks around the house. Nothing. I'm so scared I won't let her leave and convince her to finish watching the game in her room, and she did. I woke up in the middle of the night in complete fear. I couldn't remember when or how I fell asleep, and for some reason that scared me. The TV was still on. My grandma was knocked out while snoring. I start to calm down, and I'm getting ready to close my eyes again, but something once again gave me a feeling that I needed to look towards the door of the room, and I did. He was there again, big and tall again, no longer frail. This time, no hood, and I could see his details even more, and he still had insanely large eyes. At that point, I thought maybe he couldn't come into this room. I laid there for about 20 minutes and he never moved, so I covered my head and somehow went back to sleep. I brought it up to my dad and I didn't stay the night there for years. Fast forward 15 years. I'm 22/23. My grandma's still around. I'm living on my own. My dad went through hard times and lived with my grandma until he had a stroke and ended up in a convalescent home. All of his belongings were left at her house. My dad was a movie fanatic, I guess you could say. He had so many, he managed to fill up most of the upstairs hallway walls with DVDs. I did a lot to help him out, including switching out movies for him. He would give me a list of movies he wanted from the hallway, and I would grab them and leave the stack of recently watched movies. I only did this during the day. I still refused to be there at night. But one night, my whole family went out to dinner. I picked up my grandma, picked up my dad. We ate, left. It turned out to be quicker for me to drop off my grandma first, then my dad on my way home. I dropped off my grandma, get my dad where he needs to be, get him to his room, then he says, "Oh, I've got to ask you earlier. Can you please switch out movies for me? I know you don't want to go at night, but please? I need something to help me go sleep, and I've watched these movies way too many times." I just say, "Fuck, okay." I constantly thought about her house and what I saw when I was younger. It never left my mind. I would think now that I'm older, I wanted to see what it wanted from me. I always thought it had some kind of interest in me for some reason. I told myself, this is it. Here's my chance if it happens. I make it to her house and pull up into the driveway. I don't have a key to her house, just the garage door opener. That's how my grandma wanted it. I don't know. I open the garage, walk in, and open the door that leads to the foyer. The house is pitch black. I hear my grandma watching TV while living downstairs. The door to the living room was closed, but I can see lights under the door. I didn't want to bother her and the TV was so loud, I knew she didn't notice me. So I proceeded to walk toward the stairs going up to the hallway full of movies. Something strange was happening. No lights would turn on when I flipped switches, and even the lights with the twist switch wouldn't turn on either. My grandma was at the age where going up all those stairs was too much, so she set up her living room like a little studio. She had her kitchen and bathroom right there. Even though the den area was twice the size of the living room, she chose to be in the smaller room. My first thought was maybe since she doesn't go upstairs, that she turned off all power to the upper level. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. So no lights are working. I'm questioning how my grandma managed to make it downstairs in that kind of darkness, but she did. She was fine. I need to worry about what's going on now. This was when those Nokia brick phones were popular. No phone had flashes, cameras, or flashlights. I was stuck using the light of my screen turned to its brightest setting. It was actually very bright, enough to see everything in front of me. I made my way up the stairs and down to the end of the hallway where I knew for certain the movies he wanted were. So far, so good. Nothing strange is happening except that none of the light switches work up here. I even tried the switches in the adjacent rooms. Still nothing. I'm not liking this darkness. I'm not afraid of the dark, but it was different here. I feared that house. I'm trying to hurry. I only have a few movies left, and I know exactly where they are. I'm thinking I'll be out in no time. I dodged a bullet. Then, I hear something shuffle behind me. I turn around and don't see any, but this swiveling chair that's been sitting in the middle of the hallway was just coming to a slow stop, like it was just spinning. Maybe I hit it somehow. I'm not near it, but maybe I did earlier. It has some weight to it. It's an upholstered chair. Maybe I hit it and it kept its momentum. I ignore and grab the last DVD. I was walking so fast to get out, I almost started to run. When I made it to the door to the garage, I heard the same shuffle coming from behind me. I want to ignore it. I'm not curious anymore. I'm spooked. While I'm walking in the garage and about to close the door behind me, I use my phone to look inside one last time. From the stairs, I see a pitch black figure, just a black silhouette. I want to say it was someone with a hood on, but it wasn't. It was a black figure cleaning out looking at me. Even though I was shining a light directly at it, there was no face. It was total darkness. I pause because I'm thinking about waiting. This thing is up a step or two, leaning out, and it's still not taller than me. I'm 5'9". I'm thinking, is this some kid? But why can't I see a face? All this is going through my head in the next few seconds while we're having a little stare-off. I say Sydney, the name of my little cousin. She wouldn't be there alone. She counted on getting there by herself. I don't even know why I thought it might be her, but when I said her name, it pulled itself back and out of sight so fast. I freaked out and ran out of that house as fast as I could, got in my car and took off. At first, all I could think about was how I let myself down. Something happened and I bitched out big time. After a few minutes, I started to ask myself, what was that thing? That's definitely what you saw before. That had to have been a person, and convinced myself it had to be. Then I thought, holy shit, you just ran out of Grandma's house and left her alone with someone in it. I had to force myself to turn around, drive back up the hill, and do a walkthrough. If someone was there and something happened, my life would be ruined. Completely empty, and this time all of the lights are fully functional. I left and stayed away for 2 more years, at least during the night. A few years go by. My dad is still in the home trying to recover from his stroke. My grandma was just placed in a nursing home. I'm living in Point Fermin with my buddy Zach. One day, my aunt called me and asked me if I wanted to move into my grandma's house, since no one is there now. My dad's struggle was with drugs, and one of her fears was that one of his friends would come in and try to squat in her house and take it over. I told her I was surprised she's asking me, because she was just mentioning how her daughter was planning to move on her own. Her response was, I asked her first, but she said, hell no, she's terrified of that house. That was interesting to me because we never had discussions like that about the house. It wasn't just me that was scared of it. I took the offer. I wasn't struggling by any means, but free rent was appealing to me. Saving money sounded good to me. The first week, nothing happened. My aunts made it clear that my grandma wasn't coming back to the house, so I could treat the place like my own. Sweet. My first project was to turn this den into the living room. It had pink carpets, floral couches. It was hideous to me. I had the carpets replaced, got new couches, then slowly started on fixing up the house. I knew plans were to sell it, so I thought the least I could do was slowly fix this place up for her, since I'm not paying rent. Painting and working construction under the table were my first jobs, so I knew I could easily update the house a little. Things were going smoothly. I was starting to feel comfortable there. It was a beautiful house in a beautiful location. Because of the view, I'd catch myself hanging out in the backyard most of the time. I couldn't be happier that my cousin turned down this opportunity. So things are good the first week. And I started noticing strange things happening. At night, I lock the door of my room when I sleep, even to this day. That's a story for another time. So every night, I've been locking the door to my room. By the way, I took over my grandma's room. As much as I said things were fine, I still felt something was off whenever I made it down the hallway, and the back rooms at the end of the hall no matter the time, day or night. So every morning, I would wake up to the door of my room being completely open. With the carpet in that room, it's not exactly possible for the wind to just push it over. The door rubbed on the carpet. I don't know why, but it took me a week to realise that ever since night 1. My door has been open and the handle locked. I think I found out by locking myself out one morning. Once I noticed, That night, I leaned a skateboard against the door, and the next morning, sure enough, it was wide open and the skateboard would be lying on the floor. 2 skateboards, same thing. I put a chair in the way and the chair was moved. I'm starting to freak out. I start calling friends over. A successful bribe of beer and a barbecue would help, but by the end of the day, I would still be alone in this house. After a while, I convinced myself that this has to be the wind, somehow. I just wanted to be the explanation, because once again, I find myself not ready to deal with this. Things got weirder. While I was sleeping, there were a few nights that I would get woken up to laughing and shouting, and what sounded like cars shuffling. Definitely people conversing directly below me in the den area. The first night it happened, I thought my friends showed up drunk and made themselves at home. They never did that before, but this is what I had hoped and really thought. I got really mad about the noise. I had to be up at 5 a.m. for work and it's 2 or 3 in the morning. I got up to kick everyone out, but the second I opened the door to my room, the noise completely stopped. In fact, the entire house is pitch black. The first time, I thought I had to be dreaming, but it kept happening, and the door of my room kept opening. One night, I had a few friends over, and I told them what was going on. I pretty much just got laughed at. No one believed anything I said. A few days after this happened, I was at home, off of work, and my friend Dave, one of the people there that night, was at my front door. He showed up with some friends. Immediately, he brought up what I told him the other night, and he brought friends to investigate. One of them, Kevin, didn't want to join them. I thought that was odd. It was daytime, but who knows? I told them to check it out and I'll stay down with Kevin. They go up and Kevin and I start catching up. About 30 minutes go by and we're both wondering what they were doing. So I said, let's go see what they're getting into. Kevin says, okay, I'll follow you. We go up the first set of stairs, turn right, and just when I'm about to walk into the foyer, one of my skateboards falls into my path. At the time, I had 5 all lined up next to each other. They were in the same position for days. So one skateboard falls in my path, then stops. I'm not slowing down. I'm just planning to step over it. But when I start stepping over it, the second board falls and stops right where I was going to step. I go for a further step, and the next one falls and stops. Then the fourth, and before I know it, I turned a big step into a jump to clear all 5 skateboards. Kevin immediately accuses me of pranking him and asks me how I did that. I told him that that wasn't me, and what's weird is that I have super Swiss bearings on all my skateboards, which mean they roll excellently, and the floors are hardwood in the foyer. Every time I tried to get one of my boards to fall the same way, it would slide then roll halfway across the room, not stop like they all did. Kevin left and never came back. That was enough for him. Dave and the other 2 guys didn't believe why he left at first, until he called him to ask where the hell he went. Everything that happened up to that point I could handle. Then came footsteps at night, mostly on the roof. For 2 months I lived in the active house and I was getting used to all of it. I gave up on locking the door of my room before bed. I would lay in bed and try to listen to these conversations, see if they made any sense, maybe hear a name. Nothing. I never saw whatever I saw when I was little. Maybe my 3rd month with my grandma passed away. She lost a long battle. One night, I'm watching TV in the den. It's a little past midnight. And now I'm starting to get tired. I'm starting to zone out a little bit until I hear a woman frantically yelling. I mean, going irate. I hear my name and, how could you? From the old living room, I lean over the arm of the couch to look in that direction and I'm in complete shock. I'm watching my grandma that just died, yelling and looking angry. She was so upset that I changed her house. She's yelling and walking towards me and I'm frozen. I can't move. She's quickly walking from the living room, through the kitchen, through the dining room, and right when she's about to walk in the den, I break myself free from this stranglehold, fear, and jump up and immediately try to create some distance between us. While I was getting up, she almost walked right into me, and that caused me to jump back and take a few steps back. But when I got my footing, I looked up to focus on her better, and she wasn't there anymore. I was standing in an empty room. I thought that it had to be sleep paralysis, but when I rewound what I was watching, it was exactly what I saw when this was happening. After this, I started to lose it a little. I would constantly hear noises from someone or something on the opposite side of the house. Some days I'd catch myself trying to catch something that I knew wasn't there. I stayed there until the house was sold, maybe a total of 4 months. Later on, I found out why my dad never argued when we didn't want to go to her house. Turns out, when they were younger, they shared the room I found that thing looking into. My uncle woke up to something sitting on his chest. He described it as a troll. He was frozen in fear and did everything not to move. He locked eyes with it, and while he maintained eye contact, he reached up to turn the light on his nightstand. The instant he turned the light on, it looked like the night. Back and then ran into their closet. While this happened, his scream woke up my dad. He didn't see anything, but he did see all of the clothes on hangers swinging back and forth. He got up, moved all of the clothes aside, and there was nothing there. I was also told that a lot of houses on that hill were built on Indian burial grounds. So it makes me think the guy I thought was a Grim Reaper was actually a ghost of a Native American. There's one big thing I forgot to add. During the time I was living at my grandma's house, I was doing some work in my room. I had a friend coming over and I told him just to walk in through the garage since it was open. This was before I rearranged the den. The sun was starting to set. My friend walks in and doesn't even say hi. He just says, "I thought it was just you living here." I look at him puzzled and said, "It is." He asked me, "Then who's the guy sitting on the chair downstairs? He's just sitting in the dark, staring at nothing." I panicked. I had the garage open all day. Someone could have made themselves at home. I run downstairs. He follows, realizing no one should be there. We check the house and no one was there. I say, "Really? You're fucking with me." He says, "No, I saw him clear as day." He began describing him, then stopped and pointed at a picture and said, "Wait, that's him. That's the guy I saw." "No, that guy died when I was 5. That's my grandpa."
I've lived in the same house all my life. And since I was a kid, my mother would tell me stories of the ghosts she would see before I was born. Her and my aunts have both seen a face in windows, both describing an elderly gentleman with a top hat. The face that they saw was never malicious or menacing, but just someone watching. After looking through several family photo albums, they saw a picture of my great-grandfather and it was the face they kept seeing. After discovering the identity of the ghost, my mother felt general relief because at the time she was pregnant with me, and my parents had a difficult time with conception, so she felt like she was watching over her while pregnant as a guardian angel of sorts. One night, she woke up to see a figure in the doorway to her room. Instead of the immediate terror a person would normally experience, she felt calm. Even when the figure walked closer and closer to the bed, finally sitting next to my sleeping father in the bed, the figure promptly vanished. After that night, they never saw him again. Fast forward 22 years, I'm sitting dumbfounded, hearing these stories for the first time, feeling genuinely bummed out that I never got to experience any of this. Now, at this time, I injured my shoulder and couldn't sleep in anything but a recliner for 6 months while I recovered from surgery. So I took our entire basement and turned it into a mini apartment. After about a month, me and my girlfriend Emma started hearing the door to the upstairs close loudly at random points during the day and night. The fridge would be open for no reason, and motion lights we had at the top of the stairs would trigger on and off. All of these things were explainable enough. The old house making noise, bad lights, didn't close the fridge enough, a million different explanations. It started happening so much, I would joke that the ghost was back, and I had decided its name was Fred. One night, me and Emma were home alone, and I left to go get dinner. When I came back, she looked visibly confused and annoyed. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Well, Fred played a little joke on me while you were gone." This piqued my interest greatly. "Do tell." "When you left, I heard footsteps coming from upstairs, so I thought you'd forgotten your keys or something, so I came to see what was going on. But when I came upstairs, you were not there. Then I heard footsteps coming from the third floor. I yelled up and nobody answered, but I heard the footsteps again, so I yelled up, 'All right, Fred, I'm not playing this game anymore.' Then nothing. She went back downstairs, and I came home a few minutes later. The footsteps continued for the next couple of weeks, and we just got used to it shouting, 'Knock it off, Fred.' Whenever it went on too long and got annoying, which would always make it promptly stop. Till one night, around 2 a.m., we had a couple of friends over, and from upstairs, we heard a very loud bang. Now, my parents both have very bad knees, so immediately, me and Emma rush upstairs thinking one of them had just fallen down the stairs or something. But the main floor was dark, with nothing out of place. 'Mom?' I tentatively called out, and from the third floor, both my parents yelled down asking what happened. They had been in bed for the last hour and heard the crash and thought we or one of our friends had drunkenly knocked something over. Keep in mind, none of us had been drinking at all. After verifying that my parents were okay and nothing was out of place, we both made sighs of relief. I have to pee. Emma ran to the bathroom. Babe, get in here now. I ran in to see what was wrong, and boy had Fred struck. Laying in front of the toilet was the mirror normally mounted on the wall above the toilet, face down but unbroken. This was not possible. The mirror easily weighed 20 pounds. The frame was made from old logs chopped in half. This mirror was big enough that it would have broken the toilet, let alone not have the glass shatter. And even stranger, on top of the toilet, there were little knickknacks, all of which were undisturbed. Again, completely impossible. My brain launched directly into problem-solving mode. How could this happen? I checked the nail on the wall. Solid, did not budge an inch. Checked the back of the mirror, just as solid. I remounted the mirror, waiting a few seconds to make sure it didn't fall. It didn't. I tried to recreate in my head how this could have happened, but the only conclusion I could reach is that someone took the mirror off the wall, held it a few inches off the ground, and dropped it. High enough to make a big bang, but not high enough to break it. Well, after all this, Emma had enough and said that she was going to get rid of Fred. He's getting too ballsy with this stuff. The following week, she blessed the house with sage, all the while saying to Fred that he was unwelcome for now, if he was going to be doing things like this, but that if he could behave, he could return later on. After the blessing, we didn't hear from Fred at all, until about a year later. I came home from work, and my rocking chair was rocking like someone had just stood up. I tried walking around and recreating how I came in to see if maybe I just rocked the floor a little bit, but nothing. All right, Fred, you're welcome to stay. Just don't do anything stupid or out you go again. So far, nothing since the chair has happened, but who knows what Fred has planned to make sure we all know he's there. I grew up in a small California desert tourist town called Joshua Tree, home of the Joshua Tree National Park. Those of us that are older called it the Monument, as it was before National Parkdom. I was in my early 20s at the time of this, which was approximately 15 or 16 years ago, and was the only one with a car and license. Growing up in a small desert town leaves you with limited options for fun, and we would make use of the park. Occasionally, maybe once a week or so, a group of us would pile into the station wagon with beer, smokes, and a mixtape, and drive through the park late at night. An empty road, so dark and quiet other than the loud group of guys in a red Mercury driving fast from one entrance to another. Hours would go by each time as we drove the long, desolate road,
and stopped at various rocks we liked to climb. I can't overstate how desolate it was, how alone. No other cars, no lights, except the occasional lonely unmanned roadwork sign when warranted. Hell, that was exactly what we thought it was. This trip started like any other, except maybe more of us than usual. Crammed in that car, windows down as I chain smoked and drove a good 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. Gravel spitting up as we had a good time. Shortly into the trip, I saw a light. A blue light. Possibly, and it was, miles and miles ahead. That's the thing about dark. Light is free to shine for miles. I remember saying something about having to slow down at some point ahead. There must be some road construction left by itself up ahead. Had to be a sign that I hadn't moved. We continued for a few miles to one of our favourite stops and got out. We climbed for a while, maybe 45 minutes or so. Drank a little, joked, the norm. Then we piled back in and continued. Let me be clear, this light never moved, and we had already been about an hour into our adventure. Why would the sign have a blue light? As we approached the light, I started to slow, and slowed more and more as we approached the source. It wasn't a sign, it wasn't a car, it wasn't a UFO. Standing on the side of the road, facing towards us unmoving for over an hour at this point, was a man. A pale white man, white beard, dirty old miner clothing with an old mining helmet and a pickaxe. Period appropriate for a time long before the park was anything other than deserts, with some lovely mines. His light gave off an unnatural and bright blue light. His face was blank, but he stared at us, directly at all of us. We sped up, and as we drove by faster, his head turned to keep pace with us as we left. His light was visible, unmoving once again, facing us the entire trip out. Once again, it never flickered or moved. He wasn't translucent, but the saying as white as a ghost applied to everything about him, other than his clothes, pickaxe, and light. I remember looking at the car clock shortly after passing him. It was damn nearly exactly 1 a.m. when we passed. We never saw a car, hell, a horse, any way for this old sickly pale miner to get into the park, nor any reason for him to leave. Any means of transportation would have been visible if nearby. Worst of all, we estimated that this miner had to have been standing there facing us for at least an hour and half never moving. The eeriest part by far was how still he had been the whole time, waiting, perhaps, to see us. Not once did that light flicker as if he looked down for a moment or turned his head. He just stood there staring down the road at a car full of dumbasses. Even when we parked, headlights off and climbing some rocks while balancing a beer in one hand, he started from miles away into the darkness in our direction. It would have been no more than darkness to any human that far away without our headlights. We never saw him again. However, a few years ago, I decided to check out to see if anyone had experienced the same. I found one story of a couple that saw him near the park we did. Standing there, staring late at night, found another story of people camping out in the dark away from standard camps that saw the silhouette of what could have been a miner walking closer by. As I wished we would have stopped. Even if it would have been the most horrifying ever. I wish we would have stopped because I honestly believed there was a ghost of a dead miner out in that park, and I would know for sure today. Plenty of unexplained things in my life, but the visage of that miner still fresh to today. If anyone ever wants to test their luck, both on seeing the miner and seeing what he may be doing, take a trip through Joshua Tree National Park in Southern California late at night or early in the morning. You'll probably be alone on that road without cell reception, so be smarter than us and don't take the risks we did. Make sure to slow down your approach, return for Keys View, which is where we saw him and where the other story of him was. Look for a blue ghostly light
during your trip? "2017, the dungeons, Berlin. We queue up until we get a tour of the Lady in White, also known as the ghost of Hohenzollern. No spoilers. So there was an actress in the dark, dressed in white, screaming while the lights flash. And then they tell us the story of the ghost. Definitely worth seeing. I liked the Berlin dungeons, and there's a lot more to it, but I'm keeping it relevant anyways. After this, we go about our day seeing other parts of Berlin and the city. We were getting to the end of the day. It was a cold day and the weather was miserable. We walk a little further out of the river. So we're crossing this bridge, and as we're walking, we're looking out to the river and enjoying the view. I took my eyes off of the river, and when I turned to face the path, I couldn't quite believe my eyes. Walking towards us was a lady, no taller than 4'6", remarkably small, almost childlike. Her complexion is pale and her hair is almost white. She was very slim. Her face was flawless. She looked to be aged about 16 to 18, but it was hard to tell. She wore nothing but a white veil over her hair and a Victorian-looking nightgown. She walked barefoot. Her feet and ankles were covered in soot or ash and so dirty when they were black. What followed was fighting, and when I think about it, tears run down my face. So we make eye contact. I was drawn to her eyes staring at me. This state was not a stare of interest, or as if she wanted to ask us something. This was a stare of hatred. She stared into my eyes like she wanted me dead. She stared so intensely, I felt she could see right through me. Her stare lasted about 3 seconds or until we passed each other. So, there are other things that can happen. I can't explain why she was dressed in a Victorian-style nightgown and veil in miserable, slightly cold weather. Even the homeless wore warm coats and were fully dressed. I can't explain why her legs and feet were black as coal. This wasn't dust or dirt. This had to be coal. But modern cities are no longer coated in soot from burning coal, so how did her legs and feet get so black? Why would someone stare at a stranger like they wanted to kill them? It wasn't just my interpretation. Most people would look away if they were caught staring. This lady kept staring at me. I can't explain why there is no trace of this lady online or on social media, considering she walked through the middle of Berlin, her appearance, and the history of the White Lady ghost. I don't understand why there is no trace. I read on the Berlin Dungeons website, the appearance of the White Lady only meant one thing: definite death. Does that explain why I felt like she wanted me dead when she stared at me? But this experience had not turned me into a believer of ghosts, but it's made me believe in the possibilities of ghosts, which I honestly thought I would never say, and I will feel more inclined to read ghost stories and not just doubt it all. Feel free to share your thoughts or theories. I've thought about from her being an actor from the Dungeons, to her being a lure, to her being a hippie, but nothing, at least not yet, has hit the nail on the head or even come close to feeling like a possibility. But weird things happen in the world. Maybe it's just one of those things. If I could go back in time and find out, I would. That was until the night of the 23rd of December. I couldn't really sleep that night because I'd been working a late shift and was still kinda in an energetic mood. Weirdly though, that afternoon when I was sitting on my bed putting my shoes on, I could have sworn I felt someone touch my foot from under my bed. I didn't really pay much attention to it. I just remember thinking, oh god, that's weird. But it was the middle of the day and I was running late. Anyways, that night, once I did finally get to sleep, I kept being awoken by scratching noises. That sounds a lot scarier than it is, because we always get mice in our attic in winter,
so it really wasn't anything new or scary. However, the third or fourth time it woke me up, it startled me because it sounded different. This time it sounded like, I guess I would say it sounded like someone really lightly running their finger along the wall. Not scratching it or anything, just like someone really, really lightly running a finger along the wall. I also noticed that my wardrobe door was open. In my culture, there's a lot of superstitions surrounding specifically wardrobe doors being open. I actually have a string keeping it closed, which would have to have been untied to open the wardrobe. This immediately made me think something spooky was afoot, but I was so tired that I was just happy to ignore it. Anyways, I turned on the light and of course there was nothing to be seen, so I got a drink, took a few deep breaths and went back to sleep. I then awoke at 7 lying on my side facing the wall. For some reason, I got this overwhelming urge to turn around, and before I knew it, I was already turning over. I noticed that there was looked to be a shadow man. I'm not sure why, but I had the distinct sense that it was male, standing about 1 meter from the side of my bed. I got the feeling that it was facing me, but peculiarly, it had no head. It wasn't like it had been decapitated or anything gruesome like that. It just had an uninterrupted line across from one shoulder to the other. As well as that, I remember it not having any hands, like its arms just extend in a sort of rounded point. I also immediately noticed that it was quite small, maybe 5 feet tall. Probably less, I'm 5'11", and I could tell I was a decent bit shorter than it. I didn't feel threatened at all at the time. I just saw it, thought, oh wow, this is actually happening. And then immediately thought, this isn't what I imagined you would look like. For reference, as a child, I remember frequently seeing huge figure pretty often. So in my mind, that's what a shadow person was supposed to look like. Anyways, I then kind of snapped out of it and drove for the light switch. This meant passing by the entity in order to reach the switch. It didn't move or run or anything. It just stood still. When I passed it though, I did notice a coldness in that area of the air, feeling thick or dense. That's the only word that I can think of. As soon as the light was on, it began to fade into like smoke, but there was still a clear outline of it for a few seconds. The best way I can describe it is like, you know when it's really hot outside and you can see the heat waves rising off the road? Yes, well, it looked exactly like that wavy air, but in the shape of the shadow. I'm from Ireland, and assuming this was one of the sea, I asked to leave in Irish. I then felt the newfound sense of dread momentarily lift, but when I sat back down on my bed to kind of process my thoughts, I felt a rush of cold air come towards me, and I did feel a sense of anger or annoyance. But I can't explain where or what it was coming from, almost as if the air was angry at me. Naturally, I decided that this was a battle I was not willing to fight, and left the room. As soon as I closed the door though, I noticed that my 2 pet ferrets were both wide awake, and had all of their fur standing fully on end. I brought them both into my room then, and they both immediately started hissing and puffing their fur up at something. I've never in my life seen them act this way, so it really did freak me out. I've been hoping to just pass this off as some sort of hallucination, but their actions unfortunately made me feel quite justified in my fears. I was initially worried that it was the feared daughter of Irish folklore, a shadow man of the Sai who acts as a warning of your death, but it doesn't fit any of the descriptions of him from our mythology. Which honestly was the best Christmas surprise ever. Fully thought I was a goner for a while. About 3 years after my mum had to put our dog to sleep, due to rapidly worsening illness he had, she always felt like he was hanging around. She never actually saw him, but he had his habits of sleeping next to my parents' room door, and there was occasional bark or thus she always exclaimed. One night, my dad woke up because he had to go to the toilet, went out the room door, only to trip over something,
slapping his whole body against the wall, shouting loudly, "Damn it, Ray, I told you countless times to not sleep there." My mum, woken by the noise, with the utmost calm, deadpanned my dad by saying, "But dear, Ray's 3 years dead." She then proceeded to lay back and watch my dad to return to bed, sweaty and white as a sheet, looking at my mum. But Lucy, I swear to God I felt fur on my feet. At this point, my mum only laughed. The last thing she said was, "I suppose I'm not the only crazy one now, am I?" After this experience, my dad never called my mum crazy. Now when something strange happens, my dad just lets my mum handle it without saying anything. I have to say, I'm really sorry I don't remember this firsthand. But every time my mum mentions this, my dad is looking kind of startled. Luckily, we always laugh at this point. It's not a scary story for us, but I always like to hear it again, because my mum always shows gratitude that nobody is calling her mad anymore because of this. When I was younger, I had a black German Shepherd named Benjamin, Ben for short. He was the most loyal and friendly dog, but had big scary performances whenever there was wind crying through cracks or fireworks were cracking outside. We lived at the time in a block of flat on the 10th floor, all solid panels, so not much noise from neighbours could be heard. This story happened 7 years ago at a New Year's celebration, half a year after our dog Ben passed away. Everything was normal. Me, my fiance, mum, dad, and my best friend were celebrating New Year at our flat, watching fireworks beginning to shoot from our window. Everything went alright for a few minutes, until one of our blasted neighbours decided to throw out some homemade explosive, which made a really loud bang. Suddenly, my best friend turned and screamed for her life. Me and mum turned to see what had happened, only to see this dog-like black mass jump down the bed, positioned across the window, followed by shattering glass sound. After initial shock, we decided to check up if the glasses for champagne fell and shattered or what, only to find nothing has been broken, but my dog's memorial photo to be flung across the room to the other side of the bed, from left, and it being put under mum's bag, which is usually pretty heavy because she tends to have too many things in there, without being broken or even slightly cracked. None of us can make sense of how it got there and what that black mass was. Me, my mum and best friend were the only ones to see the black mass, and my fiancé and dad to be additional to hear the shattering glass with the rest of us. After a few minutes of trying to rationalise what had happened, mum weighs it off as it was probably just Benjamin being scared of the loud firework. We laugh it off despite knowing damn well Ben is dead for half a year, and continue to enjoy our New Year's celebration. Logan is her ex-boyfriend, then boyfriend at the time. Ronnie is her ex-boyfriend's friend and old roommate. Kaylee is Ronnie's ex-girlfriend. Margaret and Cleo are her old cats. Tell me about your scariest experience at Silver Creek. The scariest? So, the scariest thing was one morning I woke up and it was like 3 a.m, because that was when Logan would be working. So I was home alone and I went down to the kitchen. And that's where a lot of energy was from, because remember, like, that basement? So it was around that area, so I was chilling, making coffee, and I felt this unexplainable touch on my shoulder. So I turned around so fast because I thought something grabbed my shoulder, and there was no one there. So I grabbed my bong and ran out the door. One time, Ronnie, who used to live there, woke up in the middle of the night and heard old music playing down in the living room, and the music stopped playing when he went downstairs. Logan and Ronnie never believed that much until Ronnie experienced that, because Ronnie's girlfriend got too scared to go in the bathroom alone or be in the house alone. We'd be upstairs on the main floor, and then the dirt bike got kicked over and there was glass and nails, so I started to search. And I found this old dream catcher that gave off so much negative energy, which is so weird for a dream catcher. And then I saged the house before the dream catcher because I was like, the fuck? And things stopped happening for a month. And then things started happening again, so I spoke out. It's okay, whoever you are, just stop scaring me. Because the music, lights go off, crashing of glass, things being thrown and stuff, the doors slamming, children writing, were all scaring me. They were scribbles of children's drawings along the kitchen. Down the road, there was a triple murder suicide house. There's not much to tell, but the main story was that the kid killed the mom, and the dad and then him killed himself. But then it was the dad who killed the kid and the mom himself. So it's undetermined. But sometimes if you pass that house, you can see a white face in the window staring at you. So I'd be chilling and Margaret and Cleo didn't get along that well. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night and they'd be standing by side, staring at the same thing and following something with their eyes, and always acting weird and scared, like they were hypnotized. So one night we felt like Ronnie was in his room and he was really depressed from his breakup, and he was standing at the foot of his bed with a loaded shotgun. And he wouldn't listen to me and Logan. Had to shake him to wake him out of it, and he realised he was holding a fully loaded shotgun. He didn't know what came over him and didn't remember, but he said he was trying to kill himself. In Ronnie's room, it was really weird, and there was a chimney in the closet with cobwebs on it, and it led up to the top of the house. After Ronnie moved out, we kept everything in his room. He just had a shotgun and an old bed, and I heard things moving up in his room, and the shotgun was moved from his old mattress to leaning against the chimney. The bottles in the basement would be thrown against the wall, and there were always dead rodents and frogs in the basement, and they would always be found dead right at the edge of the basement stairs. One time, I was in the living room watching a show. I didn't even feel safe when there was sunlight or when there was daytime at all. It was a constant negative, weird energy. One day, I was really sick and I had a cold, and I thought I could hear something talking to me. And I turned around really fast, and it was like a big gust of wind blew through the house. I got so scared I called Ronnie, and I said, "When are you coming home? I'm so scared right now." And I'd always hide out in the truck because I didn't want to be alone. And also one time, Kaylee, Ronnie's ex, said that Ronnie went downstairs and she heard someone tapping at the bedroom door. And she heard whispering sounds of someone imitating his voice, and it wasn't even him. It was like a shapeshifter kind of thing, a skinwalker. I always found fairy rings out in the yard, and maybe they weren't fairy rings. It could be something else pretending to be. I had the constant fear of knowing you're being watched, and it was true. So in July 2020, I visited an abandoned farmhouse near where I live. The place itself wasn't that scary until we entered the middle of the house. This part was completely dark. There was no natural light anywhere, so we turned on our torches. Things seemed to move. A chair would move a foot or so to the right. The ladder in the front room would creak under the weight of a person, but there was no one there. We found nothing of it because we didn't know the house was haunted until I posted my video to YouTube, where I had loads of fellow urbex explorers telling me the real history of the building. A father had murdered his 2 young children and hidden the bodies in the basement, which after his trial had been sealed completely. And the mother hung herself in the upstairs bedroom. It's rumoured that the mother haunts the upstairs of the house. Most say she isn't violent, but she doesn't like people entering her room. In fact, her room is the only one which has decayed so badly that the floor has dipped into the front room. However, it was not her ghost we encountered the second time. Once I knew all of this, I went back. A foolish decision, but a decision no less. This time I wanted to make contact. I hoped to speak with the woman, ask her what happened in that place, why she can't move on, etc. And if she wanted to talk to us. For a while, we walked around the house. We would hear things. A scuffle of feet, like that of a person too tired to properly pick their feet up. Slamming doors upstairs, the old basement door would move and creak. There was no draft. And so, before we lost courage, we opened up a speaking app. I personally wasn't sure how well it would work, what with it being a free app on Play Store, but we began to politely talk to the ghost anyway. Every now and then my phone would click, the screen would go blank, and static would play loudly. I began to get spooked out. Then my cousin said, "What if a ghost tells us to get out?" And that's what happened. As soon as she finished speaking, a yes violently came through my phone. A chill ran through my whole body, all at once. It hadn't been the woman's voice. It was the angry, hostile voice of an older man. We screamed and ran out of the house so fast. Once outside, I had to take a moment because I felt as though I was going to throw up. We ended the session on my phone and left. The building is due to be demolished later this year after laying abandoned for around 30 or 40 years or so. And yet, since I spoke to the entity, I've had the same dream every night of a slightly different building. Nothing in my dream ever changed, until last night. A window had been broken and a dark, shadowy figure beckoned me forwards. That's when I woke up. I haven't felt quite right since going to that building, and I will never be going back. My oldest brother grew up in Sierra Vista in the 1980s. Sierra Vista is a border town in Arizona, and during that time it experienced some heavy drug crime and some light violence. Normal border town stuff. Well, my mom was a single mom, and they briefly lived in a very shady trailer park in a single wide mobile home because it was all they could afford. Trailers were run down, things weren't meeting codes, and you didn't have to pass a background check, so many of her neighbours were criminals. There was a drug dealer and his girlfriend living across from them who was pretty abusive. You would hear them fight and she would leave, and he would hunt her down and bring her back. The girlfriend's death was played off as a suicide, but it was widely believed that he had murdered her just to give you a better image of what type of place it was. Soon after moving in, my mom woke up in the middle of the night to my brother chit-chatting. He was sitting cross-legged on the middle kitchen floor in the dark. My mom stood there for a moment, listening to him, giggling and talking before saying his name. "Jimmy, what you doing? Who are you talking to?" "My friend. Talking to my friend." "Who is your friend?" "The man." "The man? What's the man's name?" "I don't know." "You don't know? He lives under the ground. The man who lives under the ground." My mom scooped him up and took him back to bed in her room because it freaked her out. This went on for a few weeks. She'd wake up to him sitting in the kitchen in the middle of the night, and eventually he started going onto the porch talking to the man. He would just sit there talking as if someone was actually there. One day he comes crying to my mom. "He's scaring me. I don't like him anymore. I don't want to talk to him anymore." "Don't like who?" "The man who lives under the ground." And like that, almost every night, he became absolutely terrified of him. He wouldn't walk to the bathroom by himself because he had to pass the kitchen, and he definitely didn't go into the kitchen at night anymore. This is particularly abnormal because, as far as I know, children don't get scared of their imaginary friends because they make them up themselves. They are who they want them to be. My family has two theories about this whole experience. Theory 1 is that the man who lived under the ground was a spirit of someone who was murdered and buried under the kitchen. Theory 2 is that there was actually a man living under the trailer and speaking to him through the vents. I don't know which one is more terrifying. My mom and my brother promptly moved out, and he never had the experience again. He's 35 years old now, and only remembers talking to a shadow. This happened when I lived in a house that always felt very odd. And I don't want to say it, but it felt somewhat haunted. We'd always have unusual events such as exploding light bulbs and things thrown at us during the night. I should mention that on numerous occasions, we would all claim to see the same shadow creature frantically brush past our feet, as if it was a rabbit that was running from a fox. We brushed it off as just our imagination and tiredness. We kept many pets, such as birds, rabbits, and the occasional slug that somehow made its way into our dining room. We didn't keep those, FYI. On many occasions, our pet rabbits would freak out and hide in the one corner of the room as if they were attracted to this same spot. They wouldn't ever go near this specific corner of the living room, and if you dared try putting them near, they would kick and scratch and run away from it. There's so much I could tell you, but I'll skip to what you people would call the fun stuff. So I was young, prone to these really powerful recurring nightmares for some reason. Normal diet and even more normal lifestyle. Sometimes after one of these nightmares, I would crawl down from my top bunk bed and make my way down the cold ladder in the pitch black of night. And I'd call for my parents and I would jump into bed with them for the rest of the night. So this one night, another nightmare hit me. It was one of the worst I've had. I jump into my parents' bed with them, who by the way are both facing the same direction, towards my right. I'm on the far left side of the bed, facing left. After at least 15 minutes of staring into the void of the darkness, my eyes had started to adjust. I could make out the shapes of my mother's wardrobe and my father's football gear. He was a football coach, not a player. At some point, I must have opened my eyes after nearly falling asleep. Kind of like when you have that hypnic jerk just as you're about to fall asleep, but you have that crazy fast panic attack and you inhale. I hope you know what I mean. So I opened my eyes, and after a minute or so of regaining my bearings, I caught a glimpse of a moving pattern. This really freaked me out. It didn't have any distinctive features, except that it almost looked like it had tentacles, like an octopus. It sounds ridiculous, I know. As soon as I saw this weird thing, I pulled the duvet over my head and faced my parents' direction. Now listen carefully here, because this is the best part. The position I was laying in was like a curled up on my side kind of position, with my left arm under my pillow and my right arm down between my thighs. Somebody or something grabbed my hand, which was under the pillow, and gripped it very tight. Almost like that grip your uncles give you when you haven't seen them in ages. I yanked my hand several times until it gave way, and I called for my parents to wake up, because obviously at this point I was terrified. It wasn't my father's hand, and he was the parent closest to me. He couldn't have reached from his position facing right all the way to my hand, considering whatever grabbed my hand came from the edge of the bed behind me. Hopefully, this isn't too confusing so far. Boom! The light bulb at the top of our staircase blows up. Glass everywhere. My brothers get their phones out and switch all the lights on, confused when the one bulb doesn't turn on. My parents already have the lamp on by this point, and there's nobody or nothing in the room with us. My roommate and I have lived in this one-bedroom apartment comfortably for a little over a year now. When we first moved in, it was owned by some lady who was scared of it burning down. There had been one apartment that was ruined by smoke mostly once. And we have 3 fire alarms within 2 feet of each other near the back of the house because of the landlord. The majority of the time, everything is pretty normal. No strange dreams, no banging, none of that. But what does happen is strange. We were given 2 keys for the house when we moved in. They both curled at a round angle, like an arched finger. One of them only curled at the tip. One happened while my friend had it in his pocket while he was out skating. Then when he went to use it on the door, it was bent. Next, I know I lose some things like we all do, but some things seem to legitimately disappear completely every now and then. Usually it's when we have people over. It's something we're using and have been using all night, and then puff, gone. I was once in the bedroom with my ex, and in the morning the door opened and closed like 15 times. It was truly the most insane thing I've ever seen. Even talking about it makes my hair stand up. It happened so fast never completely closing every time, just quickly swaying back and forth. I have a nightstand thing with shelves next to my bed in the living room, and I have this massive rock on it, and one night it just fell straight off, out of nowhere. Scared the shit out of me. It made a super massive loud crash that made me jump straight off the couch. It's not much of a story, I guess. There's more to it all, but I just figured I'd say something because I think about it all the time. I just wonder what's going to happen next. Always kind of a long time in between events. Almost just enough to where you forget they happen completely.
One night, an uncle of mine was walking home. The sun was just starting to set, and in Lagos at the time, there weren't many streetlights. So when it got dark out, it got dark out. My uncle had been told by Abwe, Dad's mom, many times not to stay out too late and be home before the sun goes down. My uncle was a very stubborn person when he was younger, according to my dad, and always blew off everything my Abwe would say. On this night, he definitely should have listened to her. And if I'm not mistaken, he did after the events I'm about to retell. As he walked, he saw a man standing on a street corner. The man looked to my uncle and said, "You should get home, kid. It's getting late." My uncle, being the jackass that he was, said, "Screw you, old man. Don't tell me what to do," and went about his leisurely walk home. After a couple of blocks, my uncle saw the same man standing on a different street corner. The man said the same thing he said before. My uncle didn't think much of it, told him to go fuck himself and continued walking. After a few blocks, my uncle saw the same man, but this time he had a big snarling dog with him. The old man said the same thing, this man with the dog growling and baring its teeth. My uncle was a little more bothered this time, understandably so, but still told the old man to shove it and kept walking. He was nearly home at this point. The sun was gone, the moon bright in the sky, and then he saw him again. This time he's just laughing maniacally. Not only is he laughing, but he has two dogs now. According to my dad, my uncle said the dogs and man's eyes were red, and as soon as my uncle walked past them, he heard the man let the dogs go. He took off, running as fast as he possibly could, the dogs barking, snarling, and giving chase. As soon as my uncle reached my Abwe's house, he started pounding on the door, furiously begging her to open up. Once the door was opened, he flew inside and told her to shut it fast. My Abwe was trying to figure out what was happening, and my uncle told her about the man and the dogs. My Abwe said he was being ridiculous and said there's nothing out there. She opened the door and saw nothing, but my uncle swore that he could see the dogs pacing outside back and forth. Teeth sharp, eyes red, fur black, and waiting for him. When I was in high school, my senior year, I was helping out with the school play. A girl I liked was in the play and asked if I could help, so of course I said yes. Well. One night after rehearsals had concluded, I stayed back in order to organise the prop room. I had major OCD back then. A few minutes go by, and I hear the door to the stage slam shut. Something to note about this door is that if you closed it without propping it open, you'd surely lock yourself in and be screwed. So, being the nice guy that I was back then, I walk over, prop the door open, and step inside. I can already hear my Mexican ancestors calling me a pendejo for going towards the noise. Anywho, I walk onto the stage and start calling out, asking, "Hey, anyone there?" Everyone already left, so time to go. You know you nearly locked yourself in here, right? It was silent, except for the boom, boom, boom steps I was hearing on the stage. I didn't only hear them, but I felt them through my shoes and it shook me. I thought nothing of it and kept asking who was around. Still no responses, and then I started hearing what sounded like someone running up and down the aisles. After a while, the spotlights started making noise as though someone was playing with them. At that point, I figured my friend Amy was messing with me, so I texted her and asked if she was fucking with me. She said no. I said bullshit and she FaceTimed me. She showed me she was in her room and said, "Yep, I left my comfy bed and comfy pajamas to mess with you." I apologised, said we'd talk the next day, and hung up. After what felt like an eternity, the spotlight stopped. The running in the aisle stopped, but the stomping on the stage didn't. They felt closer and closer and closer until it felt like they stopped right behind me. I felt a breeze on my neck and thought, okay, has to be wind. Then I felt 3 sharp nails land on my shoulder, one at a time. That was the last straw. I bolted out of there faster than I ran any 3-mile run I ran in the military afterwards. Grabbed my backpack and ran as fast as I could out of the theatre building. I live in historic district Savannah, and for anyone who doesn't know, Savannah is very haunted, especially the section I live in. My apartment is from the mid-1800s. My boyfriend lived in the studio apartments in our building, and then a one-bedroom apartment was available on the lowest level, so we took it. I expected some weird noises and minor stuff, as my boyfriend said he's experienced it the year before I moved in, but nothing crazy. But some weird-ass stuff just suddenly happened. Besides recently feeling the phenomenon in our place, the activity seems to be happening in the bathroom. My boyfriend has been hearing noises constantly late at night while I'm sleeping. And funny enough, I told him how the bathroom has freaked me out for no reason. Well, just today, the weirdest thing happened. Our new and unused white soap dish that sits on a platform up high above everything, with all the teeth cleaning stuff, my contact fluid, etc., randomly was filled with what looked like pee. Musty and had that pee smell. To the top with 0 spills anywhere, and our new toothpaste was floating in it. I mean pee colour. I brushed my teeth at noon Sunday. My boyfriend brushed them before me, and I put the toothpaste next to the mouth rinse, not in the soap dish. Then this morning, my boyfriend goes, "Why is the toothpaste floating in our soap dish?" It's a big deep one, by the way, with yellow liquid. We watched it go down the drain and it was pure pee, smell or not. You could tell. We created it by filling the white soap dish again, clear and white. We hadn't even used the bathroom all Sunday because we didn't come home until like 8 p.m, went out again and came home at 11 p.m, went to bed. Neither of us brushed our teeth last night because we both passed out. I used the toilet but didn't touch the shelf. He didn't either. We have no friends here and our windows have bars and don't even open. An issue our landlord has been addressed about. We also have security cameras and 3 locks. There was pee in the soap dish, filled to the top, on a shelf with the toothpaste floating in it. There was no other substance or anything anywhere else. Nothing was wet, just in that soap dish. I refused to smell it, but my boyfriend did and said it was musty, like pee. And if someone were to prank us by putting pee or even water in that dish, it would have fallen everywhere because it's high up and was filled to the brim. Like there's no way a person could pee in a soap dish and then raise it above, perfectly laying it on a shelf, and then add toothpaste in it. It sounds nuts and silly to care about, but something like this is strange. Who even heard of such a thing? Can a ghost even pee? I'm 29 weeks pregnant and I wake up consistently throughout the night due to having to pee a lot. I always feel like someone is watching me from the kitchen, which can be seen from down the hall when you go to the bathroom. A little backstory. My husband and I live with my father-in-law. His mother passed away in October, and we were very close. Then, in my son's toy room and father-in-law room, which is right next to our bedroom, I always feel eyes on me when I walk by. No matter if I'm home alone or if anyone is there. I always feel like somebody's watching me. The other day, I was in the bath watching YouTube, home alone. I hear someone walking in the house and hear the fridge door open then shut. My father-in-law was hunting, husband at work, son at his mother's house, and my dog's paws were visible under the door because she has separation issues, especially with me pregnant. My husband doesn't feel it, but my father-in-law said he never feels alone either. My son, 3, stays as a ghost in the kitchen and in the walls. I don't know if I'm more sensitive because of being pregnant, but I've always felt like I'm never truly alone, no matter where I am. My husband is a pest control technician, and he normally has to drive pretty far out in the woods to do his job. One day, his GPS took him to an old abandoned Freemasons building, which the GPS said was the firehouse he was supposed to be servicing. While he was slightly confused, he figured it was the right address and started spraying for bugs. When he gets to the back of the building, he sees a basement door open, like one of those doors that are technically in the ground, but lead to a basement under the house. He told me he could hear what sounded like someone walking, but he just hollered down into the basement that he was just a pest technician doing a job. He then hears what he explained to me as a monotone voice say, "Hey, I need some help." He said it didn't sound like the voice was struggling or anything. He just replied saying, "Everything okay? Are you hurt?" The voice just repeated, "I need help." They couldn't see down in the basement, and there weren't any apparent light to see anyone either. My husband is a 6'2", 250-pound man. Normally people don't mess with him or would even try to talk to him, and people don't scare him easily. But he noped the hell out of there. He said the entire time he walked back to his truck around the front of the building, it felt like something was right behind him, watching him leave. He was confused as to why the GPS brought him there, but he eventually found the right place that he was supposed to be at. He called me after he had service to tell me all this. So, M was in our own home, and in his dream, he was getting ready for bed. It was already dark and the moon was illuminating into the house, leaving dark spots. When M entered the bedroom, he found an old man sitting on a bunk bed, rather than the king-size bed we usually have, and no old man. The old man was fragile and shaking. He needed help getting into bed. M helped the old man into the bottom bunk, then proceeded to hop into the top bunk for a good night's rest. When he soon realised, wait, who is this old man, and why am I in bunk bed? Once this realisation hit, he hopped out of bed to question why this old man was in his house. Except when M looked down, he was standing on batteries. There were dead batteries all over the room, and an old man sitting up in the bed. M asked the old man, "What's with all the batteries?" rather than why he's in the house. The old man started shaking again. He was fidgeting with a flashlight and some batteries. He looked at M with empty and frightened eyes before saying, "We need the light." M started to feel a demonic presence surrounding him. He could feel it getting closer with every breath. The flashlight went out, causing M to wake up to a heavy breath in his ear. He shot up in his own bed, and his heart pounding and trying to catch his breath. M came downstairs to find me, as I work night shift and tend to stay up late. By this time, I had the Ouija board put away and was relaxing in front of the TV. He looked pale and ready to cry. I feel horrible, and strange things started to happen on a regular basis now. I was working the night shift currently as a nurse for about 4 months at this point, so I was up until 5 AM, even on my days off. Anyways, I needed a new place to rent, and I was not about to move in with my current boyfriend, as he lived with 4 dudes in a house with only 1 bathroom. My friend suggested I rent out a room from her neighbour, who was about 86 years old at the time, and not doing so well health-wise. He said he'd give me cheap rent, knowing a nurse was living in the house. I thought, saving money would be awesome. Eddie was super friendly and very sweet. So I agreed to move in and decided to set up my room in the basement so it was darker and easier to sleep during the day. I cleaned it up and liked the fact that it was more private. I didn't have a whole lot of time to settle in due to my work, but on my first night off, I was reminded why people don't like basements. It was rolling around to about 2 a.m. I was up watching a movie or something of the sort, debating if I should walk over to the 7-Eleven to buy some greasy goodness for dinner, when I started to hear someone walking down the stairs, quickly. The lights were off and the switch was over by the stairs, so I used the flashlight on my phone to see, thinking that Eddie really shouldn't be running down the stairs like that, but maybe he needs me. So I started to call out his name. Eddie, are you okay? As I walk over to the light switch, at first I don't even see him. Then wait, I can hear footsteps walking away from me. I can see someone, something walking the opposite direction from where I was standing. I called out for Eddie once more with a little more shakiness in my voice, because the dark figure I was looking at was no 86-year-old man. It was tall and big, over 6 feet. It looked right at me. It had these reflective yellow eyes that shined from my phone flashlight. I just stood there as it started to, the manifest. I snapped out of this trance-like state when it hissed or something at me. I jumped and turned on the light switch so fast, and it was gone. I grabbed my purse and jacket and took that walk over to 7-Eleven and did not come back until the sun came out. I was so scared. That morning I moved my things to the upstairs room thinking that would help. I wish it was a bad dream, but I know what I heard and saw. I thought being out of the basement would help, but it didn't. Eddie's health started to decline a couple of weeks after this incident, and he needed to stay in the hospital for a little while. So I was in the house completely alone. His daughter from out of town came by to pick up some clothes, and I thought she would stay at the house while she was in town. But she refused and said she would rather pay for a hotel. That freaked me out even more, but I wasn't about to let that experience ruin a great place to live. So my boyfriend at the time always offered for me to stay with him. We'd been together for over a year, so it wasn't a bad idea. But he rented out the other rooms in his house to 4 other guys, and it only had 1 bathroom. So even though this house gave me the creeps, I really didn't want to live in the man cave. Anywho, Eddie was in the hospital, so I was in the house alone for a while. I was still on the night shift and preferred not to stay in the house alone at night. It was my night off once again, and I was in the house alone, reading in my bed and feeling pretty tired from working 7 shifts straight. 4 a.m. was rolling around, and I kept hearing something, like walking or someone dragging their feet. I started to think about the last time I had heard this. My heart started racing. I remember I was even shaking at the thought. I thought staying in one of the rooms upstairs would make a difference, but it didn't help that I was in the house completely alone. I checked out the window that looked onto the street. It was faintly lit up from the streetlights. It was empty. No one I could see walking around at 4 a.m. But I could still hear someone dragging their feet around the house. I was trying to reason myself with this was just an old house. Old houses creaking. Curiosity got the best of me, and I was tired of feeling afraid in my own room. Lifting off the covers of my blanket, I stood up and took a deep breath in. I opened the door to my little room and took a step out. Rather than turning on the lights, I used the flashlight on my phone to check the house. Okay, the main floor was all clear, and I concluded it was all in my head. That is, until it started again, but heavier and in the basement. Just like the last time. It sounds like someone is walking down the steps. I listened intensely as the walking turned into running. I was just standing in the living room waiting for something to appear at the top of the steps. Slowly, I grabbed my coat and purse off the couch and inched my way to the front door. I was crying, thinking the worst. Did someone break in? No, It was that thing again. And I can see its large yellow eyes staring back from the basement stairs. It was growling, deep demonic. I couldn't breathe or move. I was trying to debunk it. It was just the lighting. It continued with that low, guttural growling, and I finally took a breath out. I unlocked the door and ran out of the house. Another trip to the 7-Eleven down the street, then sitting outside until the sun came out. I couldn't spend another night in that house, so I packed my belongings and moved into the man cave with my boyfriend. I enjoyed living in a full house and just learned how to live with the smell. Eddie's daughter was very understanding when I explained that I couldn't live there anymore, and said she's going to set up her father in a home anyways. This story is completely true, and by far one of the worst encounters as an adult. I am and always have been sensitive to the paranormal. I lose sleep. It's located in a small town in Ontario and was one of the first apartment buildings to be built in the community. It used to have a pool, a playground in the back, and over the years, multiple fires and lots of renovations. It's a 7-floor building holding around 150 apartments. So, we lived in this building because it was owned by a family member, making our rent cheap. All the family members lived in the building and have stories of their own. By the time we moved in, the pool was shut down and the playground was rusted and sat untouched in the isolated back area. We moved into the 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor. I was around 11 years of age and my sister was 13. We will call her T.O. My mother and stepfather will call M and D. My parents loved the fact it was cheap, and a lot of our family members had already lived in the building. It was also walking distance to our school. My parents worked full-time jobs and had a decent social life. Feeling safe in the apartments and having a lot of family members around, they felt it was safe for me and my sister to be left alone overnight, and even a weekend every once in a while. Because of this, I tend to stay up very late reading, and other things preteens do when they're left alone. Late one night, my sister was in our room sleeping while I was reading in the living room. I kept hearing whispering. I just thought it was my sister on the phone or something. I remember trying to listen in on who she was talking to, or where it was coming from, before realizing it was a man's whisper. Okay, it's an apartment, so it might just be from the floor below or above us. I was about to blow it off before it started to get louder and sounded like it was coming from my parents' room. I quietly put my book down and poked my head around the corner to look down the dark hallway leading to my parents' closed door. They're gone for the weekend, and it keeps getting louder. The voice is saying, "Get out, get out, get out," over and over again. Taking a deep breath in, I stood up and decided to investigate. I walked down the hall and leaned my ear onto the door on my right, leading to my room and where my sister was currently snoring. I continued walking down the hall and held my hand over the handle of my parents' bedroom door. Like out of a horror movie, it got really quiet, and I thought I could hear something moving around behind the door. I started to chicken out and just stood in the dark hallway. My hand was still over the doorknob. A large bang on the door sent me falling back and landing on my butt. It really hurt the tailbone because I was super skinny and didn't have anything to ease the fall. I frantically stood up and ran into my room and into my bed, waking up my sister on the other side of the room. She turned on the lamp beside her bed and glared at me for waking her up. I just crawled under my covers and decided I needed to sleep. The next morning, I was still thinking about it. I thought it was a dream, or I was just overtired from not getting enough sleep. But my tailbone hurt. This was the earliest memorable event I can remember from the apartment. The first sleepless night.
The sleepless nights continued. We didn't live in the apartment for long before discovering it was a hotspot for haunting activities. But it didn't stop me from staying up late, reading almost every night. Close to 3 a.m. on a weeknight, I was in my bed reading once again another book. The Doom Brigade, as I remember being really into fantasy books at the time. I had a bookshelf above my bed for easy access, as I was indeed a bookworm. A 12-year-old girl with a little too much acne and a wild imagination. To this day, I stay up all night as I work the night shift. I can only sleep during the day now, not just because of this story, but other events that would happen at night. Anyways, I put my favourite book away on the little shelf and rubbed my eyes from the irritation. I have a little book flashlight that clips onto the book. It makes everything in the background all splotches. So maybe that could explain things. I was looking around at the weird splotches and blinking my eyes to make them dance. That is, until I noticed my closet door across my room was slightly open, and a dark spot around the handle. I always close the door, and to this day always do and double check. I continued to watch it, debating whether to get up and close the door, but I didn't want to wake up my sister or get out the warm covers. I kept watching the open crack, watching it until it opened more. I really wanted it to be my imagination and the fact I was up all night once again, but I can hear the closet creaking open even wider. The figure emerged further out the closet as I kept watching it, wanting it to go away. I didn't take my eyes off it as it started to manifest into a cloaked figure. My 12-year-old mind wanted it to go away, but it wasn't. It just continues to stand there looking back at me, until it lunged at me, covering my small body in its cloak and what felt like hands wrapping around my neck. I screamed, loud. It woke up my sister in the bed on the other side of my room and my mother in the other room. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt until the next day. When my mother came into the room, I was still screaming and had a pile of books covering me. She had her hands on my shoulders to try and get me to stop screaming. My family concluded it was because my bookshelf had fallen and covered me in books. Why I woke up screaming, but I know what I felt and saw. This was 15 years ago, and I still remember it. Why can't I handle open closets to this day? The building had shopping carts in the lobby to bring large loads of whatever to different floors. It had an old elevator that will be in the next story. Anywho, I was around 12 years old and I remember being called down to the lobby by my mother to bring up a load of groceries she had ready to go in a shopping cart. I was to bring it up to our apartment on the 4th floor, unload the food, then bring the cart back down. Being a music lover and had just downloaded more songs to my unlimited playlist on the MP3 player I was so thankful to have, I decided it would be a good time to listen to my new music, too loud for my ears. I put on some slippers and walked down the long hallway, leading to the elevators. Down to the lobby and got the groceries sitting in the cart my mother had left. Back up in the elevator and still had the music way too loud. I think it was a simple plan. I started walking down the hall leading back to the apartment, when suddenly I felt 2 hands grab my shoulders and shake me, like someone was deliberately trying to scare or get my attention. I laughed, thinking it was one of my cousins, and whipped my head around to see nothing. No one was standing behind me. I took out my headphones and just stared blankly into an empty hallway. I almost ran back to the apartment, still pushing the shopping cart. I unload all the groceries and soon hear my mom coming back to the apartment. She reminded me to take the cart back down, but I really didn't want to. This elevator was old and creaky, just like the building. I hated using it alone, but the stairs are even creepier and darker. In the basement of the apartment building were 2 snack machines and a drink machine, always full of my favourite treats.
Nothing over $2 back in the day. Okay, I'm not going to sugarcoat this, and maybe it was me being paranoid, but I was around 15 and smoking some weed, about an hour before the munchies kicked in. It would have been easier to eat some of the healthy snacks in the fridge, but I was baked and wanted chips and chocolate. It was around 11 PM on a Saturday night, and I decided to dig into my little change cup for a few bucks and visit the machines of deliciousness. I walked down the long hallway and pressed the button for the elevator. I noticed right away it was louder than usual. But maybe it was just from smoking the devil's lettuce. When the doors opened, it seemed like the elevator was still moving and not yet ready for the doors to be opened. And I should have used my brain and just walked down the stairs, or better yet, ate the healthy food back at home. But I wanted the goods. I walked into the elevator and pressed the button that leads to the basement. The doors closed, and the elevator creaked as it started to move down. The lights even seemed dimmer than usual. That's when the whispering started, or what sounded like someone was standing in the elevator with me. Just as I looked around the elevator like I was going to find someone, it started to shake. The lights flickered, and it shook so hard I had to grab the walls around me to keep my balance. I felt the elevator drop hard before coming to a slanted stop. You can guess I was crying by now and just wishing it was a bad trip. But it wasn't, and I'm now sitting in a broken elevator with the red emergency lights on. My heart was racing so fast I could hear it. I pressed the alert button a few times, between sobs mostly, and tried to listen if someone was around. I didn't know what else to do but sit down and wait for someone to notice, late on a Saturday night. Thankfully, someone did notice two women coming back from a bar or something. I heard them laughing and chatting as they pressed the button for the elevator. I called down right away and they responded. They told me not to worry and they're calling the super. It took another 2 hours before a fireman had to pry open the doors, leaving just enough space by the floor for me to slip out. For 2 hours, I had to sit in the dark elevator with nothing but my fear. Maybe the whispering was in my head, or sounds from the old building, but being stuck in a place like that was real. Thank you for listening. I hope you never get stuck in an elevator. It all started when I was 5 or 6 years old and had an imaginary friend called Bombo. He was a small Victorian boy who lived with his mother, who I said lived under the floorboards in the house that I grew up in. I used to talk and play with him all the time, teaching him about things like my Velcro shoes and some of the toys I had. It was no secret to my family who Bombo was and even what he looked like, from how I had described him. One day, my sister, 14 years old at the time, went back upstairs to our shared room after a family day out and saw him, standing in the corner of the room, staring at her, exactly how I had described him, even down to the detail of the clothes. A few years passed, and I was now 10 or 11 years old. Our family had moved house a couple times, and now lived in a 3-story house in a village, just out of my hometown. I always had a weird feeling about that house from the moment we moved in, but didn't think much of it over the excitement of having my own room on the top floor with a skylight. After a few months, things started to get strange, things disappearing, hearing footsteps on the middle floor landing at night, etc. These experiences progressively ended up getting stranger, with sounds like nails being dragged up the railings on the top floor, getting worse and worse, as well as some nights my little sister, 3 at the time, screaming, saying that there was a man growling at her in a room, although my family put this down to an overactive imagination and didn't think anything else of it. It was quiet for a couple of months before everything came back again, but this time it was so much worse. This was the first time I saw it. One night, I was in my room, watching TV and getting things ready for school the next day. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A face peering in at me through my skylight. Its skin was dark red and its eyes were white with no pupils, only veins.
dark circles around its eyes, leading to black cracks across its face. It was grinning at me. Even without pupils, I knew that it had its eyes locked on me. Needless to say, after a few seconds of initial shock, I ran downstairs to the rest of my family and refused to go back to my room. Shortly after this, my older sister, who had given birth recently and was living with us temporarily, had her own experience. As she was sleeping one night, she heard a knock on her door between 2 and 3 a.m. Thinking that I was the one knocking, she shouted, "What?" twice, with no response. The door flung open after a few seconds, with such a force that the dresser had dented the door from the impact. No one was there. Shortly afterwards, we moved again for personal reasons to the house that we now have been in for years. For years, there were no unusual experiences, other than the occasional sound of footsteps, nothing that couldn't logically be explained. When I was 18, my sleep schedule was the same as any teenager, waking up around noon and going to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. This one night in particular, I was up doing the same as always, listening to music, watching films, etc. At midnight, I went downstairs to the kitchen as usual to get some snacks. On my way back out of the kitchen, I saw it again. Standing behind the front door looking in through one of the glass panels was that same face I saw all those years ago. Same red skin, same eyes, same dark circles and cracking features, staring right at me. This time with one of its hands leant on the other glass panel, as it watched me. The only difference with it this time, it wasn't grinning. After standing there for what felt like an eternity, I ran as fast as I could up to my room and locked myself inside. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Some family friends who were regular churchgoers theorized after they had heard what I saw that this thing I had seen was Bombo, or what had taken the form as him in the first place. And when I had stopped giving him my attention and energy, he had then had to use another way getting my attention. But I don't know what to think for sure. All I know is that what I saw was the exact thing I saw as a child. And it came back. It's been 4 years since the last time I saw it. I hope I never see it again. When me and my ex-fiancée were together, we lived with her mother and grandmother. The grandmother had some health issues and needed to be monitored but was able to take care of herself. The first strange event happened about a week or 2 prior from her grandmother's passing. We came home late one night from a party at her boss's house and the front door was locked, so we had to go to the back of the house. Both of us had to use the restroom and I told her to go in, and being a guy, I stayed outside and did my business. Only one bathroom in the house. Now, they had a huge detached garage that was mostly empty and literally only had one bulb light in it. The door was always left open as the handle was broken. While I'm standing there, looking towards this garage doorway, lights up, with possibly the brightest light I've ever seen, but at the same time doesn't illuminate anything around me or the doorway. Immediately I pinched and ran inside out of pure fear. The second event came the night of passing. I was down in the basement playing Arma 2, as it was my day off, and the basement had half windows pointing toward the driveway, which led to the garage. As I'm playing, I can hear her grandmother coming from the second floor to the first floor, which took my attention from the game and to the stairs. I noticed out of the half windows a bright light coming from the back of the house towards the garage, quickly across toward the front. And about 2-ish minutes later, her grandmother collapsed in the living room where we attempted CPR for 30 minutes before the fire department took over. A few years ago, I went to Thailand with my girlfriend at the time. Well, it was more like a resort rather than a hotel. I won't mention the name of the resort, but each room was on a different level on the side of a mountain, next to a beach. I won't mention it because I can't for the life of me remember what it's called either. Now, I swear this room that we stayed in was haunted. I've had previous experiences with the paranormal as a kid and throughout my teenage years, so I am a believer that there is some form of afterlife. When we first entered the room, it was bitterly cold. Yes, I know Thailand has a hot climate, so it could have been the aircon. But you can tell the difference between when an aircon has been on, hot air rises so you can still feel the humidity, but this room felt like it was below 0 degrees Celsius. I put it off as the aircon, but thinking back on the experience, surely the aircon wasn't first-class technology to produce such coolness. The next thing, I'm trying to sleep. I'm an insomniac, have been since I was 6. And in my left ear, there was this very, very quiet electric guitar playing, like a death metal riff, over and over again. It wouldn't stop. The guitar riff kept playing until I eventually fell asleep. But me, being the metalhead that I am, it didn't bother me that much. And I put it off me listening to my music too loud, too long on the plane ride there. The guitar riff played in my ear every night I was at the hotel. Every night I stayed at the hotel, I dreamt of violence and gore, horrible things. I remember dreaming of murdering people in the worst way possible, way too gory to mention here. One night, I fell asleep, and I was having another horrid dream, and at the end of the dream, there was this white sheet that rose, typical ghost lookalike from old movies, where the ghost is under a white bed sheet. It looked like that. I'm a brave guy, and I started challenging the ghost, and I started fighting it with my bare hands. I remember I grabbed it by its throat and started choking it while yelling, "I'm going to kill you," over and over. I think my sanity started dropping by like the third night staying at the hotel. Unbeknown to me, I was saying it in real life too. It woke my girlfriend up and she started fearing for her life, thinking I was going to kill her. She was saying to me. She eventually woke me up and she explained the dreams I was having and the experiences in the room. She told me she had no experience. That night, after telling her the experiences, I woke up around 3:30 a.m. feeling extremely sick. I had to rush to the toilet and I vomited for about 3 hours. I told my girlfriend to take me to the hospital, but she told me to rest and see how I am in the morning. I woke up in the morning feeling like nothing had happened that night. Now, we moved to another hotel after a few days and everything stopped. No more death metal guitar, no more violent dreams, no more feeling sick. And the hotel was at room temperature. Could this be some sort of entity that lived in the hotel that was haunting? Or all pure coincidence? My boyfriend has trouble getting to sleep normally, and even when he does, he still wakes up during the night for whatever reasons, toilet, drink, etc. This night, he was sound asleep, as was I. He was laying on his stomach. He woke me up as he jolted up from his sleeping position and made this really loud gasp sound. I remember asking him if he was okay or what happened, something along those lines, but he had just laid back down and went back to sleep. Neither of us thought anything about it until a few weeks later at his work's Christmas party. He was talking to one of the ladies he worked with, and somehow they started talking about ghosts and hauntings, which is weird because that's not something he's interested in. Anyway, she mentioned this man in a bowler hat that she has seen before, in a different house in a completely different state, and about having a fear of looking down a dark hallway for whatever reason. This is when he becomes interested, because he remembers that night and tells us what had happened. So he was sound asleep, but he remembers something waking him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man sitting or leaning against his bedside table. It was a man in a bowler hat and a suit, just there looking at him, watching him sleep. That's when he jolted up and made that noise. He later told me it's not the first time he's seen him, but it's the first time that he had really taken notice or remembered about him. After him mentioning this, I start to recall little things that have happened. Like thinking I've seen someone in my peripheral vision,
or thinking I've seen just the back of someone as they're walking behind a wall, etc. And then I remember how I also have a bit of a fear of looking down the hallway in our house at night, if the light isn't on. I haven't seen this guy as much, but I can feel some sort of presence. The other morning when I woke up alone in bed, my boyfriend was sleeping in another room because he couldn't get to sleep and didn't want to wake me. And I noticed that the bedroom door was pulled shut. Not completely shut, but just enough so it looked shut. My cat was on the bed, so I knew to get up to open the door for her, to be able to get out. I slid over to the other side of the bed, sat up and rubbed my eyes. But when I opened them, the door was halfway open. No one had opened it because I hadn't moved. The cat was still on the bed, and he was still asleep in the other room. Maybe my old mate decided to have a slumber party with me that night and made a quick exit. I don't know, but it just seems pretty strange. So a number of years ago, my ex-husband and I went and did the night tour of Port Arthur in Tasmania. Before we started the tour, we were told a few rules about it if you're chosen to be a lantern bearer. The two I remember is that 1. If you're at the front, make sure to knock before entering a room, and 2. If you're at the back, close the door behind you, and if you feel a tap on your shoulder, don't turn around. Well, we were both selected, and he was up the front and I was at the back. Partway through the tour, a couple offered to take my lantern, and I sheepishly went up the front to join my partner. The tour was really cool, and I kept taking random photos in corners of rooms, especially the morgue, but nothing other than what I wanted to think were orbs, were probably just water droplets on the camera lens. It had been raining. So when the tour ended and we were all in the front lobby area, the tour guide thanked us for joining and to check the backseat of the car, just in case a ghost was hitching a ride. No worries. We drove back to where we're staying, and I was walking ahead of my ex as he was having a smoke, and there's a half-circle-shaped roof patio thing above the door into the motel. While I was walking up to the door, I was also looking up at the roof, and there was a black bust shape of a person, head and chest, leaning over the roof towards me. As I kept walking closer, it kept leaning further over like it was watching me. Anyway, I get to the door and I'm pointing up to the roof and telling him to look up because there's someone up there looking at me. He looks, and of course there is no one up there. I'm getting a bit freaked out now because I have a super overactive imagination, and this was peaking hard. Once inside and walking up the stairs, there were these porthole round windows leading all the way upstairs, and I refused to look out. In our room, the curtains were open, and I closed them straight away because I didn't want to look out. Surprisingly though, I slept really well. The next morning when we were leaving, I went outside and turned around to have a look at the roof where my friend was watching me the night before. There were tools and whatnot on the roof, as there must have been renovations happening, and there was a glass sliding door for access onto the roof. As this is the part that 100% convinces me that it was a ghost, the roof was made using corrugated metal roof sheeting, the kind that creaks and cracks and pops when any sort of weight is put on it. If a human person was on the roof, we would have heard them as clear as day. Plus, being nighttime, the sound would be 10 times as loud. I never had a great relationship with my youngest brother. He's 2 years younger than me. But one night we were sitting on the grass across the street from my mum's house. In front of us was the highway and nothing else. On this green area, in between the street and the highway, were some trees and some light poles, although half of them didn't work. I remember I was sitting there with my brother, having a nice conversation which wasn't that usual. And out of the blue, I felt that somebody was looking at me. So I turned to my right and there he was, in the darkness under a tree. I saw a man. He was wearing brown pants and a red shirt. There was something about the way he looked at us that terrified me. I told my brother,
"Don't look, but there's a man under the tree, and he's looking at us." He tried to act cool, and in the most discreet way he could. He turned into that direction, but then he just stood looking that way. He got me nervous. "Don't look," I said. "No one's there." I thought maybe I mistook the tree for a man, so I looked with confidence, and there he was, still looking at us. And by then, he noticed we were looking at him too. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't any of the neighbours. I told my brother that he was under the tree, wearing a red shirt, looking at us. By this time, my brother was starting to sound angry. He told me I was crazy. He didn't care anymore. He looked and pointed at the tree. No one's there. I couldn't keep my head up because every time I looked, the man was there. This is when things got interesting. My mum used to have this cat. She was the sweetest cat in the world. She was a lap cat, a people cat. She loved to being held and pet. She loved us. The cat came running out of the house. She stopped in the middle of the street, looked at the direction where the man was standing and growled. Her fur got pointy, and she looked ready to attack. She then ran back into the house, stopped in the middle of the yard, and did that aggressive thing again. My brother and I looked at each other, got up, and ran inside the house too. To this day, if you ask my brother about that night, he'll say he didn't see no man, but he saw the cat. I was walking to my room from the bathroom. Basically, the layout of my house is that this hall comes from the living room and ends with my bathroom. But on the right of the bathroom, looking down the hall, you have my room, and the left my sister's. Now, the switch to the bathroom light is near the door, on the same side as my sister's room, and I have to turn the light off to go to bed. So I start walking out of my bathroom and turn to make sure I hit the right switch, but my body is already halfway into the hallway. So for some reason, my mind tells me to look forward. So I turn my head and see a shadow like 2 inches from my stomach. So being sleep deprived, I just step back to not bump the shadow as it's moving. Bear in mind, it's about 5 a.m. and only me and my mum are home. My mum is asleep upstairs because, again, it's 5 a.m. Now, 5 a.m. me is stupid as hell. My mind doesn't even process what I'm looking at other than it looks like a down swing of a hand reaching out, or a head turned so the eyes are parallel to the ground. I couldn't really tell you because fear was the only motion that set in, but apparently not quick enough because I turned to look back at the light switch for half a second. But one of those two is correct. The first thing that processed in my mind was, wait, no one's up. And I went to look at what the heck is so close to me. Because whatever it was, I know was human, looking. Because my mind went, there's a strange man right in front of you. So I tried to focus on it, and all I'm greeted with is my sister, who's not even home. Dark doorway, and I've decided I'm never leaving my room again. Ever. I can still hear stuff bumping around in my living room, but nobody is walking around. Like I know how that feels when the floorboards shift and how it sounds, even when someone's trying to sneak around. And I could just hear things moving, like chairs being shifted and the gate at the bottom of the stairs latch being toyed with, and small scratches and coins rattling. Again, I have so many stories, but like we have to energy cleanse our house at least 2 times a year, and I'm constantly cleansing my space because I have had problems in the past, almost like this, but not so close as to literally move out of the way thinking I was going to bump into someone. More like across the room having a staring contest with a shadow figure, or being grabbed by the waist on a couch at my dad's. But like something about actually processing it as a person in front of me really is scaring me more than like any of the other things. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, about 60 kids at my school,
had a week camping field trip in some redwoods a couple hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school. Basically, it was a week of swimming, hiking, crafts and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights we were there, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counselors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organise our group. It was very dark, and we could see all the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marvelled at the nature around me, I saw something white flitting about my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further when I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye and start to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid diaphanous figure. Then it morphed into a wolf-like figure, running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I still was scared and felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes at the time. I didn't believe in ghosts and had only a couple spooky encounters, like cabinets shutting randomly. Up until then, I always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyway, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it, or thinking I was crazy, was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and started to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with camp aides at the front, middle, and back of our group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickling sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I saw the forest thing, at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there was still a lot of kids in line separating me and the ghost, it was much closer than before, when I'd seen it in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging around the end of the line. The front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realised I would be forced to pass by the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated like steam or smoke right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabin and was very relieved that we were going home the next day. I had a very profound response this week. I was working on an experiment where I was generating white noise on my phone and turning the volume up loudly while filming with my Sony Handycam as I used the phone as a sort of spirit box. Afterwards, I filter the recorded footage with the artificial intelligence software, and it removes the white noise and leaves the replies. Halfway through the session, I asked to hear heavenly music. I've asked 3 other times in the last 4 months, and they said they could play this music for us, but I never heard anything in the previous sessions. Again this time, the voice replied, "I can."
A few minutes later, as I was about to end the session, the voice said, "Trying something new." Of course, I can't hear the voices in real time, as I have to filter it first. So I thanked them for their time and ended the session. I turned off the web page that was generating the white noise, and all of a sudden, a sound resonated from the phone that I can only describe as a clarion bell ringing out. At the time, I stopped and exclaimed, "Oh, is this the heavenly music I asked for?" It rang out for several seconds and then died out. I asked in awe, because the phone should not be making any sound at this point. "What is that sound?" The filtered response was the clearest of the session. "God in heaven." I mean, that's pretty profound, don't you think? Some unknown being firstly communicates openly with me, from all of us to hear, and then proclaims we just heard God in heaven. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not actually a very spiritual person. I had no paranormal experiences in my childhood, and I wouldn't consider myself physically gifted. However, my attitude changed during Corona. 2019 has been a very difficult year for me. I had hoped that things would get better in 2020 and pushed myself through the year with all my might. And then the pandemic came. I remember realizing that I just couldn't do it anymore because I didn't have enough strength. And then this presence entered my life. I could feel that sometimes someone was there to stand by my side. I was also able to communicate with this spirit. When I was feeling bad, he was there. This spirit also helped me in terms of personal growth, and more than once gave me a push in the right direction. Since I never really had anyone to really take care of me, my parents hardly had time for me since I grew up with a brother with health issues. I found it great to finally have a mentor of sorts, even though I couldn't see my mentor. However, I had learned early on that there was no such thing as free lunch. I began to wonder what that spirit had to gain from helping me. I got a name and a face to the spirit, but it isn't someone related to me. However, I have read on the internet about similar experiences with this person. Partly the things correspond one-to-one to what happened to me, first contact and the like. I even once stumbled across a pop song dedicated to this person, and I found myself in the lyrics. And then I found Reddit in this community. I read a few stories and kept coming across warnings about demons, and honestly, it scares me. How do I know now if the presence I feel sometimes really means well with me? What goal do demons pursue? Are there any warning signs that help me distinguish benign from malignant spirits? My dad passed away 15 years ago when I was 26. At the time, my now wife, girlfriend and I had been together for 6 years, so she knew my dad well. He was only 52 when he died. It was horrible and tragic. My wife is 9 months pregnant with our first child. We started late and was due to give birth today by C-section. That's been postponed by now, but anyway. Last night, my wife and I were out walking our dog. During these times of COVID, we always cross the street rather than pass someone. But for some reason, when a man started walking towards us, neither of us moved across the street. I stressed this guy looked nothing like my dad. As he approached, we had this exchange. "Man, that's a handsome dog. What's his name?" "Me. Stanley. He loves it when people make a fuss of him." The man then crouched and made a fuss of the dog, which he loved. "Man, he's a good boy," locks eyes with me. "So were you." Me. Cheers. Man. Anyway, I've got to go. He nods towards my wife's very pregnant belly. "Just wanted to let you know, everything's going to be fine. Be lucky." He then walked away singing "Always Look on the Bright Side of Life" from The Life of Brian. 2 things. Be lucky is something my dad used to say very often, and it's how he would end every phone call. It's a common expression in the part of London my dad was from. We now live in Manchester. I haven't heard anyone say it since leaving London. It's not a common expression here, and the man had a local accent. I think the last person I heard say that was my dad. Secondly, The Life of Brian was my dad's favourite film, and we played that song at the end of his funeral. As we walked away, my wife said, "Well, that's weird." I started saying something like, "Coincidences can be really funny sometimes." My wife stopped me and said, "Just take it, babe. Don't try to explain it." We haven't spoken about it since, though I still feel very emotional thinking about it. This happened in 2011. My significant other and I had just moved to a new house. A house that I never liked, but he rented anyway. It was cheap. This house was the horrible vibe, like a haunted house. And I don't know if it's because I was overthinking things, or if what happened actually happened. One night, my significant other was downstairs watching TV, and I was upstairs taking a nap. At this point, it's important for me to explain that I suffer from sleep paralysis. And the way sleep paralysis works is that once your brain wakes up, your body is still affected by the sleep. And it takes maybe a minute or two to go away, but it feels like an hour. And if you panic during that time, you can suffer from hallucinations. Back to the story. I was taking a nap, and when I woke up, I couldn't move. I tried to keep it cool and breathe deep, but I saw a shadow over the door getting close to my feet. I tried screaming for help, but my mouth didn't open, and I could feel a hand touching me, and then I was free to move again. When I sat there was no one in the room. I got up to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, there was that shadow on the shower. I screamed. My significant other asked me if I was okay, and I said yes, because it was a shame I thought everything was on my head. The thing is, I had a lot of weird experiences in that house. It wasn't in my head. Anyway, we moved out in 2019, and this house seems okay. This happened some years after that. We lived in this ugly house from 2011 to 2019. It was 2013 or 14, I don't remember, when we got help for the house. A woman, cleaned the house 3 times a week. Used to tell me she listened to people walking upstairs when she was supposed to be alone in the house, or that she saw someone walking by the garden. We had a Doberman and a pit bull at the time. When she was supposed to be alone, it kind of became a joke to my significant other and I, and we named this ghost Louie. Every time something weird happened, we just said, "Oh, it was Louie. No worries." It was a way to cope with the fear, I guess. Some of the things that happened in the house actually have an explanation. For example, I was learning to play the guitar, acoustic. And in that summer, we started to hear the guitar playing in the middle of the night. The guitar was in the spare bedroom with a lot of things that we didn't use often, and that bedroom was across the hall from our bedroom. One night, I got up, and when I saw the guitar playing by itself, I went there and waited for a few minutes, and nothing. And when I returned, I heard it. So I turned again, and I saw the window's blinds hitting the nightstand because the window was open and the wind moved the blinds. That was it. That was the noise. But there's another thing I can't explain. One night, we were in bed and I was having trouble falling asleep. A thing that seems to help me is to rub my feet one against the other. It relaxes me a lot. So I was doing that for a few minutes until somebody grabbed my foot. I clearly felt the fingers touching me. I jumped on the bed and woke up my significant other. He laughed and said it probably was a bad dream. On another occasion, he fell asleep facing me with his back to the wall, and I was on my phone with my back to him. Suddenly, he jumped and asked me why I had woken him up. I said I didn't, and he said I gave him a tap on the back. Well, it wasn't me. It was Louie. I don't know if Louis was real or it was the house that was creepy and had us on the edge. But if he was real, he was a nice guy. Nothing really bad ever happened to us there. If something, he made our lives more exciting and gave us stories to share in the night. I was born in Washington, D.C., and lived in an old home in a neighborhood near an area called Mount Pleasant. My parents were renting the basement to a couple who recently came to this country, and their 3 small girls. I was a small child, so I'm remembering the story as it was told by my mother and sister, both now deceased. The story I'm about to tell happened in 1961. One day, the father was supposed to be watching the 3 girls while the mother was at work, and left them unattended while he ran an errand. The eldest girl started a fire, and both the basement and part of the first floor became engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, the 3 girls were killed, and the house sustained enough damage to force my family out until repairs could be made. My parents were working when the fire broke out, and my sister and brother were at the movies. I was being taken care of by my godmother at her house. The house was ultimately repaired, and we moved back in, living there another 3 years before my parents sold it and moved to the suburbs. Years later, I remember my mother telling us a story about the weird occurrences that went on just days prior to the fire. She said that for 3 straight nights before the fire, there was a knocking on our front door during the evening. The weird part was that the screen door was locked, so it would have been impossible for someone to knock on the door itself. My mother and sister also claimed that they remember something knocking on their bedroom doors at night, again for 3 days before the fire. My mother was a very religious woman from Mexico and firmly believed in the paranormal, as did my sister. When I was 4, right before we moved out of the house, my sister, brother and family friend and myself were home one night when scraping noises could be heard coming from downstairs. It sounded like the furniture was being pushed around on the concrete floor. By this time, there was no one living in the basement. The noises became very loud, and we all went running, screaming and crying upstairs. My sister called our neighbour and he called the police. After the basement was searched and nothing out of the ordinary found, everyone left. My sister also said she remembers hearing the laughter of small children when she'd be ironing downstairs. And my dad said he would often get blasts of cold air shooting through him when he was in his workshop down there. We moved out in 1965 and the house is still there. The neighbourhood has gone through a huge transformation, and we've always wondered if those little girls are still there or have finally found peace. First, cemeteries. From my experience, most cemeteries are not haunted by human spirits. I'm usually calm at cemeteries. The only things I have ever noticed in these places are things I could only describe as cryptids. I felt and saw something at a cemetery I can only describe as a goblin of sorts. It had the same feel as a paranormal entity, but was absolutely not human. It's hard to describe that one. From my experience, cemeteries attract non-human entities. Usually, they're benevolent and just linger there for some reason. Morgues are another example of places people assume have spirits. I used to work in a museum that had been a funeral home in the past. The museum was very haunted, but not because it was a funeral home. The spirits there were all either linked to the building originally being a home, or linked to items in the home. There was a great spirit in the embalming room, but she was the owner of the home before it was a funeral home. She died in the basement after suffering a stroke. She stayed in that room and hated when we called it the embalming room. When I was a guide, I would straight up tell people, they call this the embalming room, but please don't call it that. There's a spirit here. Her name is Mrs. The name would give away the location, so I'm not including it. Please call it Mrs. Room, or even her room. out of respect for her. Hospitals are a strange case. Typically, spirits linger where they died, but hospitals have such a horrid energy to begin with that it's almost impossible for me to actually find spirits in hospitals, especially ones still in use. I've never seen a spirit in a hospital. I think they have the potential to be haunted, but I've never experienced anything paranormal in a hospital. Places I've learned are frequently haunted are historical museums. Spirits can attach to things from their past, so when one of those things ends up in a museum, the spirit follows. The museum I worked in had 3 human spirits and a non-human entity. From what I've learned, spirits either stay where they died, follow people they cared about, or attach onto something they valued in life. This is why cemeteries and morgues are usually not haunted. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm in the process of getting a camera to make a YouTube channel about being a medium, and I'm working on a book about it as well. If you have any questions about me being a medium, feel free to ask. I'll go ahead and say, mediums are different from psychics. I have to be in the same building as the spirits to interact with it. I cannot call on spirits, and I do not have psychic abilities. About 8 or 9 years ago when I was younger, me and my friend went to a hangout at a park close to his house. No one else was there. Only me and him, and this was my first time being there. There was a small pond, a baseball diamond with a fence, a playground, and it was all surrounded by deep woods. We live in eastern United States. We decided it would be fun to get giant branches and draw stuff in the baseball diamond. Afterwards, we would bang the fence around it for a couple minutes straight, and it was pretty loud from what I can remember. We then heard wind, but not usual wind, but the sound of wind gusting through the forest behind the pond. This was during summer, if I remember correctly, and there was a lot of foliage, so it was hard to see into the woods clearly. We then heard something big, like horse-sized big, but fast, running through the woods right behind the pond, but along it like it was running around it. I saw a big white creature, seeming to be 7 to 8 feet tall and probably weighing at least 300 pounds. It sounded like a horse running, but lighter. It was super fast. I saw it through the pond weeds. It seemed to have fur, but I couldn't see its legs, head, or if it had a tail, or if there were too many trees and plants in the way. We dropped our sticks and ran to his house, which was in yelling distance, terrified. We told his family. Of course, they didn't believe us. I haven't talked to him in years and just messaged him to see if he remembers. As for the dream I had last night, I was buying old rare artifacts and art from this guy, who showed me this opal slate. I picked it up and said, "Hey, this is my birthstone as I'm born in October." I saw what appeared to be a wolf engraved on each side, but he said it was a Wendigo. I took a closer look, and it looked like a giant skinny pure white wolf, but with a weird shape, elongated head. Scary looking really, and that was the dream. If you Google Wendigo, you will see exactly the creature I saw in the dream, but without the antlers. Like, spot on, but all white. So as I saw that day a Wendigo? Did we summon a Wendigo? Does anyone know anything about this creature or myth/folklore? I didn't see the head or behind as a kid I mentioned, so it could have had antlers and a tail. Any thoughts or insight would be greatly appreciated. I moved into a new house with my family 2 years ago. As soon as I walked in, I felt strange. Like something wasn't right, but I didn't pay attention to it. The first 4 months in the new house passed without anything strange happening. Then all of a sudden, one day, strange things started happening in the house. That same day, my dog started crying for no reason. The iron door of the boiler room in my garden fell off, but it was perfectly sealed. The TV was switching on and off by itself. The lights would turn off without reason. Things started getting scary when I went out of my house into the garden, and I saw a broken bucket full of water. There was a large crack in the bucket surface, but something was holding the water like it was in an intact bucket. As soon as I started staring at it, the water poured out of the bucket through the crack. Since that day, strange things started happening every day. Bottles of wine opening by themselves, doors and windows closing and opening, and their handles rotating as if a person was doing it. I told my story to a friend, and she introduced me to a friend of hers that was really into this sort of thing. I borrowed an EMF meter and a device that translates EVPs to real words from him, and I waited for the right time to use them. Later that day, I turned off the electricity in my house and I went in every room of my house with the EMF meter. When I entered my bedroom, it rose up to the max level. I turned on the EVP translator and I said, "If you are here, touch this device," pointing at the EMF meter. 1 second later, it rose up to max level again. So I started talking, and the words that showed up on the EVP translator were always correct responses to my questions, never a word without context. So this ghost told me that she's female, that she likes my dog, and that she's interested in knowing me. I stopped talking to her when my mom walked in the room. Since that day, I felt this ghost was following me all day and trying to get my attention by dropping objects that I was watching, causing me to get so scared she would only go away when I was with someone else. She knew that I knew she was there, and she exists, so she was searching for my company. I saw a deodorant bottle falling off a shelf in 2 movements. First it moved close to the border, then stopped, and then it fell off the shelf, so I was sure these events weren't natural. When I was alone, I always felt that she was with me, and every time I felt a strong sense of sadness coming from her. I don't know how to explain this properly. It was like she was really, really sad, and was transmitting her sadness to me. I started ignoring her because I was so scared, and she started to try to get my attention more and more. First, I started seeing shadows and movement with the corner of my eye when I walked alone in the house. Then one day, I saw her shadow on the wall. It was so real that I thought my mom or my sister entered the room. But when I turned my head, I saw that no one was there with me, and only in that moment I realized it was her shadow. I saw her shadow almost every day until 4 days ago, when I left my parents' house and moved to a new city to go to college. She was appearing to me in a more clear way every day, so I think that if I moved out 1 or 2 weeks later, I would have seen her directly somehow. Something weird happens in my house every day. Unopened wine bottles open, the metal door of the boiler container slams on the ground even if it was perfectly sealed, chairs falling out of the blue. We learned to live with these events because they started happening 5 months ago. I also have a 6-month-old dog that lives in the house's garden. When he was a puppy, sometimes he started crying and staring at something that wasn't there. Now he's grown up, and he still sees something, but he doesn't cry anymore. When he sees it, he tries to get me in the house and barks at me if I try to go outside. He wants me to stay in the house. Then he goes where he saw something and stays there for 5 to 10 minutes. Then he comes back and he lets me know that it's all safe and that I can go outside now. I've never seen what he does in those 10 minutes because as soon as he hears me going outside, he comes back to get me in. The other day, my father went outside the house and saw a bucket full of water. He used that bucket 1 hour earlier and it didn't rain, so there was no explanation for the water. He stared at the bucket for 2 seconds and then it literally exploded in front of him. He also told me that he always had a weird feeling when he goes to the bathroom at night. He feels that someone is watching him. Only my father has these strange feelings, and the weird stuff happens only in front of him. We moved to this house 9 months ago. I lived in the suburbs of a small town in Italy till I was 19. Near my house, there's a dirt road that leads to a small wood. I went to the woods with my friends a lot when I was a kid, to play, explore the woods, and stuff like that. Before entering the woods on the side of the dirt road, there's an unfinished house, and going forward, there's a country house built far from the road, accessible via a small path. I first saw the orb when I was 12 or 13 years old, and I was going to the wood on bicycles with my friends. We decided to stop and explore the unfinished house on the side of the road, so we went inside, but there was nothing interesting. Just an empty house, and we decided to leave. Before going out of the house, I noticed some stairs that were leading to the first floor. My friends were already on the road, ready to go except for one of them that was still in the house with me. I asked him to wait for me as I was going upstairs to see what was there. I was a little scared because the first floor was dark, but I decided to go there anyway. I took 2 steps and I saw something on the last step. It was a new bouquet. It looked like someone brought it the same day and decided to dump it there. At that point, I was very scared and unsure to move forward. I took 2 to 3 more steps and I was able to see a room on the right. Inside the room there was the orb, a small white orb with a light inside floating, but it wasn't a normal LED light. The light wasn't propagating. It wasn't enlightening anything. It was contained in this small orb that wasn't moving at all. I ran downstairs and outside as soon as I saw it, and never talked to it about my friends, fearing that they could have made fun for me. Time passed and I forgot about that event. When I was 15, I started smoking weed, so I usually went to the woods alone to smoke in peace. Nothing ever happened in the woods, so it didn't scare me, even though the house did. So every time I went to the woods, I ran when I was passing by the house, and then forgot about it. But someday I decided to explore the country house. I was high and taking everything very lightly, so I went into the house from the front door. It was another empty house. The windows were open, so it wasn't even dark. But one room wasn't like the others. It's the room with the big door that you can see on the side of the country house. The floor and the walls in that room were burned and totally black. There was a gas tank on the floor with some gasoline still inside. And on one wall, there was a small opening leading to a very little and totally dark room, like 5 by 1.5 meters. This little room was also burned, and on the ground, there were a pair of children's shoes. Suddenly, the fear comes in, but it was nothing compared to the one I felt when I looked outside. In the middle of the countryside, between the country house and the abandoned one, there was the same orb that I saw years before. I've never ran faster than I did then in my life. Until a year ago, when I was 18. I was hanging out on a summer night with 2 friends of mine. We were bored, so we decided to go into the woods that night. I started to be very scared, and my friends started making fun of me. But I wasn't scared of the darkness. I was scared of the orb. We parked the car at the end of the paved road and decided to walk the rest of the way. We passed by the abandoned house and it was there. It was the orb standing in the middle of the countryside. It was the first time I saw it at night, and it was different because it wasn't just a circular light. Behind the light, there was the silhouette of a child. I couldn't see the face or the rest of the body, just a white, thin silhouette. And this time my friends saw it too, because they started to run, and so did I. I don't live there anymore. Got a high school degree and went to university in a big city. But if I was there, I would have taken pics to show you the house, the burned room, the shoes and everything. If anyone lives near there and wants to go check, you'll see exactly what I described. I've had trouble sleeping since then, and that orb haunts my dreams and my life.
This happened 9 years ago, when I was just a 13-year-old kid. Before I tell you what happened, you need to understand the layout of my former house. We moved out. Imagine the letter T and the inverted version of it. Then join them together at the vertical line. The vertical line is the hallway, and there are two rooms at the top facing each other. At the bottom, there's one bedroom and one bathroom facing each other, and there's my room between them facing the hallway. I always had a sleeping problem, so I was wide awake at 3 a.m. I was watching the dark hallway like I usually do when I couldn't sleep, but on that particular night, I was more restless and felt like something was very wrong. The feeling of uneasiness sat in the pit of my stomach. It was like I was waiting for something horrifying to happen, and it was inevitable. Whilst my unease was getting stronger and stronger, and I could feel pain stemming from dread, I suddenly saw my mom walking out of the bedroom and towards the bathroom area. I was overcome with relief. I even heard the noise of the bathroom door handle. It was old and loose, so it made a jingling sound. I got up and out of the bed to talk to her so that I could calm down. But when I walked past the door frame and saw that the bathroom area was completely empty, I was frozen in place. Words can't even describe the horror I felt. I had goosebumps all over my body. I also felt like cold water was splashed down my head. I stood there, unable to turn my back to the dark hallway, and glanced at the bedroom. My mum and dad were sleeping peacefully, unaware of what just happened to me. Somehow, I found the strength to walk back to my bed, got under the covers while shaking from fear. I don't remember falling asleep. Maybe I passed out from fear. Even to this day, even after 9 years, I'm sure that I saw was identical to my mom. Her curly and shiny black hair was what made me feel sure it was my mom. What I failed to realise was that my mom didn't have a completely white set of pyjamas, and that thing was wearing it. As I've said at the beginning, this is just one of the many things that happened to me in that house, and it's not limited to that place. It's like something always followed me. Even my sister witnessed it happening 2 or 3 times. I have no idea though. So this happened when I was in elementary school, probably in the 1st or 2nd grade. We lived in a 2-story house, and most of the bedrooms and kitchen were on top floor. The bedroom in question was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. It was the kids' playroom. It had some toys and a game console. I always had an eerie feeling whenever I went in that room, but at the time, I was afraid of the dark, so I didn't think anything of it. After long enough of playing there, I could kind of ignore it, but didn't really like being in there alone, or with the lights off. One evening I fell asleep there, and I don't know why, because I normally don't stay there when my siblings leave. I might have been playing the PlayStation. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, and looking around, and I noticed something waving in the window. There was what I thought was this blanket with a weird pattern on it, slowly, ethereally, waving, covering the whole outside of the window. It was waving too slow to be the wind, like it was in slow motion. Being on the 2nd floor, there was nothing outside that window, and because of a big yard, there weren't trees near the house. I ran straight to my room and jumped under the covers. I woke up the next day in my room, and when it was light out, I went to see if the blanket thing was still there, and it wasn't. And there wasn't anything I thought it could be when I looked outside. I avoided going in that room for the following week or so, and eventually I just asked to move the PlayStation into my room, since I was the only one who really used it at that point. Has anyone heard of anything like this? This happened to me about 10 years ago. At the time, I lived in an apartment with my mom and one of my older sisters. One day, my sister arrived home with a gift from a friend who went to visit Cuba. The gift were 3 ceramic dolls that resembled traditional African women. At the time, I used to use my laptop in the living room because the internet was wired. I started to hear a doorknob every night. The sound was like if someone was trying to open a door, but the door was locked. After a week of hearing this sound every night, I went to the hallway, turned the lights on, and stay there to see where the sound comes from. When the knob of my mom's room started to move, I didn't understand why she was doing this every night and never said anything. With the knob still moving, I opened the door and my mom was on her bed and asked me why I kept doing that every night. I was shocked. I just closed the door and went to sleep. The next thing that started to happen was that while I was sleeping, I felt like someone or something was sitting on the opposite side of my bed. The weight was so great that I had to make an effort to avoid rolling to the other side of the bed. When this happened, I was so scared that I just pretended to be asleep until everything went back to normal. This happened for weeks every night. Then it started to intensify. My bed began to shake from right to left violently. It was as if that thing wanted me to wake up. But being petrified of fear, I just wrapped myself up completely and started to pray that everything would stop. Then, the sleep paralysis began. That had never happened to me before. My body simply stopped responding to my orders and my mind was fully awake. At that moment, I began to feel something approaching me. My body began to vibrate as that comes close to me, and I felt like he or it was resting on top of me. Literally what I felt is that he or it wanted to possess my body. The only thing I could do was pray, without stopping for a second. It usually stopped after what for me was about 5 minutes. This happened for months, and I never had the courage to seek help. Who would believe that some paranormal entity was trying to possess my body every night? I investigated on my own the protection prayers that I could use and memorized them. But this was wearing me out physically and emotionally. I couldn't sleep, and I felt that when that thing was getting closer to me, I never associated any of this with the dolls that my sister had given me. Until one day, I was so tired and upset with the situation that I was filled with anger, and when the sleep paralysis ended, I sat on my bed and opened my eyes. At that moment, I saw a tall shadow in the shape of a man and without any facial expression walking in front of my bed. I just thought of yelling at him to get out of my house, but when I opened my mouth, all I did was yell. I don't know how my mother and sister didn't wake up. When I yelled, that thing stopped. He turned to look at me and then continued walking and left the room. After that, my fear changed to anger. And in my room, I talked to that and told him that I wasn't going to allow him to possess me and that this was my house. After that, the encounters and paralysis began to decrease until one day, everything suddenly stopped. I didn't understand why everything stopped until a couple of years later. Note, my sister felt something wrong about the dolls and threw them away, but that didn't stop the occurrences. After like 2 years, I was talking with my other sister. I have 2 sisters. One used to live with me when all this happened, and the other lives in a different house with her daughter. I started to tell her what happened to me with this presence, when she stopped me and told me that the same thing happened to her and my niece. Well, this is what happened. My niece, 3 years old at the time, started to have nightmares and told my sister that the black man didn't let her sleep. My sister thought it was just my niece's imagination and didn't think much about it, until she saw it herself. She called a friend who has a gift, and she told her that a doll in the house was the problem. She was going to dump the doll, but the housekeeper told my sister that she wanted the doll for her daughter. My sister warned her about what was happening with the doll, but she said that she didn't believe in such things. Well, long story short, her daughter started seeing the same black figure, and they ended up burning the doll and throwing the remaining ashes to the river. Everything suddenly stopped because my niece took the doll to her house, and that presence arrived from Cuba in the 2 African figures and attached itself to that Raggedy Ann doll. Ever since I was in my late teens, I'm 30 now, people who have wronged me have either died or had terrible lives. Now, these people are only people that have victimized me. If I have a grudge with someone, but our relationship isn't friendly because we both wronged each other, nothing happens to those people. But if the person has wronged me or I can see that the world is better off without that person, they die in a strange, untimely way. Examples: Celeste, a 20-something-year-old girl spread rumours about me in high school, died of an overdose. Matt was trying to sexually assault a drunk friend of mine when we were 14, and I had to punch him in the kidney to get him off her. Dead at 18, drug overdose. Ryan, a compulsive liar. We couldn't stand each other. Dead at 26, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Alex stole my dad's beer when I had a party, took advantage of younger girls and stole things from people constantly. Dead, 19, drug overdose. Mike, compulsive liar, total leech on his family's finances and emotions. Dead, 27, drug overdose. Mike's girlfriend Nikki, 4 years before she ever met Mike, messaged me on Facebook offering to give me a blowjob for $20 so she could pay her court fees. Knowing she was a drug addict, I offered to take the day off work, drive her to court and pay her court fees. She never responded. Dead, 30, drug overdose. Nick was a mean guy to some people, big and intimidating. Didn't do anything to me personally, but I just had a feeling the world would be better off without him. Dead, 34, stabbed in the chest at a bar by a rival biker gang. John, compulsive liar, user of most of his friends. Blew his eyeball out with a mortar at a 4th of July party. There are more. I just can't think of them at the moment. A lot more. It happens so often most of the time, I forget about it. I've had other strange experiences happen to me also, where I guess things about people almost as a joke. One time, on the way to a party, me and my girlfriend were poking fun at her friend Terry because he's an overly enthusiastic fireman who drinks and drives too often. At the party, a guy I never met before in a town I rarely visit had a broken leg. I said to the guy, "Hey buddy, not to be rude, but how did you break your leg?" He told me he was trying to stop his firefighter friend from drinking and driving and stepped in a pothole. As a joke, I looked at my girlfriend and said, "Oh, was his name Terry?" His face went pure white and he said, yeah? Why are you asking me if someone already told you?" My girlfriend had to walk away. She was so startled. Terry was not at the party. I don't know why this happens. I don't wish these things on people. Most of the time it happens, I haven't thought about the person in years, and I don't usually find out about their death until months later. To many people, keeping your arms and legs under the blankets keeps the monsters under your bed. To many, sleeping with your back to a wall keeps the monsters inside the closet. Sometimes, though, the monsters don't follow the rules. I was about 9 years old when this tale began. My sister and I were still sharing a bedroom. We each had a twin-sized bed. Mine was in the southwest corner, next to the closet and just across from the door. My sister was in the opposite corner of mine. Both our beds pointed towards the door. Our house was a typical 60s style house. 2 floors and a basement with dark wood paneling on the walls. The top floor had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. My parents' bedroom had a walk-in closet and a larger bathroom. The other 2 closets had the sliding doors and not much room inside them. My sister and I shared the bathroom in the upstairs hallway as well. As most children do, we feared the utility room in the basement. Sometimes we'd hear creaking from the furnace or creaking in the walls, and our first thought was ghosts. Most of the time, that's all it was. Just a creaky old house. Until one time, it wasn't. This night was just like any other. I've always had trouble falling asleep as a kid. I still do. My sister and I slept with our bedroom door open. The bathroom we shared was just around the corner in our short hallway. I was laying there on my bed, looking at the ceiling, telling myself stories until I fell asleep, as I had every night before this one. And then I heard something rooting around in the bathroom's trash can. I knew it wasn't Diamond, our blonde Shih Tzu. Even at that age, I knew she was too proud of a dog to root around in children's trash. I lay there, wondering what it could be, my imagination running wild about the ghosts we believed live in our basement. The next morning, I told my parents and my sister what I had heard. Of course, they all dismissed it as the dog in the trash, even though we all knew better. It happened several more times over the following few weeks. Each time, I'd tell my parents and my sister. Each time, my parents would dismiss it as our proud Shih Tzu. My sister, only 8 at the time, became less and less convinced that it was the dog. Perhaps my arguments that Diamond never had any interest in trash during the day were startling to make sense to her. Now, this part is something that I have repressed. My sister claims that one night, I decided to get up and find out what it was that was digging through our trash can. I never described it to her, but I had told her I was going to look at it and declared the next morning that it was not, in fact, our proud little Shih Tzu. This was again met with, "Oh, it's just your imagination," from our parents, and my sister and I let it go. After all, it never caused us any harm, except for scaring me so much that I can no longer recall going into the bathroom that night. The bathroom creature continued to snuffle around in there irregularly for the next few weeks. During this time, my parents decided to repaint our room using a technique they saw on HGTV. They let us pick the colours. I chose purple, and my sister chose a reddish pink colour. The technique was going to take a couple days for my parents to finish, so we helped them move our dressers, nightstands and bookcase out of our bedroom and into the spare room. We took apart the bed frames and moved them into the spare room too. The only pieces of furniture left were the guinea's pig stands and our mattresses, which we made up with blankets to sleep on for the time being. My parents started painting. First, they primed it. Then, they let that dry air out so my sister and I could sleep safely for the night. The next day, they started using a sponge to apply the pink and purple colours my sister and I had chosen, in artful flowers reminiscent of Monet, all over the walls, one wall at a time. Each afternoon, they would open the windows and turn on the fans to get rid of the paint fumes. They'd move our mattresses back into place, and we would go to bed. It took several days for it to be completed. The second to last night, my sister and I were supposed to sleep on our mattresses. We were both a little sad that we only had a couple nights left to do this. The novelty of our current sleeping arrangements hadn't worn off yet. We went off to bed, and I once again found myself laying there, unable to think, trying to tell myself stories and count sheep. A couple hours passed. I heard my parents come up the stairs and go to their room for the night. I could see the light of their TV bouncing off the walls of the hallway. Diamond the Shih Tzu decided to sleep with us for the night and came into our room, jumping onto my sister's mattress opposite mine. Another hour passed. My parents turned their TV off. I sighed as I rolled onto my left side, putting my back to the small gap between my mattress and the wall. I looked out the window at the neighbour's house and remembered all the times they would let us see their pool. I started hearing a slight clicking sound coming from downstairs. This was new. It was as if someone was tapping a pen on the hardwood floors in the kitchen. I ignored it. Never heard of it before, but it was an old house. It creaked. Several more hours passed. This was going to be another sleepless night. I considered getting up and having my mom make me warm milk again, but I never got the chance. There was a snort behind her, between my back and the wall. Instinct took over and my body froze in place. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and I felt goosebumps on my folded arms. I faced the room, my back to the wall. There was a small gap, maybe a foot at most, between my mattress and the wall. And something was now occupying that gap, near the top of the mattress. It continued snorting like a warthog. I could hear it sniffing our carpet and snorting as it sniffed my mattress. I felt it nudge the mattress with its nose. I didn't dare move. This was definitely not our little Shih Tzu. Whatever it was made its way down the hall towards our open bedroom door. I thought maybe it would leave, Maybe it would go back into the bathroom and go away. I prayed it would. I feared it could hear my heart pounding in my chest and would eat me. It got to the end of my mattress, but it didn't go through the open door. No. Instead it turned, and at the end of my mattress suddenly compressed under the weight. I pulled my feet towards my chest, away from the thing, terrified of touching it. I felt it sniff the mattress with whatever it used as a nose, snorting the whole time. It got to the end of my mattress, but it didn't go through the open door. No. Instead, it turned. And the end of the mattress suddenly compressed under a weight. I pulled my feet towards my chest, away from the thing, terrified of it touching me. I felt a sniff with the mattress with whatever it used as a nose, snorting the whole time. Slowly, it pulled itself up onto the mattress, closer to me. I couldn't pull my feet any closer to my head. I started breathing heavily, fearing that this was the end. But then it pulled away. It smoothly slid off the mattress, and I heard the snorting fade as it left our room. I don't know where it went. I didn't get us to follow it. Soon, the clicking noise started up again in our kitchen below us. I could hear it reverberating up our stairwell. I told my family the next day. To my exasperation, I was met with the same indifference as before. But my sister stopped eating her breakfast and just stared at me, her blue eyes wide in her freckled face. She chimed in that she had heard snorting last night too, but thought she was dreaming. The next night came. My sister and I settled into our beds, wondering what fresh horror tonight would bring. We both lay there, awake. Our parents came up to bed an hour after we did. We could see the glow of their TV bouncing down the short hallway. A couple hours later, they turned their TV set off. Diamond came into our room to sleep with us. I heard her soft tail as she jumped onto my sister's mattress. "Are you awake?" I whispered into the darkness. "Yeah," came the reply. We waited for what felt like an eternity. But eventually, I heard it clicking noises downstairs, as if someone was tapping a plastic pen against our hardwood floor in the kitchen. Then my body froze again. My hair stood up again. I lay facing the room, and it was behind me again. This time, it wasn't snorting so loudly, but it sniffed my mattress, sniffed the wall, sniffed the carpet. Without the snorting, I could hear something heavy sliding across the carpeted floor, between my mattress and the wall. It reached the end of my mattress, and I felt it pushing at the corner with its nose. "Reese," I hissed at my sister. She didn't answer. I whispered towards the mattress and very slowly propped my head into my hand. I glanced at the foot of my bed. It was dark, but with the headlights in the hallway and from the street lamp outside of the window, I could see a large black snake-like mass slithering around my mattress, towards the centre of the room. It stopped and lifted its head up, much like a cobra would, and the pointed part of its head was pointed towards the guinea pig cage. "Reese," I whispered loudly. "Yeah," came a faint reply. "Do you see it?" "Yeah," she whispered again. "What?" I began to speak in a normal voice, no longer whispering. But that was a mistake. The creature slammed itself into my sister's mattress, lifting up one corner and pushing it and its occupants into the wall nearest them. The dog took off. How she got past that thing, I'll never know. We started screaming for our parents. I didn't know what they would do about these giant spirit cobra that we had had for at least months. At least they saw it too. They'd know if I'd been telling the truth. The creature suddenly was gone. We don't know what happened to it, but we believe it went into our closet. My parents turned on our light, saw my sister's mattress in disarray, one end towards the wall. We started telling them what happened. They looked over my sister and found a red mark on her shoulder where she hit the wall.
They looked for the dog and found her trembling under the bed. The thing never came back to our room, but over the next few weeks, I could hear it rooting around in our trash can at night. That slowly stopped. And then I heard it clicking something on the hardwood floors for years after that. We never saw it again, but I knew it never left. I reconstructed the story from interviewing my sister and my parents. I've actually repressed part of this, and she's repressed others. Everything you've just read is true. I spent the next 20 years trying to figure out what was going on, but alas, Google has failed me, and our story seems to be unique. So now I ask you for help. Has anyone heard of anything like this before? Is this some sort of cryptid, interdimensional being, or a ghost? In summer of 2008, I moved into a communal living house in Lawrence, Kansas, named the Sunflower House. In this order, the house had been a Civil War hospital, the first hospital in Lawrence, a nursing home, and finally a communal living house. After being there for a month or so, I began feeling uneasy at night and started reading my Bible before bed. I'm not sure why, it just seemed like the thing to do. A few nights after beginning this, I was asleep, when I slowly awoke to a pressure on my chest, making me unable to move. There was something whispering seemingly in both ears at once. It took a little time to come to my senses and understand what it was saying. It was telling me things like, "You're worthless, you'll never be anything, no one loves you," etc., etc., with much more profanity. I was now conscious but unable to open my eyes. I'm not sure how long this was happening before I shouted, "Get the fuck off me," while simultaneously jumping out of the bed. There was an entity hovering around 3 feet in front of me, about 5 feet off the ground. It was spherical, maybe the size of a basketball with eyes all over it. I would compare it to Beholder in D&D, or the eyeball monster in Big Trouble in Little China. In a state of shock and anger, I lunged at the entity thinking I was going to beat its ass. It shot through my bedroom door with me on its tail. As I popped out into the hallway, it was zipping away, roughly about 15 to 20 feet in front of me. It made a sharp left into our bathroom, the door slamming behind it. About this time it dawned on me, what the fuck was that? I found myself standing in the hallway in nothing but my underwear, somewhere in the middle of the witching hour. Scared and bewildered, I thought it best not to investigate the bathroom and went back to my room, falling back asleep maybe 45 minutes later. The next day, I asked my neighbour if he heard anything. He said, "You made a little ruckus early in the morning." I don't recall if I told about the ghost or not. I moved out maybe a month or two afterwards. Strangely, I never worried about it after that night. I felt like I scared the shit out of that thing, and it wasn't coming back. I'm not preaching, but I think rolling with JC straight shut it down. I also wonder if I imagined it. I'm sure I was blazed. I've seen some things here and there, but that thing took the cake. Has anyone else encountered an eyeball monster, or scared a spirit? So this happened when I was roughly 10 years old or so. The house I grew up in had some type of strange energy to it. And every so often, things would happen there. This is something that I still think about every so often, as it's just really strange to me, and I can't explain it myself. I had an iDog. If you don't know what they are, they're these little electronic speakers that resemble a dog. You could plug your MP3 player into it and it would dance to your music, and the face would light up different colours, and it would bark. And to turn it on or activate it, you pushed its nose. It was really cute, but it only entertained me for so long. I had had it for years, and it was collecting dust on my windowsill. I hadn't played with it or turned it on in years either. I honestly thought the batteries were no good by then either. Me and my brother, who must have been around 7 at the time, were in my bedroom watching YouTube on my laptop. Across the room from the dog in question, and not in reach at all. I believe we were watching scary videos, so the vibe in the room was already spooky. All of a sudden, My dog starts barking and moving its head around, as if somebody had just pressed the button on its nose to turn it on. I remember me and my brother just looking at each other with horrified expressions, and the next thing I knew, we were zooming out of the room without looking back. I didn't go back to my room for a few days after that because nope. I still to this day don't have an explanation for it. Because even if my brother had messed with it prior for some reason, I would definitely have noticed it moving and barking beforehand, and it wouldn't have just randomly started up the way it did. This happened the summer before I started 7th grade and middle school. Now I'm 29. I remember this pretty well because in the first week of 7th grade, we were asked to write anything about our summer vacation for a writing prompt. So I wrote about my weird encounter. My best friend had just spent the night, and it was now the morning after. My dad had left earlier that morning to go to work, middle of work week, and my brother was still over at his friend's house from the previous night. It was just me and my friend that morning, but she had to leave early for a swim meet, so it would just be chilling all day by myself. I was chilling on the couch in the living room, watching Newlyweds on NTV, while my friend was changing into her swimsuit. She lived down the street, so her mom was there to pick her up right after she changed. This now left me alone in the house. I continued watching Newlyweds while sitting on the couch in my PJs, one of my dad's giant t-shirts, when the TV started changing channels. I immediately looked down at the remote, thinking I'd somehow hit a button, but I hadn't. The TV was still changing channels while I was holding the remote. I'm now thinking to myself, well, fine. I wasn't really enjoying this show anyways, and was thinking I'd read a book instead. I'm sitting there thinking this to myself when a loud banging noise pretty much erupted right through the wall next to me, banging really loud over and over. At this point, I'm ready to leave the house immediately and walk to my mom's house, but I'm still wearing only a giant t-shirt. I start walking towards my room feeling sketched out when I hear a door slam. As I'm walking down the hallway, I see it must have been my bedroom door. Trying to be logical, I figured it must be a weird airflow kind of thing, but still wanted to get out of the house ASAP. I reach my bedroom door and try to open it, but it's locked. I then decided it would be perfectly fine walking to my mom's house in just a giant t-shirt. My dad's house is creepy. It was around 2015. Me and my partner were expecting our first child, so we needed to move fast and get settled somewhere so we could be best for our new baby girl's arrival. We were very lucky and found a lovely, so we thought, old but lovely villa near my family, in our hometown. It was unfortunately a private rented villa, so we were paying large amounts of rent, but we managed to say the least. It all started within the first couple of weeks moving into this villa. We could hear the odd footstep in the attic and bangs in the kitchen. I'll try to explain the villa's layout. So you would walk through the front door and end up in the living area. You could walk through the living area and walk into the kitchen where the staircase was leading upstairs. The toilet and bathroom were also downstairs through the kitchen. It was like an added room with the bathtub in the toilet thrown in. Very odd layout, to be honest. Anyway, as I stated, it was only a few weeks since my partner was ready to pop any time within the next few months. We sat in the living room. It wasn't the warmest room in the house, so we ended up sitting on the settee with our bedding over us. We heard a loud bang in the kitchen, so I ran in to investigate, but there was nothing I could see out of place or had fallen, so I shrugged it off and proceeded to watch TV. My partner then noticed something in the corner of her eye. She says there was a shadow walking in the kitchen, so my immediate reaction was a thief in the garden causing a reflection through the outside window. So I threw on my shoes and looked in the tiny garden we had. Again, nothing was there, and it was a silent, cold night. Anyway, Weeks go by and still no sign of little baby Bump wanting to make an arrival, so we just kept staying at home, watching movies, preparing for the baby, etc. By I'd say the second month, we had moved the flat screen TV into the bedroom. It was just way too cold to be sat in that living room at night, even with the fire on and heating on. It just wouldn't get warm. This is where it gets bad. I was always tired, even with great sleep and early nights. Always seemed low in myself, and yes, I was preparing for a big change, bringing a baby into the world, and being my first, but this was more excitement than fear. I woke up one morning and just couldn't stop thinking about this random old woman who came to visit me in my dream. I mean, I've dreamed about many people, but never to the point where I was so detailed about this lady. I just assumed it was a very strange dream, and I must have got too deep into overthinking it. But it doesn't stop there. I was dreaming about this same lady every single night. She was following me and even speaking to me, saying she's trapped in my dream, but never told me how or why. I was always aware that I was dreaming, because I would pinch myself and try waking myself up in the dream. The lady always seemed to be there, just staring at me from behind a window, or the corner, or a room, or whatever I was doing in the dream. The dreams started getting more real, and seemed to be longer, and again, I always knew I was dreaming. Hence the tiredness when I woke up in the morning. My partner started noticing me moving and talking a lot throughout the night. I have no recollection of this, purely her words. She said I would be shouting and moving aggressively to the point where she had to sleep on the floor some nights. This one night, I was woken up by my partner. She was shaking in fear. I said, "What's up?" She said, "What the hell are you doing?" Me not realizing at the time, I was actually stood inside the built-in wardrobe. I panicked and asked her how I got in there. She told me she had no idea, but I was going mad in there like someone was trying to get me. So I jumped back in bed and we swiftly fell back to sleep. We spoke and laughed about the wardrobe incident for a few days, not thinking anything other than me sleepwalking. New environment, baby on the way, etc. Again, in the early hours of the morning, my partner woke me up, panicked, yelling her water's broken. Finally, it was the baby's due date. But hell no, how wrong were we? She had a perfect puddle of water around her legs and backside, but none of our clothes were wet and damp at all, with no sign of contractions or babies. That freaked us out big time. Why was there a perfect puddle of water on the bed? It had no smell and no colour. So it wasn't an accident on any of our halves. We just couldn't explain it. So we changed the sheets, flipped the mattress, etc., until we could clean it the next morning. Well, that exact same night, I was again woken by my partner's screaming voice. I opened my eyes and I was sat over my partner, just staring at her with no idea why or how I was doing it. At this point, she kicked me into the spare room of the villa. I laid down some spare blankets and slept on the floor. A few days passed without any incidents and still no baby. Around 1 week late from the due date by this point, I was sitting in the bathroom located downstairs. My partner was getting ready for the day ahead, planning a walk to try to force the baby to come. I hear 3 very loud bangs on the front door. By the way, if you look through the front window, you can see all around the house and the neighbours, etc. So I shout, "Kelly, see who's at the door while I'm in the bathroom." She replied, "I've just looked, it must be the back door." So she came downstairs and opened the back door to nothing or no one there. A few moments later, she was back upstairs and bang, bang, bang again. But it was louder than the first time. So my instinct was someone's playing a prank. I then jumped off the toilet, wrapped myself in a towel, and ran to both doors, and even ran into the street. Not a single sign of anyone or anything about. I came back in and did it again. I was fuming by this point, absolutely adamant someone was winding us up and hiding. But nothing. I even watched and looked for ages and nothing. Anyway, it's 14th of January and my baby girl has arrived. It's our first day at home with baby Ella. Nothing more in this world will fill your heart with love than your first baby.
So I was just constantly over the top of her Moses basket, besotted into her eyes. Days passed with no problems at all, and baby is well and settled. By this time, both me and my partner were just exhausted. Night feeds and watch duties just got us both good. So my partner's mum offered to take baby Ella for a night so we could catch up on sleep and rest. We dropped off Ella at her nan's and walked back to the villa. It was around 6 p.m. and was a darkish night. I walked through the door, through the living room, and just as I got to the bottom of the stairs, a bag lump of wood crashed and just missed me. It smashed the kitchen floor that hard, it broke the wood. My partner screamed and shouted, "What the fuck was that? And where has it come from?" I was in utter shock. It just missed me. I picked it up and we tried debunking it, but that wood did not even match any of the decor or type of wood in that villa. It was very old wood and very old school paint on it. You could tell it was from an older era. So I rang my dad if he would come up, as we were scared at this point, and he did. He slept that night with us, and he insisted he would sleep downstairs even though it was cold. The next morning, my dad's first words were, "This villa is 100% haunted, and I'm going to bring my friend over, who's a medium and can do blessing, etc." Long story short, the lady, my dad's friend, came to the villa but refused to come in. I said, "Come in, you're more than welcome," and proceeded to tell her the happenings. She refused to come into the villa and said I'm not allowed to come in. I laughed, creeped out, and said, "How come?" She looked at me and her body language and speech changed. She said, "You need to get out of this place and protect your baby." The gentleman and his wife who owned this place wasn't happy you're here and wants you out. And he's warning me things will get much worse if you don't leave. She gave my dad a hug and left sharpish. We joked about it and cursed a few times, saying we ain't leaving until we find a different home to live. Anyway, the dream started again. The lady was back. But she started chasing me around and shouting at me to leave her house. And in the dreams, I was always in a big glass house. And she was always stood behind the glass screaming, "Get out of my house." Now I decided to take things into my own hands. I started learning and researching how to remove negative energies, etc. But I just didn't find the time nor have the energy to continue. But I started taking odd pictures at night, with and without the flash. Never saw anything out of the ordinary until I decided to shoot a few pictures in the attic. To my disbelief, the first picture I took seemed to be a shape of a dog in the loft, and beside it, an old man, or seemed to be a man anyway. It was the shape of a big chap and a big dog. I showed it to the lady my dad fetched to bless the house, and she said it was the chap who owned the villa over 100 years ago, and he was very protective of the villa. In the end, we decided to leave the house and sofa surf at my parents' and my partner's for a few weeks, until we found somewhere else because the house was just too old and creepy. The wardrobe I climbed into that night to sleep ended up green within a few weeks with mould. It ruined all my clothes, and it was one thing after another. We were always drained and anxious in that villa, so we left and never returned. We'll speak about this place now when we have friends over, and we always wonder if anyone who's moved in since has experienced anything like us. Since we moved, our energies have been better, and I haven't had a bad dream or slept-walked since. It was all 100% linked to that place. We have 2 children now, so this story is a few years old, but something I'll speak about frequently. When I was younger, about 9 to 14, my friends and I had a lot of sleepovers. It was actually great. Most of the time, we were a tight trio. Usually, we stayed at my friend James's house because he had a gaming PC, and we would bring our laptops over. Also, he had a projector in the basement. His dad owned and ran a small cybersecurity business or something like that, but there was a room in the unfinished basement full of computers, server racks and whatnot, with little lights all over that were always on. There weren't a ton of lights like you'd see in a real data center, but there would usually be at most half a foot of gap between them. I would often sleep on a couch down there, facing this room, and I never noticed this happen before or after that night. The house seemed older than the recently built section of the neighbourhood with 2-story houses. This was a more aged 1-story house that existed when the area was just a small town. James had mentioned more creepy encounters that seemed made up to me, like voices calling from rooms with nobody inside during the day, but it never creeped me out, and I didn't witness anything but this story. He did tell me that people involved with the mob used to live there in the past, and someone might have died there all while living there. So let's cut to the chase. I was lying there with the lights off, pitch black everywhere. My friends fell asleep after we gamed past midnight, but I was an insomniac and still am. I was just looking into the server room, and I noticed that something was definitely covering some of the array of little LED lights. It was shaped like a man wearing some kind of fedora. People here have mentioned a hatted shadow man, but this thankfully fits the mob story, so I don't know. He just stood there, and I kept staring at it for half an hour, thinking, there's not a man-sized hole in that shelf full of technology. Eventually I woke up my friends, and we quickly turned the lights on to check it out. I didn't ask them to try looking at him, because I was really just done with seeing that. When I looked in the now lit up server room, I quickly noticed that all of the LEDs were on, even the ones where the man was seemingly standing in front of. There was definitely not enough gap for me to just be making shapes between them. There were more than a few new lights I spotted now, right where the figure was standing. James quickly tried to reassure me that it was nothing, even though he would almost brag about creepy encounters before. He probably noticed that I was actually bothered this time. Then we just went to bed after turning the lights out again, and I reluctantly laid down to sleep again. I don't remember if I saw the hatted guy again that night, but I was really just trying not to focus on it and get some rest. But I can still remember how that silhouette looked, standing perfectly still with a fedora and a trench coat, with his hands in his pockets, just staring at me. If he had glowing eyes or a different pose, I wouldn't have noticed this figure at all in the first place. When I was 13, my mum and I moved from our suburban city outside of Dallas to her hometown near Waco, Texas. Very soon after we got there, she and I both got involved in the local community theatre. She acted and directed, and I did crew work until I eventually took up acting myself. The main theatre was actually a corrugated steel addition to a much older brick building. The older building was once a college, but now served as a general arts centre. The building has a reputation of being haunted. Performers and crew members had all experienced something. Lights getting shut off, whispers behind them, shadow people, etc. My first experience was when I was 13. My mom was practicing on stage, as we did most weeknights, and I was in the green room. The green room served as a sort of lounge for people who weren't on stage or needed immediately backstage. I was there doing homework. Suddenly, I could hear children laughing. This wouldn't be too surprising. The couch I was seated on was directly against the exterior-facing wall. This was a tin building after all, so it wouldn't be odd to hear children laughing as they played in the empty parking lot of the theatre. The laughing persisted, however, and got louder. I decided I would investigate, so I got up and opened the exit door. Immediately, the laughter stopped. There were no children outside or anywhere in sight. I was the only child on set that day as well. I shook off the odd feeling and turned to go back to my homework. As I turned, I saw, in the doorway to the backstage corridor, the silhouette of a girl. She was maybe 5 or 6, estimated by her height, and wearing what looked like a prairie dress. She then turned and ran to the backstage corridor, laughing the whole way. I waited a moment to make sure I was still alone, grabbed my homework and ran backstage and just hung out there the rest of the night. I must reiterate, I was the only child on set that day. The play took place in modern times and didn't call for any cast to be wearing prairie dresses.
My mum and I were, and still are, pretty open when it comes to stuff like that. So I told her, in the company of another friend and actor. My mom's friend perked up immediately and said that she had seen the girl multiple times and that it was rumoured to be the daughter of one of the college presidents, who fell off the roof of the building and died. She said that the girl was a prankster, that she would turn off the lights in the room you were in or move your things to another part of the room when you weren't looking. However, she only did these things when you were alone. She said that she was once on top of some scaffolding, painting a set facade when the lights suddenly turned off, and she could hear the girl giggle immediately after the room fell silent. She had to, in the darkness, navigate the scaffolding, carefully climb down the ladder and go all the way across the theatre to turn the lights back on. My 11-and-a-half-year-old daughter told me a few weeks ago that she saw yellow eyes watching her in our kitchen window. She's a mature, smart girl, so she tried to debunk it as well as consulted with her twin and older sister. They were all up late on a weekend, and so it was after midnight. It was dark out, and the window looks at our backyard, which is small, fenced, and not easy to get into at night without alarming our dog. This window is high up, and so it's not an animal like a dog or anything. It'd be a massive animal to be seen this way. My daughter saw it again and took a picture. It's got red coloured on it, covering up junk I have up on my windowsill. She did that after taking a picture to cover it up when she sent it to friends. I haven't tried to debunk or figure it out just yet, but plan to. The thing that's bothering me more is the next part of the story. This is where I'd like you guys to tell me what you feel. She said she saw it in her room too, at the foot of her bunk bed. She drew a picture of what she saw. The moment she showed me it, my heart dropped to my gut, and I didn't feel good about it. The twist to this story is that a few years ago, December 2018 actually, we inherited some items from an older woman who passed away suddenly. She was into some things I'm not 100% sure of, but she had tarot cards, this board, jewels and crystals, and lots of other objects I'd associate with Wicca. I have no clue how she used this board, and I don't know why it ended up coming home with us, even though I told my husband no. It's still here. I've always had a strange feeling at that window, so I don't know if it's related, as it's been 15 plus years I've lived here. But as far as the board, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary until this. What the hell is that? My daughter is not the type to make this stuff up. She's not into ghosts, horror, or paranormal, so it's not an interest. In fact, she doesn't like it at all. She immediately looked like she was going to cry when I told her not to be afraid. I told her she's protected, and that she can call on those protectors whenever she needs to. Told her to imagine white light shining down on her from above until she's covered in the light. I just don't want something to grow and feed off us if this is what it feels like it is. Please let me know your thoughts. I really felt you would all be able to tell me I'm just letting my mind get wild and being a mama bear at the same time. Or do you feel negative from it as well? It literally made me feel sick. When I was a kid, I used to lay awake in my bed with my eyes closed and try to pick the things in my mind. Most of the time, my favourite things to imagine were very large spaces. For example, I would try to imagine what it would look like if you could dig a hole in the ground so big that you hollowed out the earth. It's not as easy as it sounds, and I would have to really concentrate in order to do it. I would start by imagining a hole in the ground about the size of a basketball, and slowly try to imagine it growing bigger and bigger until it starts to feel enormous. I wasn't always able to do it, but sometimes I could, and the feeling when I was able to do it was very surreal and fleeting. I was never able to imagine anything of that size for very long, before it would shrink back to the size of a city block or so. About a week ago, I suddenly remembered doing this and decided to give it a try before bed. I didn't get very far before I started to see very disturbing things indeed. Evil eyes and faces started to appear. It could only really make out outlines of the faces and eyes, but they were very present and intimidating. They looked a lot like the Pennywise clown from the new It movies. I would first notice them from what felt like some distance away, but they would flit around, getting closer and closer, until it felt like there were a pair of eyes as close as they could possibly be, right in front of my face. At first, I wasn't able to keep my eyes closed because it was very unsettling and persistent. No matter what I did or thought, they wouldn't go away. The longer I held my eyes closed, the closer and more threatening these entities felt. When I opened my eyes, I could still see a set of eyes in my vision, the same way you might see a dot after staring at a bright light for too long. But with my eyes open, the eyes were much more subdued and were easier to deal with. I didn't feel as threatened with my eyes open. I don't really believe in the supernatural or paranormal at all, so this was pretty confusing to me. I didn't have any doubt that I was perfectly safe in my bed, but it was hard to feel comfortable with these things getting up in my face. I tried several times to close my eyes and just ignore this, but every time I did, they would get more and more aggressive. I started to see mouths full of sharp teeth coming at me, and in the bottom right corner of my vision, it felt like a vicious leech or piranha hybrid was frantically eating at my eye. There wasn't any pain, but it did feel as if my right eye was being forced open. And there were other physical sensations too. I started to hear a high-pitched frequency in my head, and my skin started to feel flushed. The hair on my arms stood up, and I began to shiver. After about an hour of dealing with this, I decided that this wasn't going to go away on its own, so I turned on the TV and tried to focus on something else. Eventually, at around 4 or 4:30, I became so tired that I was able to fall asleep very quickly without further incidents. In the days since, it's been a nightly struggle to fall asleep without these visions bothering me. A couple of days ago, I found that if I focused on picturing the events from a TV show that I had watched earlier in the evening, I wouldn't have any issues. I would just kind of narrate the events of the TV show and try to picture the show at the same time. At least 2 nights in a row, that's how I was good to get to sleep. Tonight though, it's about 5 AM as I'm writing this. I haven't had the same luck. I'm writing this on my phone, and up in the left and right corners of my screen, I can see 2 eyes staring back at me, waiting until I stop stalling. I don't know if this is hypnagogic phenomenon. It seems likely because it only ever occurs when I'm in bed trying to sleep. But as I said, I can see the eyes right now, and it's taken me at least 20 minutes to write this whole thing, so I know I'm not on the edge of falling asleep at the moment. Not sure what to do about this, and I don't really expect there's a practical solution to it, besides forgetting about it. But I thought you guys might like to hear about it. First time I've ever seen something, I was around 8. I was outside in the street playing with my friends and wanted to go home to get some toys. There was a power blackout in the whole building, so I had to take the stairs. Between every 2 levels, we have half levels, which have either a garbage tube or a dryer room. While the whole levels with the garbage tube have windows, those with the dryer room are completely dark if the door is closed, which it was. I was on the 2nd floor, and as I placed my foot on the first stair to the half level, I saw a white orb flying slowly towards me. It was complete darkness there, and as it flew by me and around the corner, it disappeared. I followed it, but it was gone. On the 2nd floor, there was an abandoned apartment. It had the number 11. I asked my parents many times who lived there, but they said the owner was an old lady who died. The apartment was just odd. Whole level would give you chills, but being around it was really strange. Being a curious child, I started to investigate the apartment. I'd sometimes knock at the door, but then hide, but no one would ever answer. One evening, I was right outside the building entrance with 2 friends, and one's grandma, and I heard the interphone sound like a button was pressed. As I turned around,
I see 1-1 appear on the interphone and then it starts ringing. I got scared and pressed the X button right away. Everyone saw what happened, even Grandma. After that, we all stand in front of the interphone and around 10 minutes later, it happens again. The button 1 was pressed twice and it started ringing. I didn't stop it this time, but no one answered. Next to apartment 11 lived a nice old lady. Her interphone number was 12. She would often complain to my parents that children would knock at her door, ring her interphone and stick gum on her door, but we never did anything to her. I always thought she was hearing the knocking from next door and thought it's her door. She told me she had no connection to apartment 11 and didn't know who owned it. Even months after we stopped messing with apartment 11, she kept complaining she heard knocking and didn't believe us. And then one night a few years ago, as I was coming home, I got the scare of my life. We have lights with movement sensors on every floor. On my floor it's kind of broken. Most of the time it wouldn't sense me moving and I did not bother to make the light turn on. I could open my door in total darkness just fine. So it was like 12 a.m. and I was trying to fit the key in the hole in total darkness when I got a strange feeling. Suddenly, the sensor light turns on, which barely does when I flip my hands in front of it. And on the other side of the hallway, I see a black figure with no face. It somehow reminded me of The Grudge, but it didn't see humans at all. Luckily, the key was already in the hole because it was approaching me. I ran inside, shut the door, locked it, and didn't sleep that night. I never dared to look through the door. Never saw it again, but I always rush inside really fast now, and I always turn on the light as soon as I exit the elevator. I think I first heard of him in 2017. I'd go on the balcony late at night to smoke weed and noticed almost every night a baby would cry really loud. Didn't think much of it or care. It was just annoying and seemed like it was coming from outside. Fast forward to the summer of year 2019, when I was paying attention to the sounds of my neighborhood at night. I noticed how weird it is that there's always one neighbor that has a baby who cries so loud. The cry sounds like that one of a newborn would make, so I thought they must be different children. Fast forward to one summer night in 2020. I couldn't sleep and around 2 a.m. I heard a woman screaming outside. I ran to the balcony to check and heard male voices laughing and again a scream. I couldn't see them, but I was getting ready to yell at them. I heard the woman running and then silence. They didn't follow. So I stood there for like 30 minutes panicking to see if I heard any other noise and wondering if I should call the police. I was getting ready to go back to sleep when I heard a baby crying really loud. The cry sounded like it was coming from outside of the building in front of mine, but I couldn't see anywhere. Then I heard the cry moving really fast, as if it was running around my neighborhood. I was really confused at that point. I thought maybe it was a cat, but I never heard a cat in my life mimic the cry of a child so well. It kept crying as it went further and further away from my building, and then it went silent. That's when I started paying attention to it. Next time I heard a friend was over, and he noticed it as well. It was around 12 a.m. at the time, and he thought it was weird for a baby to be outside at that hour, so we went to the balcony to check. To my surprise, the sound was moving again, but it was moving on top of the buildings. It sounded like it was flying. I've heard it a few times after that, including yesterday night. What makes the cry really strange is that the fact that it's always the same tone and sounds like a newborn. I'm currently in high school, so sleep for kids my age is no joke. So I went to bed around 9:30 or 10, just so I'd get the daily amount of sleep that I should. I have no history of any sleeping disorders, sleep paralysis, or hallucinations. This happened to me last Friday, and I still don't know what to think of it. So, when I went to bed the night before this happened,
I had this dream where I woke up in this black space, where the only thing present was this wooden chair. I sat in the chair, and I became stuck in my seat. Scared, I darted my eyes across the room until they became fixated on this pink, lanky figure staring directly at me. It had no eyes, nose, and its mouth retracted itself whenever it wasn't breathing. This creature walked towards me and loomed over me by about 7 feet of my current height, 5'9". Then it started screaming at me with this naturally high-pitched voice and started screaming some language I didn't know existed. The closest thing would probably be Japanese. Finally, it grinned and bit my neck off. Before my neck was gone, I woke up. It was 5:30 in the morning, so just 30 minutes before my mom usually woke me up for school, since I don't own an alarm clock or phone. So I decided to let her sleep in by turning her alarm off and started getting for my 7:30 Google Meet. Throughout getting ready for classes, I felt extremely dizzy whenever I tried to walk. I shrugged it off due to waking up and my lack of vitamin D and just started doing my classes. The first couple of classes I had were pretty normal, although each time I went to go to the bathroom or get a quick snack, I had that dizziness I had earlier in the morning. One particular moment was when I started eating the ramen I made at lunch. I was alone in my kitchen sitting at my bar eating some ramen. Once I finished, I put my dishes away and started walking towards the bathroom. Now, this wouldn't have been a problem if it weren't for the fact I ran into a wall, causing my vision to be more blurred than before. That's when I felt those long, frisky fingers skip across my back, scratch, scratch, scratch. I got startled and made my way to the bathroom before I could see what was touching me. As I was in the bathroom, I thought that it had to be something that dream I had, or just something paranormal. Just due to none of my family in the house having fingers like that bothered me. Not to mention me being alone in my kitchen didn't help my suspicions at all. After that, I went back into my room and started doing my last few Google Meets to get through this otherwise boring day of school. Nothing really happened when I was there. My dizziness even started to slow down. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing behind my tall, skinny lamp. Now, I couldn't really see much since it was just a glance, but I could tell it was the creature due to a similar height it had to the creature in my dream. Still, its presence in the room was too much to ignore, and I was too scared to check. So I stayed in my chair, hoping it would just go away. It didn't go away and started breathing on my neck again. Then it started speaking that Japanese type language. That's when I had enough and got up, and when I turned around, nothing was there. I didn't really see it or feel it after that. For me, it was just there in corners of the room and never approached my other family members. It was only when I started getting ready for bed that I could 100% say it was gone. I brought it up to my parents, asking if either she or dad had an experience like this when they were younger. They said they didn't, and chopped it up to my imagination playing tricks on me. I can't stand it. The thing felt so real, and I knew it was there. I just don't know what to think of this, but I thank whoever was reading this. So, my dad died almost 7 years ago, when I was 15, and this happened 3 years later. I was close to graduation, and especially my final exam in physics gave me a hard time, because I really couldn't get to grips with relativity and its shenanigans. Anyway, one morning I was really tired, hadn't slept well, or at all I should say, and I was about to fall asleep in the last row in my classroom, when, just as I was beginning to close my eyes, I heard my dad's voice clear as day say, "Hey, wake up and listen." It was so clearly his voice. The tone, the melody. When he was calling my name in a happy manner, he was almost kind of singing. It was him. I was baffled for a moment, but when rebooted after that moment of shock, it was exactly the moment when our teacher dropped a very important hint to what the final exam's theme will be.
I would have totally slept through that hadn't my dad woken me up. What's important about this is that with the teacher's hint, I realised that I was learning the wrong stuff. I would have totally failed the final. A less paranormal, but a beautiful end to the story. That same night I had a dream. Me and my dad sat on our porch, chatting, laughing, and, which I remember very distinctly, we were drinking his favourite beer together. So when I was drinking the last drops, the sun was setting, I looked at the chair next to me, my dad was gone. I just once again heard him say, "Hey, wake up." And that's the exact moment when my alarm clock began ringing. When I was 6 years old, in 1996, we moved from Kansas to an old house in the country on my great-grandpa's property in Oklahoma. We lived there for about 7 years and had many experiences, but there were a few that stand out and give me chills just thinking about it. Like I said, the house was old. It was a shotgun-style house that was built in the 1920s. It had been vacant for years before we moved in and was packed with my great-great-grandparents' belongings. It was me, my dad, my two little brothers, and my big sister. My uncle and great-grandpa lived in a house just down the road from us. There were many times we felt someone or something was there with us throughout the years. Weird noises and voices were pretty frequent. Twice when I was alone, I heard a woman whisper my name. She whispered right in my ear and swore I felt her breath on my back. I found out years later that the same had happened to my little brother. We often smelled a woman's perfume and cigar smoke, even though no one smoked cigars. Another experience I had was when I was sitting in the chair in our living room watching TV, with my leg laid over the arm of the chair. Out of nowhere, my leg flew back towards me as if someone had slapped it. I looked around to see who was there, but I was alone. My dog didn't like coming into the house either, which scared us more than anything. We often left the front door wide open during the summer because we didn't have air conditioning. She would growl and bark as if she could see something in the house, and then run out the door as fast as she could. It was weird. When we finally moved out, we returned a few months later to grab a few things, and this is when the craziest thing happened. We were all sitting around the living room telling stories and reminiscing about our time there. My sister was telling us about all the times she saw shadow figures throughout the house, which was news to me as I never witnessed anything quite like that. We asked her where she saw the shadows, and she pointed above our entertainment centre and said that was where she saw them the most. On top of the entertainment centre was a set of speakers that had a stack of papers on top of them. The papers had been untouched for years and covered in dust. I looked up to where she pointed, stuck up my middle finger to flip off the ghost and told her to fuck off. Right when I did this, the stack of papers flew off towards me. It was like someone took their hand and slid all the papers off really hard. This had confirmed everything we were just talking about. We knew it was listening. We knew that it knew us. We all ran out of the house laughing in shock at what had just happened, too scared to even go back to close the door. I still get chills thinking of that day, and I can still see the papers flying. Crazy. My dad now owns the property and lives in the house where my great-grandpa lived. My little brothers live in the house we lived in, which has been updated since. I haven't heard of anything like this happening since, but every now and then, I still feel like someone is watching me while I'm there. My dad said he had the house blessed many years ago. My mom swears that there has been a spirit following my dad since before we were born, and that every house we lived in was haunted. But I can't say that I believe this is true anymore. I hope not. I lived around this pond for over 18 years, and saw it go from being a small farm pond surrounded by a field and deep forest, into a pond sandwiched between 3 huge neighbourhoods and a pool, only shielded by a thin layer of woods surrounding it. As far as I know, The pond was built in the early 1900s and had two barbed wire fence lines running through the pond, creating a cross. Why run barbed wire through a pond? There were two very old houses to the right of the pond and a neighbourhood about 100 yards through the woods to the left. Growing up, the pond was sort of our local legend and every kid refused to go explore it. Fast forward 10 years, and I was an avid fisherman who would spend every day after school trying out new waterways in my area to try and find the hottest fishing spots. None were as convenient or plentiful as this pond, which I ended up at just about every other day. My first strange occurrence here was one summer night when I stayed out past dark to try and get a few more bites. When all of a sudden, a light flooded from behind me as if a big truck had just parked with its brights on. I immediately turned, thinking possibly a car had just parked in its driveway at the houses, about 100 yards behind me through the woods. Nothing was there. And from this angle, there was no way headlights could have travelled like that. I decided that was enough for tonight, and left out the trail leading to the nearby pool parking lot. The second one was months later, but a very eventful evening. As I was walking down the trail from the pool to the pond with my fishing bag on my back, I felt clear as day my backpack got pushed from the side, as if someone was trying to spin them towards me. This happened in the exact same spot as where I was standing when the light had hit me. I stood there for a second and looked in the water to see if maybe I had walked into a fishing line or something. To my surprise, there in the water was a small clay statue of Ganesh and a coconut. Now, seeing Hindu and Indian culture was nothing new to me, as the area I lived in had the highest population density of Indian people in America, and many of my lifelong best friends are Indian. But what shocked me was if something wanted to get my attention and say, check this out. Honestly, this was pretty comforting as I went from being freaked out from being pushed to being amazed and intrigued by what I believe it was pointing me towards. Third story, this is more of an explanation about that particular spot that every occurrence seemed to happen at. The spot was just a little clearance in the brush where you could fish from it and was about a 6 feet by 6 feet area where grass didn't seem to grow. And it had an exotic looking tree that was clearly not native hanging above it about 10 feet off the ground. In this spot, there was almost always a small animal hanging out, which would never take its eyes off of you until you got within 3 feet of it. Usually a bunny, but often a squirrel or bird. If there wasn't an animal there might be some kind of object. One time a knife, strange pieces of old wood, coloured rocks, and one time a $500 watch. It was as if someone was just coming and purposefully leaving strange things in this spot, or as if things were spawning here like a video game. Oddly enough, I was never freaked out by this spot, and actually would just go there with friends and hang out on nice days. It had sort of a nice aura around it, and looked so interesting that it was hard not to appreciate. This is the last experience I've had at the pond, and by far the creepiest or craziest. One day me, a buddy of mine and a couple girls headed up to the pond to hang out after school. While hanging out, conveniently at the same spot, we see a small child 3 to 5 years old come running from the old houses on the other side of the pond to us. Concerned, we ask the kid what he's doing, where his parents are and all that. The kid seems very disinterested in why we're asking him, and keeps asking us questions like if we're kids or if we're grown-ups. You know, typical kid stuff. When all of a sudden, he turns the other way and starts talking to someone that is 100% not there. The person he's talking to is also seemingly trying to get him to go back to his parents, as the kid seems to be protesting against this, saying he wants to play with us instead. And this is the craziest part. The kid starts barking towards the water and pointing and says, "Look, it's my dog, do you see him?" As he's pointing straight towards the centre of the pond, we ask where his dog is. "He's in the water barking at me. That's where he drowned a year ago." All of us stood speechless for a second, and then took him back to the other side of the pond, where his dad met us and took him home. I know kids have wild imaginations and often imaginary friends, but this didn't seem believable. It genuinely seemed like he was talking to a fifth person who was not there and was responding to whatever they were saying. I almost feel as if this one specific spot at the pond was some kind of video game spawn point where, when walked by a random event, is triggered. I have half a dozen other crazy stories of things I've seen at this spot, but these are probably the best ones for a post like this. A month ago, I had a Teams meeting with two classmates who were on the same computer in the same room. 3 computers in the call. Me, computer A, computer B with both of them on the video and audio, computer C next to them sharing screen of our work with microphone and sound completely turned off. I was hearing a sound that at first sounded like the TV in the background, so I didn't pay attention to it, but after a couple minutes the sound started to get weirder, like deep men voice talking gibberish. The sound was a bit glitchy and I couldn't understand words. So I asked them where that was coming from and if they could turn it down a bit. They told me there was no TV and they in fact did not have a TV at their place and that they were completely alone. They told me they could close the windows, but the sound coming from the windows would be cars, and they didn't hear anything resembling what I described. They did, and I still heard the voice. So I sent them a video of what I was hearing, and they told me they had no idea where the sound was coming from, as they can't hear it in real life. The voice continued to appear repeatedly during the call. It was pretty loud, almost as loud as their voices, but really unclear when the voices were really clear. We had a test with one of my friends stepping 2 meters away from the computer and talking normally, and I wouldn't hear her, so it cannot be a far away noise that they did not hear. To clarify, the apartment was totally silent except for her and me talking. No one else was there. They didn't hear the voice coming from their microphone at any time. It was just me hearing it from my computer coming from their microphone. I used to live in a house on Camp Pendleton that was haunted by a kind man. Or at least that's what I think. I have many stories about the man I call Robert, but one thing that will always stay with me is when he would wake me up from nightmares. The summer my husband was deployed, my nightmares became an every night thing. One night, I was having a nightmare, and the reason I woke up was because my bed had been shaken, as if someone had kicked the side and the fire alarm went off one time. I remember waking up freaked out and trying to figure out why the alarm went off, and why it just beeped once and not again. The next day I called the maintenance over to check the alarms and was told everything was fine. This became an almost nightly occurrence. I would have a nightmare and be woken by one beep of the fire alarm. I feel like he was trying to watch over me, and it brought me an odd sense of comfort. We moved in 2020, and after telling my new neighbour one night what happened, my husband opened up and told me the same happened to him. He said he was scared to tell me, but on the nights I was not there, he had nightmares and the alarm went off once. I had never told anyone until this night, so we were shocked to know this happened to both of us. Am I crazy for thinking he was helping me? In a way, I miss the weird little things that were always happening around the house. My boyfriend and I go to bed at a certain time every night. We have a routine. Lock everything up, lights off, kick all 4 cats. They all have bells on their collars, and the collars are kind of loose, so every time they jump we hear it, out of the room. And make sure our 2 dogs, one sleeps in the kennel and one on the bed, are in the room. So basically nothing changes, so I'm 100% sure there was no cat in the room at the time. Well, everyone was in their spots. I get into bed, put the blanket over myself, and maybe 10 minutes pass by, when it feels like a cat jumped onto the bed and is by my feet. So I sigh and start running through the names so they can come towards me. But the feeling disappears and my boyfriend asks me what I was talking about. I'm like, there's a cat in here. I swear I just felt it. I sit up, turn the lights on, and look in any spot that I know can have a cat in it, and nothing. Let's just say it freaked me out enough to go past our bedtime and watch TV. The dog that sleeps on the bed was by my stomach when this happened, and the other dog was in his kennel with the door closed. My boyfriend didn't feel anything, even though it felt like it jumped up from his side of the bed. And in the morning, there was no cat to let out of the room if there was one stuck in there.